Hey, everybody. I know it's really, really, really short notice. I'm going to give it a few minutes and let a couple of people come in here. Got an announcement to make um, about a couple people in YSL. Um, there's going to be a plea coming up apparently in a few minutes. Someone just turned down a plea. I'm going to announce that in just a minute. I'm going to let a few people come in. But it's going down for real. Um, it's it's about to all come crumbling. It's about to all come crumbling down. Okay, there's enough people in here now. Shannon just turned down a plea. Said nope, it ain't happening. So Shannon just turned down a plea, and Thug is about to plead out in just a few minutes. So this is it. King Slime is pleading in just a few. Um, so uh, like a house of cards, Steven said. I couldn't have put it better myself. So I'm excited. I hope this is going to go good. I hope Doug is coming home. Um, Setting Nash's comment in law crime chat. But yeah, so um, when I seen that, I got all excited and I was like, let's go live with the fam. So yep, that's what's going on. Shannon turned down and said he would not plead guilty to RICO. So um, yeah, well, what can I say? What can I say? This just happened, so you're not out of the loop. This literally just happened. They haven't even like officially announced it yet. It just came down on Thugger Daily. I seen it and I said, let me tell the fan what's going on. Uh, this is Doug. Hold on a minute. He was just telling me. He was just telling me what I saw on Thugger Daily. It's a crazy Halloween. Isn't it a crazy Halloween? What a great Halloween to be able to spend with your family, though, right? I can't see him playing Rico. I don't know him well enough to make an educated guess there, but court is going live in 4 minutes. So court is going live in 4 minutes. So if you're just joining us, Shannon just turned down a plea. Said, nope, I'm taking it. I'm taking it to a jury verdict. I will not plead to RICO. Um, so Shannon just turned down a plea, and Thug is about to plead out in about 4 minutes. So here we go. It's King Slime time. In fact, I'm going to edit the name of this title. Pardon me while I change the name of this. The stream. Thank you. It's your birthday, Wendy. I hope this is a good birthday present for you. No, and I think Steele is really looking after him, Lady Savage. I really think he is. Well, there's nobody left, Monica. There's nobody left. Everybody else has either turned it down um, or accepted a plea, but there's literally nobody else. Yak has turned his down yesterday or earlier today. I don't remember which. It's been a long day. But yeah, Gotti turned his down. And Shannon just officially turned his down. So that's it. That's the only person left. So this may be the end of YSL. Yep. As long as they don't pull a switcheroo or try nothing funny on him. All right, I'm gonna bring in the stream here. Okay. No, Ray, I completely understand. Okay, here we go. We're already on the Georgia Seal. As soon as court goes live, I'm gonna bring it full screen and shut my mouth, I promise. Yeah, you guaranteed he will. Guaranteed he will. And I know it's been a roller coaster, guys. It's been a roller coaster for me too. I've gotten to kind of care for these guys, you know. And happy birthday, Wendy. Hope it's a good one. How cool to have a Halloween birthday. That's neat. Um, my foster dad had a Halloween birthday, and he always wanted a Halloween birthday party. And I gave him one last year, and it was his last birthday. So I thought that was kind of cool. Court is right now. The seal just came on, Dwayne. So we expect movement any minute. I would not take it. If it's more than time served, no, I would not take any more than time served or uh, probation. Absolutely not. Yeah, I'm glad you got the notification too. Glad you're here. Yeah, pray for the defendants, pray for their lawyers, pray for their victims, pray that everybody gets peace in this situation. You know, my heart's jumping. I'm gonna unmute it so I can hear it as soon as we hear noise. This may be the last time we see the Georgia Seal, guys. If he pleads today, this would be the last time we see this Georgia Seal. Yeah, same, Felicia. I got it from Thugger Daily. So, yeah. He does have us covered for the Georgia Seal, doesn't he? He's got a video of just the Georgia Seal. Right. Right, Dave. Yeah, if you're just joining us, Shannon just turned down a plea, said he was not taking a plea. Oh, and dog, thank you so much for gifting 5 channel memberships. You got a membership, thank and dog. And make sure you join the best Discord on the planet. Thank you, Felicia. I see movement. Court. Take a sip of drink. I got a knot in my throat. Sorry. goes through. As a prosecution, see this as a win. If he pleads to RICO, they see it as a win. And they get to say, see, we prosecuted all these people with RICOs. We cleaning up the streets. I hope he walks today, too. Oh, a trip in this chat. Just gonna take a deep breath. Let RICO done money. They know Steele, though. They know Steele, and they know Steele is not going to budge. Once he's got his mind made up, he is not budging. He ain't. I'm really surprised there's not more people in here. But no, Tracy B, they don't. Leeches are slime sister. How are all my slime brothers and sisters? The slime family. And dog out there. And Doug out there wiping her nose. That. Yeah, I'd like to know that, Stephanie. I don't know, but I would like to know. Gladiator girl, you can guarantee that. Because I know they offered him something and he laughed at it and sent back and said, Paige should be in a good mood. I don't know. I think Paige wanted to see this. Well, she is going to see it to a jury trial. I'm going to say I think she wanted to see it to a jury trial. Hey, Silver. How you doing, darling? I'm running 2 streams. So if you see me talking to people that aren't there, that's what's going on.
Court before you come to now session, Judge Paige Reese Whitaker, presiding. Court will come to order.
Good afternoon, everybody can be seated. All right, it is my understanding that the state and Mr. Williams were very close to a negotiated agreement, but have reached an impasse, and that it is Mr. Williams' desire to enter a non-negotiated plea. Is that correct? Am I misinformed?
Moment, please.
All right. Do y'all need a minute in private?
Yes.
Okay. All right, we can recess.
I think Jeffrey's changing his mind. I think Jeffrey's changing his mind. Didn't he look like he was going, hey guys, I think I might do this. Oh no. Oh no. What? What does that mean, Monica? A non-negotiating plea? Yeah, I don't know what that means. I've never heard of a non-negotiating plea. Yeah, they're definitely not on the same page. Hey, Paula, thank you for the $4.99 super chat. This is so authentic, great community. Oh, thank you, honey. I really appreciate your $4.99 super chat. Ooh, recess, so it's over. No, they just took a break. They'll come back. Ooh. Ooh. Silver, my chat's empty because my chat is not really interested in YSL, but I get a lot of views on the replay, so I play it anyway. Let's look up non-negotiating. Non-negotiated plea is a plea entered into by the defendant without a deal with the state. By entering a non-negotiated plea, the defense essentially leaves the sentencing in the hands of the court. During a non-negotiated plea, both sides present a summary of the case to the presiding judge, and the state provides a factual basis for the plea and makes a recommendation to the court, therefore leaving it in the hands of the judge. Okay. So that's what that means. Wow. I'm kind of shocked that he wants to do that. Who wants a non-negotiated? Jeffrey Williams. Jeffrey Williams wants a non-negotiated. Shannon turned down a plea. He's the only one left. Yes, you just missed it. Is that right? I mean, that's what Google says, Monica. Is that right? Because you know, Google be playing sometimes. I don't know if he should do that because I think she is. I think she's left leaning. It is right. Okay, just making sure. Thank you. Thank you for being in here. We appreciate you very much in this chat. Well, I think he was changing his mind. It looked like he was starting to change his mind. He started like looking back and forth to his lawyer. And, like, let's go back and watch it real quick. I just don't want to miss it when it comes back. Right there. See, when they zoom in on him, he looks back and forth at his lawyers and he's like, should I do this? Watch this, Rome, and let me know what's going on here.
Am I misinformed?
Let me back it up.
Please.
Right.
Now, Section, Judge Page Reese Whitaker, presiding. Court, come to order.
Good afternoon, everybody can be seated. All right, it is my understanding that the state and Mr. Williams were very close to a negotiated agreement, but have reached an impasse, and that it is Mr. Williams' desire to enter a non-negotiated plea. Is that correct? Am I misinformed?
Please.
Right.
He's scared.
Do y'all need a minute in private?
Yes.
Okay. All right, we can recess.
He's scared. Oh my gosh. Y'all, I am shaking. I'm shaking. In my opinion, it appears to me they have some stipulations in there that is it reasonable to him? Still looks like he is discussing the options around it mostly. Okay. It looks like that's what he was going to do, and then he started changing his mind. You read his lips. What did he say? He's freaking out. That's what I'm thinking. He looks like he looks scared. He looks petrified to me. Wow. Yeah, Stephen, I agree. He looks scared. He said, I don't know. Yeah, I saw that. There is no other time in the world, Doug. I'm sorry, I can't hardly breathe like it's just taking my breath. There's no other time in the world Doug would probably feel alone than in this moment. Because no one can make up his mind for him. Nine out of 10. It's about the assets and the amount of time in custody and probation. Hey, Irish. How you doing, honey? He's got 6 kids. I didn't know he had 6 kids. Good night. He's too young to have 6 kids. Lauren, I can't help it. He would be leaving his life in the hands of the judge and the lawyer to argue each other's side. That's scary. It is, since she's state leaning, in my opinion. My opinion. Yeah, Lauren, it is. It is. Still trying to get one. I'm getting left in the dust for baby making races. Thanks for making me laugh. I needed that. Oh, God. I am so stressed out for Thug right now. So if you're just joining us, Shannon turned down a plea earlier today and said he would be taking it to the jury. Also, Yak Gotti turned down a plea also and said he would be taking it to the jury. No, I didn't see Sharton Weinstein's reactions. I was looking at Thug's face. I have to go back and watch it. Little Rome Kings running amok. Oh, God help us all. I'm just kidding. Just let the man go and let's just be done with this. Oh, wow. I wasn't even up to real time. If it would have gone live and I wouldn't have been there, I wouldn't have forgiven myself. Some got good plea deals, some not so great. Nichols got a killer plea deal. All pun intended. What are y'all thinking? What's going through your minds? Oh, Lauren, I'm sorry. If the honestly, if the plea is not too bad, like it doesn't include any incarceration time, I hope he takes it. Even if it includes a stupid amount of, and y'all can get mad at me if you want to, come at me. You can email Jason at dearwookc at gmail.com. Even if it includes a stupid amount of probation, I kind of hope he takes it and gets out of jail. He gets his life back together. Yeah, I gave him Jason's email. I ain't giving him mine. Just kidding. Yeah, he's been in for what, 3 years, 4 years? Yeah, but it's a start, Ray. It's a start. It's a start. He needs to make a living. I agree, but he can record. He can put out albums. He's got a recording studio in his house. He might not be able to tour right now, but he can record and make albums. They will be on his head. I get it that he needs to keep his head clean. Just don't get into no tomfoolery. Look how red my face is, y'all. My nerves is tore up from the floor up. I feel like this isn't real. I feel like this is like, we call it reality TV. Hey, Elizabeth Caudle, how are you? Jolena, yeah, I agree. I can't really see that either. It'd be easier said than done. The slightest little infraction, they'll find a way to lock him up. I, I'm sorry, but my mindset on that is don't commit any infractions. Stay in the house, do your thing, record your music, be with your family. Don't do nothing stupid. I agree with that, Ron. I agree with that. I agree with that, Bruce. I agree with that, Christopher. We do need system reform badly. He's winning the case, though. Yeah, but he's in jail, though. I get that. He's in jail, though. And this could take another year to complete. He doesn't want to sit in jail for another year. I know. I've thought about that. But I don't think he has anything left. Someone said this morning he had 10 million and he spent 12 million or something like that on lawyers. So I'm not sure that he has much left. I don't know the answer to that, Laura, but that's a good question. I will find out and get back with you. Yes, they do. Booger boy. Yeah, he can make it quickly. That's true. Okay, I hear background noise. So maybe they're getting ready to come back. Yeah, Bruce, I feel you. I think we're getting ready to see some Rico. I think we're actually getting ready to find some Rico in Georgia. We've been looking for him. I think we might have just found him. If you're just coming in, let me update you. So today, I think it was today, Yak Gotti officially turned down a plea agreement, and then later today, just a little bit ago, Shannon turned down a plea agreement. They had originally said that Thug's family came into court and he was going to take a plea agreement, and I guess that changed in a moment's notice. Hey, we watch YouTube, and I guess that literally changed really fast. Um, and now he's thinking about doing a non-negotiated plea. I think is what they called it, a non-negotiated plea, which means the state will present its case, then his lawyer will present its case, and the judge will make a ruling, which is a way to go. I'm not sure that I would agree with that way, but it is a way to go. So it's just a little scary, but it looked like he changed his mind like that. Because as soon as they zoomed in on him, he was second guessing. He looked scared to death. Hey, I'm her. It does. Yeah. Non-negotiated plea, admits guilt. I'm not so sure. No, I'm not so sure that's right. I think it's they just plea their cases to the court, and the judge makes a decision if you're guilty or not. Hey, Freeside, how are you? So that's what's going on. They took a break. They should be back any minute now. See how long they've been on break. Oh, wow, they've been on break. They've been on break 20 minutes. So they should be back any minute now. Which this is something you want to take your time, talk to your lawyer about. They've been on break all day. Yeah, true. But this is your life, you know. This is your life. Something you definitely want to take your time with. So I get it. Christian Love, I don't know the answer to that. He could say he wants to continue with the case and then maybe plead out later. I would think it would be really hard for me to plead to something I didn't do. Yeah, the volume turned on. I'm starting to see people walk in front of the camera, so it should be any second now. Yeah, same. He knows what's best for him. You know, he knows what's best for him, and I will accept whatever he does. He knows what's best for himself. Okay, Jason's going to go live at 7 and explain some things. Unless the state has actual evidence they haven't shown, I wouldn't do this. From what I understand, they both present their case to the judge, and the judge makes a decision and a ruling. That's almost exactly what it says here. A non-negotiated plea is entered into by the defendant without a deal. By entered a non-negotiated plea, the defense essentially leaves the sentence in the hands of the judge. During a non-negotiated plea, both sides present a summary to the judge. The states present a factual basis for the plea and makes a recommendation to the court. Then it's argued by the defense and the judge makes a ruling. That's exactly what it says. So it just depends on how much he trusts Paige. I don't think he's going to get anything close to that. Yeah, I don't think he's going to anything like that. He doesn't have a murder conviction or anything on him. Yeah, she can turn down a plea deal. She doesn't have to accept it. They usually do. They usually do, but she doesn't have to. Bruce, I tend to agree with you. However, when you're in jail and you want to go home to your family, here we go. Cross your fingers.
All right. Mr. Steele, Mr. Adams, Mr. Williams, where are we? Ready to go forward? All right.
Oh my gosh.
Y'all coming up here to the podium. All right, Sergeant, can you swear in Mr. Williams?
Raise your right hand, you swear firm testimony you give the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. What's your name, first and last? You might spell first and last. Jeffrey Williams.
Jeffrey Williams, Jeffrey Williams.
Good afternoon, Mr. Williams.
Good afternoon.
Are you the same Jeffrey Williams indicted in case number? Your Honor,
Yes, ma'am.
actually, have we all signed the indictment, or are we going to do that afterwards? Because I don't have a copy of it.
I don't know the answer to that.
I don't believe that we
We
have.
have not signed the indictment.
Okay, probably be a good idea to do that.
That would-
Does anyone have a copy? Because you don't? Okay.
Where's the one we were using yesterday? We'll do that in just a minute. You can go ahead with the colloquy.
And Your Honor, we don't have the waiver form as well. I believe that the court had one.
That right here.
I've got blanks. Y'all filled one out, right?
We have.
Okay.
Thank you. Mr. Williams, are you the same Jeffrey Williams indicted in case number 22SC 183572?
Yes.
Okay. And are you also known as Young Thug?
Yes.
Are you at this time taking or under the influence of any alcohol, drugs, or medication?
No.
Is there any medication that you normally take that you have not been given today?
No.
How old are you?
33.
And how far have you gone in school?
9.
Say that one more time.
9.
Okay. Are you able to read, write, and understand the English language?
Yes.
All right. Do you understand that you are charged with the following offenses? Conspiracy to violate the Racketeer Influenced and Corrupt Organizations Act, participation in criminal street gang activity, the leadership charge, participation in criminal street gang activity, violation of the Georgia Controlled Substances Act, 3 counts, possession of a firearm during the commission of a felony, and possession of a machine gun. Do you understand that?
Yes.
All right. And do you understand that you have the right to plead either guilty or not guilty to these charges, and that if you plead not guilty or remain silent, you will continue to receive a jury trial?
Yes.
All right. And have you received this waiver of rights form that I hold in my hand from your attorney and reviewed it with your attorney?
Yes.
All right. And is this your signature on the bottom of this form?
Yes.
Have you had enough time to speak with your attorneys, Mr. Steele and Mr. Adams, about all of the facts and circumstances known to you regarding the charges in indictment 22SC 183572, including any potential defenses?
Yes.
Do you need additional time to discuss this case with your attorneys?
No.
Are you satisfied with their services?
Yes.
Mr. Steele and Mr. Adams, do you on behalf of Mr. Williams waive a formal reading of this indictment?
Yes, Your Honor. We do.
And do you, Mr. Williams, waive any and all defects in this indictment, including any with respect to your name?
Yes.
Have you been arrested on these charges?
Yes.
The state is unaware of any outstanding warrants related to these charges. Do you or your attorneys know of any outstanding warrants related to these charges?
Any what?
Outstanding warrants related to any of the charges in the indictment?
No,
No.
I don't believe so either, Your Honor.
Okay, and I'm unaware of any as well, Your Honor.
I am as well.
Thank you. Have your attorneys advised you of the minimum and maximum sentence for each of the crimes that you are charged with?
Yes.
And each of the charges that you are pleading guilty to?
Yes.
Your Honor, with respect to the charges that Mr. Williams faces, count 1 carries a minimum charge of 5 years and a maximum charge of 20 years in prison or up to a $25,000 fine or both.
Isn't it a $15,000 fine because wasn't it the version of the statute in effect at the time, or was that the same for RICO? Was RICO 25?
Yes,
Back-
RICO was
okay.
25.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome. Count 56 carries a minimum sentence of 5 years in prison, a maximum of 20 years in prison, consecutive to any other sentence, with a fine of $10,000 to $15,000 or both.
Okay.
Count 57 carries a minimum sentence of 5 years in prison and a maximum sentence of 20 years in prison. Count 58 carries a minimum sentence of 1 and a maximum sentence of 10 years in prison. Count 59 carries a sentence range of 5 to 30 years in prison. Count 60 carries a sentence.
Hang on, slow down just a second. All right, and that's for the amount of that drug that was found on 59, 5 to 30?
That's as a result of the charge itself, I believe, with intent to distribute.
I think that 59, Your Honor, is
Uh-huh.
simple possession of cocaine. I have to look at the indictment to be
I
sure.
think that's 60.
Okay.
Let me look.
Okay.
And Your Honor,
59 is codeine and
Yes,
60 is cocaine.
yes.
So,
Your Honor, it is with the intent to distribute. So my reading of the statute is that it carries the range of 5 to 30.
okay.
And Your Honor, also, as I have the indictment in my hand from Ms. Rosser, may I pass it to counsel for Mr. Williams?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I'll permit time for
ahead.
them to, okay. Count 60 carries a range of 1 to 5 years in prison. Count 61 carries a mandatory 5 years consecutive to the underlying felony. Count 62 carries a sentence of 10 years consecutive for a total maximum exposure of 120 years in prison.
All right.
Were you aware of that, Mr. Williams?
Yes.
Do you understand that neither the court nor the district attorney's office has anything to do with parole or the Department of Corrections or the Board of Pardons and Paroles, and that if you are sentenced to confinement in the Georgia Department of Corrections, no one can guarantee parole?
You can say yes.
Well.
She asked you, do you say that?
Oh,
you can
yes,
guarantee
ma'am.
Parole.
Your Honor, may I allow Mr. Williams time to finish signing the indictment?
Okay.
Your Honor, with permission, may I approach with a member of Mr. Williams' team?
You may.
Thank you.
I have a very bad feeling about this. Because if I added that up right, it would be 120 years they were trying to get him with. I bet he's taken something with some mad time. I hope he didn't. Please, Jeffrey, don't take anything with some horrible time. Oh my God, my heart is racing. I got pen and paper ready. I'm going to add this time up when she announces what he's getting, guys, okay? Here we go.
Mr. Williams, do you understand that this is a non-negotiated plea of guilty, and that since your guilty plea is a blind plea or a non-negotiated plea, the state is making a recommendation of sentencing to the court, notwithstanding the fact that this is a blind plea? You understand that, Mr. Williams?
Yes.
Okay. And Mr. Williams, were you aware of the state's previous offer that was turned down prior to your making this non-negotiated plea?
Yes.
All right. And Your Honor, at this time, the state is making a recommendation of 45 years with 25 to serve in custody, followed by 20 on probation, subject to the special requirements of 1615 the gang statute.
All right, and do you want to break down for me what your recommended sentence on each count is?
Yes, Your Honor. The state is recommending on count 1, 5 years to serve. Count 56, 20 years to serve consecutively to count 1. Count 57, 5 years of probation to serve consecutively to count 56. Count 58, 10 years of probation to serve concurrently with count 57. Count 59, 5 years of probation to serve concurrently with count 57 and 58. Count 60, 5 years of probation concurrent with count 57, 58, and 59. Count 61, 5 years of probation consecutive to count 57. And count 62, 10 years of probation consecutive to count 61.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Williams, did you discuss the state's previous offer with your attorneys?
Yes.
Okay.
All right, and so we're all clear that we're talking about the same thing. Can you put what the state's previous offer was on the record for me, please?
I can, Your Honor.
Thank you.
The state's previous offer was a total of 43 years with 20 years, 5 years to serve on count 56, commuted to time served, followed by 15 years on probation. On count 58, the sentence was 10 years to serve in the Georgia Department of Corrections, consecutive to count 56. Count 59 was 3 years to serve in the Georgia Department of Corrections, consecutive to counts 56 and 58. Count 60 was 5 years to serve in the Georgia Department of Corrections, consecutive to counts 56, 58, and 59. Count 61 was 5 years to serve in the Georgia Department of Corrections, consecutive to counts 56, 58, 59, and 60.
Was that the entirety of
No.
what the sentence was?
No, Your Honor,
I
I'm
mean, I know
still
there were
reading.
special conditions, so y'all were
There
going to
are.
null pros,
We,
what, 1
yeah.
and 62?
yes, as part
Okay.
of the recommended sentence, in exchange for the defendant agreeing to the special conditions that we asked the court to impose, the state was willing to null pros count 1, count 57, and count 62.
Okay, and then all of that consecutive to the probation, that was going to be what we call backloaded, and what were y'all proposing with regard to that, since it was
The
going to
total-
follow the probated sentence?
The total sentence was 43 years to serve, with the first 5 years in prison commuted to time served, followed by 15 years on probation, followed by 23 years in prison, which would have been served in confinement, except that if defendant had complied with the special conditions of probation imposed as part of this sentence, the backloaded portion of defendant's sentence would have been commuted. However, should defendant had violated any special condition of probation within the first 15 years of his sentence, his probated sentence would have immediately been revoked, and he would have been required to serve the entire remainder of his sentence confined to the Georgia Department of Corrections.
All right, so as long as he had successfully completed his 15 years of probation, the 23 years that was going to follow it was going to be commuted to time served as long as his probation was successful. Is that right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
And the special, would the court like for us to?
No, I was really more interested in the length of sentence and what y'all had. I know you didn't reach agreement, but y'all, that's what the last offer had been, with, of course, a bunch of special conditions, which I guess is where the hangup was. I don't know.
Right, defendant did not want to agree to
Okay.
the special conditions.
All right. Is that basically your understanding too, Mr.
Yes, Your
Steele
Honor.
and
It would have
Mr.
been,
Adams?
yes, Your Honor, Mr. Williams would have been released today for 15 years on probation. If he successfully completes that probation, then he would not have to go to custody. If he did not, he'd face probation revocation, as well as 23 years, as a court said, backloaded in the Georgia prison system. But we
Okay.
could not come to terms on all the conditions that the district attorney was insisting upon.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Love.
Okay. And Mr. Williams, were you aware of that previous offer as well as all of the requirements that that offer would have entailed?
Yes.
And had you had enough time to discuss that particular offer with your attorneys?
Yes.
All right,
The previous one?
the previous offer.
Yes.
Do you understand that the court can impose any sentence authorized by law, including a higher sentence than that recommended by the state, up to the maximum sentence on each charge in this indictment? Do you understand that, Mr. Williams?
Yes.
Do you understand that if you enter into a non-negotiated plea, you do not have a right to withdraw your plea once the sentence has been announced?
Yes.
Do you understand that this is a guilty plea which is permanently recorded on your criminal history?
Yes.
Do you understand that this plea may be used to enhance sentencing on other convictions in this jurisdiction as well as in other jurisdictions, including in the federal courts?
Yes.
Do you understand that if you are currently on probation or parole, your probation or parole may be revoked based on your entering a guilty plea today?
I'm not on probation.
Okay, so you're
Yeah,
not on
if you
probation.
were on probation,
yes, yes.
but if you're not, then it doesn't matter.
Okay. Do you understand that if you are placed on probation of any kind by this court, you cannot violate any criminal laws of any governmental unit or any special conditions of probations without being subject to revocation for the balance of the sentence the court imposes?
Yes, I know. I know.
Do you understand that you are not allowed to possess or use a firearm while on probation?
Yes.
Do you understand that if you are not a United States citizen, a guilty plea conviction will affect your immigration status and will result in deportation, just like a conviction at a trial would, and that this is true regardless of any advice by your attorney or anyone else?
Yes.
Do you understand that neither the court, your attorney, nor the district attorney's office has anything to do with parole, and the Department of Corrections or Board of Pardons and Paroles, and that no one can guarantee parole no matter what anyone has told you?
Yes.
Do you understand that there may be other adverse or unfavorable consequences as a result of this guilty plea conviction, just as there would be from a conviction following a trial? For example, your guilty plea may affect the right to vote, the right to hold public office, the right to serve on a jury, the right to obtain a passport, the right to receive, possess, or transport a firearm, or the ability to obtain employment. Do you understand that, Mr. Williams?
Yes.
Do you understand that by pleading guilty to a felony, if you use, receive, possess, or transport a firearm, or if you use a firearm in a crime, you will be guilty of a felony, which may carry a sentence of up to 1 to 15 years in prison?
Yes.
Okay. Do you understand that you waive any and all defenses, including any mental health defenses, by entering a plea of guilty?
Yes.
Do you understand that if you went to trial, you would have the right to, that if you continued at trial, rather, you would continue to have the right to a trial by jury, the right to see, hear, and confront witnesses called to testify against you, and the right to testify or to remain silent and not incriminate yourself? Do you understand all of those things?
Yes.
Do you understand that by pleading guilty, you are giving up the following rights? The right to a trial by jury. Do you understand that?
Yes.
The right to remain silent and not incriminate yourself.
Yes.
The right to confront witnesses against you.
Yes.
The right to continued assistance of counsel hired by you or to court-appointed counsel if you cannot afford an attorney at the continued trial of your case.
Yes.
The right to the presumption of innocence.
Yes.
The right to testify on your own behalf and to present other evidence.
Yes.
The right to subpoena witnesses and compel the production of evidence.
Yes.
The right to have the charges against you proven beyond a reasonable doubt.
Yes.
The right to appeal if convicted of these charges after a trial. Do you
Yes.
understand?
Yes.
Has anyone forced, threatened, or promised you anything to get you to enter a guilty plea?
No.
Is it your decision to waive these rights and enter a guilty plea because you are in fact guilty?
Yes.
Well, Your Honor, may I interject?
You may.
Your Honor, on count 1, which is the racketeering conspiracy count, Mr. Williams is tendering a plea under nolo contendere. As to count 56, which is participation in a criminal street gang activity as being a leader or a supervisor or organizer, Mr. Williams is also tendering a plea to this honorable court as under nolo contendere. The balance of the counts, so he is tendering a guilty plea.
Your Honor,
Yes, ma'am.
would the court like to hear from the state or not?
About the NOLO issues?
Yes.
Sure.
Your Honor, the state ask that the court not accept a nolo plea and require either a guilty plea or a not guilty plea as to these charges.
All right, I'm going to permit a nolo plea as to counts 1 and 56.
All right. Mr. Williams. As to count 57, participation in criminal street gang activity, how do you plead?
I plead guilty.
As to count 58, violation of the Georgia Controlled Substances Act, how do you plead?
Guilty.
As to count 59, violation of the Georgia Controlled Substances Act, how do you plead?
Guilty.
As to count 60, violation of the Georgia Controlled Substances Act, how do you plead?
Guilty.
As to count 61, possession of a firearm during the commission of a felony, how do you plead?
Guilty.
And as to count 1, conspiracy to violate the Racketeer Influenced and Corrupt Organizations Act, how do you plead?
No law.
As to count 56, participation in criminal street gang activity under the leadership charge, how do you plead?
No law.
I think you didn't ask about count 62.
As to count, thank you, Your Honor. As to count 62, possession of a machine gun, how do you plead?
Guilty.
Are you pleading guilty to the offenses you have indicated because you are in fact guilty of these charges?
Yes.
All right. Are your guilty pleas and your nolo pleas freely and voluntarily given with the full knowledge of the charges against you?
Yes.
Do you understand that you may have only a limited right to appeal this guilty plea conviction?
Yes.
Do you understand that you have only 4 years from today's date for a felony charge and 12 months from today's date you don't have a misdemeanor charge, but to file a habeas corpus petition challenging the voluntariness and constitutionality of this guilty plea?
Yes.
Your Honor, also, do you,
You have
my-
30 days from
I was-
today to file a direct appeal from this guilty plea and until the end of this term of court to file a motion seeking to withdraw the guilty plea, which does not mean it would be granted, but that's the time period, okay?
What's a direct appeal?
Well, you can talk to your attorneys more about it, but it would be up to one of the, like the Court of Appeals, I think is where this one would go. Those just the
And-
time periods.
And Your Honor, the state, in addition to the sentence we are asking that the court to impose,
Okay.
we would also be asking the court to require or to forfeit, have defendant forfeit all of the property that has been seized and that is currently being held, that was found or recovered or taken from his home after it was searched on May 9th.
Do you have any kind of list of what that property is? I mean, I'm not familiar with what was seized.
And Your Honor, we're not
We
not
do, and
agreeing.
that-
Oh, I know, I mean, I assume y'all aren't agreeing to anything.
not
or you
agreeing
would
to that.
We're not.
Present it as a negotiated plea.
we're not, but we do have a list of the
All right.
property
Do you have it
items.
where available right now?
Yes, actually, would the court permit us to send it electronically?
Sure,
Because we
that's fine. And then if that is not imposed as a condition, is it just get litigated as like any forfeiture matter?
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
a
it
ci-
would be litigated
it's a
later
s-
on, yes.
It's a civil separate filing
Okay.
in this court. It's not related to the criminal.
right.
It's related case, but it's unrelated.
Understood.
And we are sending that to
All
Your
right.
Honor
Thank you.
at this time. And as it relates to the conditions of a conviction under 1615-4, Your Honor, we would ask, or as part of the sentence, defendant would be required to adhere to the requirements, the sentencing requirements of the gang statute, which at least in part require that he not associate with any gang members whatsoever. And I can read the rest of that into the record if the court requires, or I can continue with the factual basis.
All right. And let me ask you, because I know that at least while y'all were negotiating, one of the things that I guess was being negotiated was some exception for, I think, somebody that is contractually obligated on his record label. Is that something that the state would still be in agreement to?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, go ahead.
All right. Your Honor, as part of the requirements of 1615, 4,
Yes.
defendant would, one moment, Your Honor. Under 1615.4, in addition to any other penalty provided by the code section, all sentences imposed under the code section shall require as a special condition of the sentence that the person sentenced shall not knowingly
Slow down
have.
just a tad, because there's a
I
court reporter
apologize.
taking it down. And when we start reading, we read really fast. So
Thank you.
go ahead.
This code section shall require as a special condition of the sentence that the person sentenced shall not knowingly have contact of any kind or character with any other member or associate of a criminal street gang, shall not participate in any criminal gang activity, and in cases involving a victim, shall not knowingly have contact of any kind or character with any such victim or any member of any such victim's family or household. So that is, and we've listed in our indictment the victims of the crimes, the overt acts that have been committed, and under the basic conspiracy law, those are the victims that we are naming. Your Honor, as this case has been tried and would continue to be tried until the state completed its case in chief, the evidence has shown that the defendant, throughout the time between 2013 to 2022, conspired with both indicted and unindicted co-conspirators to participate in the enterprise known as Young Slime Life, or YSL, through a pattern of racketeering activity. Throughout that time, multiple conspirators, both indicted and unindicted, and including the defendant, have committed overt acts intended to further the enterprise itself. With regard to the defendant, as far back, the evidence has shown, as 2013, the defendant, along with other YSL founding members, Walter Murphy, for one, committed an aggravated assault and armed robbery against a Derek Dotson. The court has heard evidence of that presented through Adrian Bean, who was a co-conspirator in that particular act. The armed robbery of an Archillian Bennett back in 2013. As alleged in the indictment, defendant and unindicted and indicted co-conspirators committed acts to further YSL that included drug sales, aggravated assault, and murder. They used and furthered, rather, this conspiracy by using social media posts and music to assert the violent nature of and the dominance of Young Slime Life, which is also known as YSL. The defendant is charged with being a leader of the gang YSL, and evidence has been presented by accomplices and co-founders of YSL, Trontavia Stevens and Walter Murphy, and evidence would have been presented, in the words of the defendant himself, that the defendant, as shown by some of his own social media postings, was the founder, one of the founders of YSL, along with Mr. Stevens and Mr. Murphy. YSL formed, according to the evidence that has come out in this trial, in 2012, 2013, under the former version of the name of the gang called Rock Crew or Raised on Cleveland. The court has heard evidence of the 2014 and 2015 incidents that have involved conflicts between YSL members and IF gang members that included someone shooting the window of Mr. Williams' car and armed individuals rushing outside during shootings at Club Crucial to ensure Mr. Williams' safety, shootings at a place called the Dugout where armed individuals rushed to ensure Mr. Williams' safety, shootings at Mr. Kelvin Watts committed by members of YSL, communication with members of YSL after those incidents, and ultimately the murder of Donovan Thomas at the hands of members of YSL. The evidence has shown and will show that on January 10th of 2015, members of YSL drove a car rented by the defendant, a gray Infiniti, and drove past Mr. Thomas as he stood outside of a barber shop congregating with friends, and unloaded an array of bullets on Mr. Thomas, hitting him, his Chevrolet Tahoe, and 2 other persons in the process. Mr. Thomas died from those bullets. Phone records show that communication was held between Mr. Williams, Mr. Kelvin Treadwell, Mr. Demise McMullen, corroborating accomplice testimony that has been presented in this courtroom regarding what happened, who committed the murder, and what happened to the guns and the vehicles that were used in the murder. After the murder of Donovan Thomas Jr., the members of YSL responsible for the murder and members of YSL who were not responsible for the murder congregated at Mr. Williams' condominium called the Sky House, and they all made plans and later either drove or flew down to Miami. Prior factual acknowledgments by members of YSL include that Mr. Williams gave each of the persons who accompanied him to Miami money to lay low as they left the city following the murder of Mr. Thomas. The evidence has shown the ensuing conflict that occurred after Mr. Thomas was killed. It has shown shootings at Mr. Rashawn Bennett's home, shootings at Mr. Darren Mills' mother's home, and I said Mr. Rashawn Bennett's mother's home. Shootings unrelated to the conflict with members of IF gang, of a Lil Wayne tour bus. That shooting followed the confronting by Atlanta Police Department of members of YSL that drove to the compound where Lil Wayne was making an appearance and who drove there with the intent to disrupt and cause harm and to shoot up Lil Wayne's tour bus. Lil Wayne was another artist with whom Mr. Williams was having conflict, according to the testimony that had been presented. Mr. Williams had come out at that time with a mixtape that carried the name of an album that Mr. Carter was set to release and was not able to because his label would not allow that to happen. that caused a contractual or the threat of a lawsuit. It caused Mr. Williams angst. He posted about it. He said derogatory things about the persons who were threatening him with the lawsuit. And as a result, he had to rename his mixtape to something different than what he initially intended. The person who ultimately was convicted of shooting that tour bus up, Jimmy Winfrey, is a person that I believe that recordings have come in regarding jail phone calls, rather, from Mr. Winfrey and members of YSL regarding communication about getting a lawyer. Following the shootings that occurred in 2015, music, social media postings, and other overt acts were committed by Mr. Williams and other members of YSL, taunting members of groups that they considered opposition to YSL, posting of threats of violence by members of YSL against those people. Specifically, the music, Your Honor, contained lyrics such as the following: I rep my life for real, for slimes, you know I kill. I shoot at your mammy, need to stand down. I up my stamina, take it to trial, get an appeal, take it to trial. Pay for that casket, that's just if we whack 'em. YSL slimy and shady, watch me whack that bitch, pop 'em like assist, Glock with the assist. It also consisted of a song wherein Mr. Williams sang or rapped the lyrics, hey, this is that slime shit, that YSL shit, killing 12 shit, fuck a jail shit. I'm in the VIP, I got the pistol on my hip, fuck the police. You praying that you live, I'm praying that I hit, this that slime shit. 100 rounds in a Tahoe, I'm prepared to take them down. Got banana clips for all these ends acting monkey. This is that slime shit, this is that mob shit. Fuck the judge, YSL, this that mob life. Defendant Williams released a video on YouTube of a song wherein he states, I shot at his mommy, now he no longer mentions me. Act like you want war and they gonna smoke you like a blunt. Another song, I escaped every one of the licks because I was supposed to be rich. I don't care nothing about a cop. I'm just telling you how it is. I done did the robbing, I done did the jacking, now I'm full rapping. Gave the lawyer close to $2 million, he handles all the killing. We don't speak about shit on wax, it's all my business. We know to kill the biggest cats of all kittens. In another song, I was on Cleveland, stuck like a magnet, bitch ass N-word. Pay for that casket, that's just if we whack 'em. In yet another song, Defendant Williams raps, red just like Elmo, but I never fucking giggle, YSL won't fold. Pick his ass off from the balcony, wipe an end's nose. I'm going to F for the cash, then she getting robbed by Tick, a reference to Trontavious Stevens. All I ever wanted was the money. Put your hands in the air if you dare. F and N, put him in a wheelchair. And even later on, Mr. Williams, and I believe that this was in 2019, made a post to YFN Lucci or Rayshawn Bennett. If I ain't like what you do for your mother and kids, I would have been killed you. And in yet another song entitled Anybody, defendant Williams stated, I never killed anybody, but I got something to do with that body. I got the streets on my back, carry it like I'm moving a body. I told them to shoot 100 rounds like he trying to movie the body. Ready for war like I'm Russia. I get all types of cash. I'm a general. As Mr. Williams' prominence in the music industry rose, his ascension within or in leadership in the gang YSL became more apparent as he rapped and talked about the crimes that YSL co-conspirators and members committed and how he got away with robberies. With respect to the Donovan Thomas murder, the court has heard evidence through phone records that within 6 minutes of the shooting of Donovan Thomas Jr., a phone call was made from Demise McMullen's cell phone to defendant Williams' phone. And then immediately after that call, Mr. Williams calls his sister Dora Greer and then calls Kelvin Treadwell. There's then a series of calls between Dora Greer and Treadwell, and then Treadwell calls Demise McMullen or Nard. All of those calls happen within 15 minutes of the 911 call. And as I have stated before, the court has heard accomplice prior inconsistent statements about who committed the murder itself and what happened afterwards. The conflict between YSL and members of If Gang continued into 2019, wherein Mr. Williams raps the lyrics that I referred to earlier. In May 2019, a YSL member shot multiple times at a vehicle owned by Rayshawn Bennett, a black and red Mercedes-Benz G-Wagon. At the time was being driven by a Milton Howard Jr. It was after that incident, later in August 2019, that defendant Williams posted on his page the language YFN, if I ain't like what you do for your mother and kids, I would have been killed you. The post was then deleted from his account. Through text messages of a co-conspirator, Marquavius Huey, there was communication between Mr. Huey and Mr. Williams, both in January and in September of 2020. On January 19th, 2020, Mr. Williams sent a flyer to Marquavius Huey with the performance location of Rayshawn Bennett or YFN Lucci. And when he sent that, he sent it with the message, handle that tonight, SLAT, S-L-A-T-T. Mr. Huey responded, SLAT, S-L-A-T-T. On September 2nd, 2020, Mr. Huey sent a flyer to Mr. Williams with another performance location of YFN Lucci. And Mr. Williams responded, Slatty, that is S-L-A-T-T-Y, handle and stay very low. Mr. Huey responded, slat, and for show, F-A-S-H-O. I've been out the way and appreciate you for everything, my brother. Never about money with me. I'm built on loyalty. Mr. Williams responded, slat, handle that. I got you. Through text messages and on a separate occasion, Mr. Huey said and conveyed to Mr. Williams that he would sit down for any one of them. And I believe that to be a reference of going to jail. When Mr. Bennett was not killed in 2022, Jaden Myrick sought permission from defendant Williams to stab Mr. Bennett while Mr. Bennett resided with Mr. Myrick at the jail. Mr. Myrick reached out to co-indictee Khalif Adams, who reached out to co-indictee Demikion Garlington to get permission from Mr. Williams. Demikion Garlington was also involved in the back and forth shootings back in 2015. On February 9th, 2022, Rashawn Bennett was stabbed by Jaden Myrick at the Fulton County Jail. And after that stabbing, Mr. Myrick reached out multiple times to Mr. Adams for some type of compensation for the stabbing. Mr. Adams reached out to Mr. Garlington about the payment for the completion. On February the 22nd, 2022, YSL co-conspirator and co-indictee Christian Eppinger called YSL co-conspirator Antonio Sumlin to get permission to finish what Mr. Myrick could not complete, that is the killing of Mr. Bennett. Mr. Eppinger asked for payment for a lawyer. However, these calls were intercepted and Mr. Bennett was relocated. In March 2022, information about the stabbing made the news, and shortly thereafter, a series of violent offenses occurred. On March 11, 2022, YSL associates Christian McMiller and Darius Ford were gunned down. Mr. McMiller is a childhood friend of Mr. Williams. Mr. Ford was also a friend of Mr. Williams. On March 12th, the day after, there was a shootout near the Cleveland Avenue area. A shooting by a YSL associate, Stephen Harris, in YFN territory occurred, and a YFN member was shot in the head. March 11th through March 14th, there were a number of social media posts going back and forth between members of YSL and YFN. One of them was a post by Shannon Stillwells. We ain't the only ones who ain't gonna be crying, that's going to be crying. After a posting was made by Mr. Watts picturing him, Mr. Shamel Drinks, and Mr. Jasper Walters, on March 14th, 2022, after YSL members spotted Mr. Drinks at a gas station, Mr. Drinks was gunned down as he drove away from the gas station and waited at a red light. Later, Mr. Stillwell, Mr. Nichols, Mr. Garlington, and Mr. Farley were all charged with the murder. That is one of the acts that we are still would anticipate the court seeing the evidence of during the course of this trial. After grand jury warrants were issued after this indictment for Mr. Williams and 27 other co-conspirators, following searches of phones, wiretaps, and other information that led police to understand the role that Mr. Williams played in the YSL street gang and enterprise. Mr. Williams' home, he was arrested at his home and a search warrant was executed inside his home. While at his home, a sale amounts of illegal narcotics, including those that he is charged with in this indictment, was found. Also found was the machine gun with which the defendant has been charged in this indictment. The gun had a switch. The narcotics included marijuana, codeine, and cocaine. And inside the home were also other guns besides the guns with the switch. The items were seized, and again, Mr. Williams was subsequently arrested, along with other YSL members at Mr. Williams' home.
Organization and breast cancer.
Your Honor, that is the evidence that I believe has been shown throughout the course of this trial and that the state would continue to show. There are several messages between Mr. Huey and Mr. Williams inside the cell phone one of the cell phones that were recovered from Mr. Huey. Besides the
Including the crime.
messages about tells Mr. Williams he has a new number. Mr. Huey asks Mr. Williams, hey, my brother, I'm fucked up. You ain't got nobody I can pull up on and have something in my pocket. Mr. Williams responds, slat, let me call BEO. Mr. Huey responding, slat, I need you, my brother. Mr. Huey saying, asking whether or not a lawyer was going to go and talk to another YSL associate, asking Mr. Williams to send him some money to pay his lawyer off. Mr. Williams asking Mr. Huey, who had been accused of armed robbery, what did he want? Mr. Huey responded with a number. Mr. Williams responded, slat. After Mr. Williams stole a star ring from one of the victims in the indictment, he asked Mr. Williams, do you have a star ring? Mr. Williams said, yes. Mr. Huey said, slat, you can't cash at me $500 so I can make a payment to my lawyer. Mr. Williams responded, slat. Mr. Huey sent him his phone number. Mr. Williams assured him through his responses, slat, that he would take care of them. Throughout Mr. Huey's phone, you see messages of this nature between Mr. Huey and Mr. Williams. The court, again, will hear that as this trial continues. The recommendation that the state previously made prior to us reaching this point was made with the hope that Mr. Williams would agree to certain special conditions of probation that we asked him to adhere to, and that he would take ownership and responsibility for being the leader of YSL. Given that those negotiations have broken down, we are asking that the court sentence Mr. Williams as we have asked earlier. And prior to the court imposing a sentence, we would ask that Ms. Shawana Edmonds, who is the mother of Mr. Thomas, be allowed an opportunity to make an impact statement. And that is all that we have, unless the court has questions.
Okay, well, given that Mr. Williams is not charged with the murder of Mr. Thomas, I don't think that is applicable here.
I checked on that, Your Honor, with respect to count one. As a co-conspirator, Mr. Williams is responsible for all of the acts of the other co-conspirators, the overt acts. The overt act of the murder of Donovan Thomas is one of those acts.
I know, and this trial is not complete, and so y'all have not yet proven that. Not to mention that you dismissed the murder charge against one of the co-defendants who already pled, so.
Not
All
for
right.
that case, Your Honor. That was that was Mr. Drinks.
Okay.
We have not dismissed any.
All right, well, if there is a conviction on the RICO or murder count following the close of this trial, that would be the appropriate time for the victim impact statement to be made. All right, Mr. Steele or Mr. Adams, does the defense want to put anything on the record? Obviously, you need to make a recommendation.
Yes, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
many of the statements made by the prosecutor we vehemently disagree with. The prosecutor misstated many pieces of evidence and then took liberty that that is the state's theory. Mr. Williams has tendered a nolo contendere plea to the RICO conspiracy count. And in that count, there are several overt acts. And the first one, Your Honor, deals with a traffic stop. It's on September 9th of 2013. And I won't go through every one because it might take a long time, but just for completeness for this, the court knows, Mr. Williams is driving a car. There is a dash cam video of the stop. The officer who testified at the trial 11 years later, the case was, a gun was found under the passenger seat. Mr. Williams is not tied to the gun. He's not convicted of that. And the dash cam video that the officer said would have picked up sound as well as definitely video was never turned over to us, supposedly lost, could not explain the loss. The armed robbery in another overt act of Mr. Dodson, D-O-D-S-O-N, has the following information. The state only, because we haven't called witnesses yet. So the state put up a man who said nothing except, I don't recall. And then they put in his prior recorded jail calls. That man was taken, his name is Mr. Bean, B-E-A-N. He was taken to Grady Hospital and he was spoken with by a detective. The state vehemently accused me of lying to the jury, that the man never went, Mr. Bean was never taken to Grady Hospital, and that somehow I planted on him to say something on a recording where he said, the reason I implicated Jeffrey Williams is because the police told me that it would be easier for me. Then I had to go through the CAD reports and show that Mr. Bean was in fact taken to Grady Hospital, and Mr. Bean on recording told Detective Quinn, who of course told the truth. Yes, when I spoke to the detective previously, I did lie. Then what the state doesn't tell the jury is that there's another man in the car. He is shot at the scene. He's arrested. He pled guilty. His name is Fred Prethro, P-R-E-T-H-O. And Mr. Prethro is in the Georgia State Prison System, easy to find. Mr. Prethro was in Grady Hospital also, unfortunately suffering from a gunshot wound. And you can hear the medical equipment behind him. And Detective Williams came in and was recording the whole conversation and said how many people are in the car. And Mr. Prethro names the people. Adrian Bean, who's the gentleman I just said, himself, and Walter Murphy. Are you sure there weren't a fourth person in the car? No, the three of us. The state doesn't call that person. The state does call Detective Williams. So I wanted to ask and inquire on that. The state, to obstruct, if that's obstruction, asked the predecessor court to prohibit me from getting into the fact of any conversation that would have impeached another witness. It's fine. Fred Prethro's on my witness list as well as the detective, and I have the recordings. In addition to that, Walter Murphy gave a statement while in the hospital, and his statement is very interesting. It's two different police reports, signed the same date, which is September 11th of 2013. And on the first 7 lines of the police report, they're identical. Then all of a sudden, when it gets to on the right-hand police report, it says Mr. Murphy stated that there were 3 people, I believe, I have to go back, in the vehicle. On the other police report, it states Mr. Murphy stated there were 4 people. There's no reason that they should be different. They're both signed the same. The state doesn't call that officer at all. I tried to ask Mr. Murphy about it. The state objects and the predecessor judge sustained the objection. Mr. Williams was not involved in the Mr. Dotson. Miss Bennett, that was Mother's Day, May 12, 2013. She reports allegedly an armed robbery. The detective who testified here and investigated stated he never took out arrest warrants from Mr. Williams. And he wrote in his police report, Miss Bennett is not truthful. That is the case that the state is talking about. The state then, there was Brady evidence that they don't turn over, and we find out about it in court after they arrest Miss Bennett because they say she's not cooperating, and it comes out that she told the prosecution over and over again that this did not happen the way that she reported it, and she doesn't remember. As to Donovan Thomas, and Mr. Williams has nothing but empathy, sympathy, and sorrow. They were friends. It is a lie. What the prosecution put before this jury is a lie. What happened here is the prosecution comes up with a theory because they need a motive, they think. I know you don't need a motive in reality to prove a murder case or any other case, but they wanted a motive. So they made it where Mr. Williams and a gentleman named Rich Homie Kwan, his name is Mr. Lamar, he's a performer, and Mr. Williams and Mr. Lamar were close. There are public documents, recordings, Mr. Lamar being interviewed almost every year, and then he talks about his time with this band or group called Rich Gang. And he says every year up to this past year, he, God forbid, died. We can't call him as a witness, how close he is to Mr. Williams. The state, though, made it in this case, or tried to make it, that Mr. Williams and Rich Homie Kwan are enemies because Rich Homie Kwan will not sign with a record label that has nothing to do with Mr. Williams. Mr. Williams doesn't sign that record label. That record label is owned by a gentleman named Brian Williams, also goes by Birdman, wildly successful. He started Drake's career. He started Mr. Dwayne Carter, performer known as Lil Wayne's career. He started Nicki Minaj's career, just fabulous, powerful person, well-respected in the industry. But the state wants it to be that Donovan Thomas interceded and would not let Rich Homie Kwan sign to Mr. Brian Birdman Williams. And that is the reason that Jeffrey Williams had a feud and killed Donovan Thomas. Your Honor, what the evidence would really show if we kept going to trial, and I could tell you that Mr. Adams and I never thought we'd be in front of this honorable court. We always thought it would go all the way through trial. Was the state is saying that Rich Homie Kwan and Jeffrey Williams don't speak since the fall, and they have a bad relationship the fall of 2014. We would have shown, and we served on the state, December 15, 2014, Jeffrey Williams in a private plane with Mr. Lamar or Rich Homie Kwan, and they are high-fiving and laughing with each other. That is on audio video. There's a man who the state hasn't called yet, Mr. Martinez Arnold, also known as Duke. It's on the state's witness list. He's represented by the Honorable Ashley Merchant. He's on that plane as well. He would have identified the item, and he would have testified that Mr. Williams and Mr. Lamar were very close in December 2014. Then on December 29th of 2014, Mr. Williams, Mr. Rich Homie Kwan, Mr. Arnold, others were at Brian Williams' home in Miami, Florida. There was a posting by Mr. Lamar, Rich Homie Kwan, and a picture of Mr. Arnold and Mr. Lamar, and they said, Mr. Lamar says, "This is my number one man, Duke," or something to that effect. We would have put that into evidence. In addition to that, Your Honor, on December 8th, 2 days before Mr. Thomas, God forbid, was killed, Mr. Williams is with Mr. Thomas, as well as Mr. Sledge and Brian Williams in Brian Williams' tour bus outside of a fabulous entertainer, artist, Mr. Clifford Harris, T.I.'s studio. And at that time, they were very close. But you also have the detective with the gang unit, Detective Underwood. I asked her within the last 2 weeks or 3 weeks, did you do any, and she was on the gang unit the entire time, including today. And I asked her, do you have any evidence about Mr. Williams and Mr. Thomas being close friends? And she said, yes. Of course, I knew that. I said, how about in January of 2015, close to time of Mr. Thomas's death? She said, yes, they were close friends. Mr. Michael Sprinkle, he's a deputy district attorney in the Fulton County DA's office. He has a recording with Mr. Treadwell. You've heard the name O.G. Bentley. And in that, they're going through the evidence. And Mr. Treadwell, it's important because he has a child, too, actually, with Mr. Thomas's sister. So he's family. And Mr. Sprinkle states this is 2018, this is after the rental car, this is after all of the interviews of Mr. Copeland, this is after the interviews of Mr. Zachary. Mr. Sprinkle's in some of those interviews with Mr. Zachary. Mr. Sprinkle on tape, on recording, states, I do not know why anybody thinks Jeffrey Williams is involved in this killing. He and Donovan Thomas were close friends. It makes no sense to anyone. And Mr. Williams was never arrested, never charged, even in this, as the court just noted, with anything to do with Donovan Thomas's, God forbid, killing. In addition to that, Donovan Thomas has a place that he used to stay with a group of people on Auburn Avenue. Jeffrey Williams performed and did a music shoot there to try to help other people who are suffering in poverty to get out and to be able to be seen and to broadcast their music. Jeffrey Williams does that for everybody because he comes, Your Honor, from the struggle of total poverty, seeing people killed. He saw his brother die right in front of him, and the law enforcement, I'm not blaming anybody, everybody's on edge, but law enforcement would not get any help for him because there are all these people around. It is just what Mr. Williams has gone through is wrong for everyone. It's not just Mr. Williams, it's that whole community, but he's trying to get people out of poverty and out of that community. I have been with Mr. Williams where we have gone to speak with children together. And he tells them, don't be a rapper. Be like Brian, be a lawyer, keep in school. He tells his children, get your education. His family, his whole being, Your Honor, is trying to break the chains of poverty for others. And it has been spun in this courtroom with false statements and allegations against Mr. Williams at every turn. In addition to that, Your Honor, the state talks about the fact that Mr. Williams takes people to Miami. You would have heard evidence if we went forward. I put all these people on my witness list. Not one person on my witness list has been interviewed by law enforcement or the prosecution. They have investigated this case for 15 years. They haven't interviewed all these people. That Sprinter van that you heard about, that was already booked days before. Going to Miami, Florida, Mr. Williams and Mr. Brian Birdman Williams, they did a video shoot for a music video. If anybody would have gone further with the expert for the state, they would have seen that Mr. Williams' cell phone does not contact any of the co-defendants that are named here in Miami, and Mr. Williams stays at a separate location than any of those persons. He would always take people who can't afford it on airplanes, on buses, on tours, to his concerts. He let everyone go because, Your Honor, they never left that area. He wanted to show people you have an opportunity. The world is big. Mr. Williams gave jobs to everybody who'd want to work. He'd give them jobs and security, and I'm not insulting them. They really weren't their jobs, but they were being mentored, but they were given titles and tried to give them respect and opportunity. But if they did not wish to work, Mr. Williams would not allow them to work with them. This has all been turned on its head by the state. The fact that the state has put in Mr. Williams' lyrics are offensive. Mr. Williams has tens of thousands of recordings. On our witness list, we are bringing in all of his people, his recording artists, his engineers, his managers, his record label, and an expert, the Honorable Dr. Eric Nielsen, to talk about how Mr. Williams creates his music. His music is then changed around and merged. Mr. Williams, some of the lyrics you just heard are not even uttered by Mr. Williams. The state has no idea when these lyrics were made. Some of them were made before the shooting of Donovan Thomas that the state is saying this applies to the Donovan Thomas killing with the Tahoe. They are so far afield of where we need to be when we are trying to, God forbid, take somebody's liberty, Your Honor. The state is talking about things like F the judge and I rep my life for real. That's not even said by Mr. Williams. but they don't care to find out. They are on a tunnel vision to try to convict a man who should not be convicted. The statement about, I never killed nobody, but I got something to do with that body. If the state just bothered to talk with anybody, that is a Nicki Minaj song with Jeffrey Williams. It is written by Nicki Minaj. That is on the text messages I gave, not the text message, the Instagram or Twitter rather, that I gave to the state. That is out well before this, but the state doesn't care. This is out in 2015 or 16 or 17 or 18, I can't remember, I think 18, where Mr. Williams is asked who wrote anybody, and his response is anybody was written by Nicki Minaj, and it was. But it was really written and sung, it's a takeoff of a song by Tupac. There's a song that it parallels, which is an inspiration. But here we are with the state. Also, I never killed nobody, but I got something to do with the body. The next line comes up is, it's a truancy body. The state can't explain that, so they just conveniently leave it out. Your Honor, there were wiretaps on this case. Mr. Williams, it was going to come out, there was an application to wiretap his phone. The state never presented to a judge. That speaks volumes. The leader of the YSL criminal street gang, who's been involved from 2012 until his arrest, and even according to the state, while we sit here, they never even tried to wiretap his phone. It might have been because they don't really know what his phone number is. So all these communications you're being told about with Mr. Huey, I'm not so sure the state could have gotten anybody to say that's Mr. Williams' phone. This is how the trial has gone for us. But we sit here for almost 2 years since we did our jury selection initiation on January 4th, 2023. Mr. Williams has been sitting in a jail since May 9th, 2022. This is 2.5 years waiting for the conclusion of the state's case and a verdict from the jury, and that's why he is tendering this plea. I'm telling the court this, and the court knows when you came out the first time, it's very hard for Mr. Williams. I am not supportive of what we're doing right now. I'm not against it. But I told Mr. Williams, you okay with me saying that? Yes. I told Mr. Williams that I think we're winning the trial and we should go to verdict. But he told me, I can't wait another 3 months if there is any possibility I could go home because I have children that are hurting. I have things to do, and he has some medical issues that he would like to tend to. He eats out of a bag, Your Honor. He eats processed food only. He gained 75 pounds during trial. He's lost it since. But it is hard. You know, for me, it's only 3 more months. It's enjoyable, actually. I enjoy coming. It's not that enjoyable for Mr. Williams. He told me he wakes up. Can I say this? Yes. He wakes up every day, and it's another day in HE blank blank. Your Honor, the state is talking about, in this case, they put in social media. This honorable court was not here, but the state put in that Mr. Williams, in the indictment, Mr. Williams put out a call for murder. He put $24 million murder for hire on a person's head. That is a lot of money, and that is awful. If they would have read the chat, the Instagram chat, Mr. Williams, right above it, there's a picture of a very well-known, very accomplished musical artist who actually had surgically implanted in his forehead a pink diamond worth $24 million that day. That's what Mr. Williams would talk about. That's the type of evidence that is coming from the state of Georgia in this case. It is wrong. This is all wrong. And I know we're pleading guilty, and I know we're pleading nolo, and I know we're asking this honorable court for a certain sentence, and we'll get to it with the court's permission. But this is the type of evidence that there is. But it is holding this man hostage. And that's not really what we're supposed to do, district attorney time in the state of Georgia or anywhere. The state then, because I opened on that, then they never bothered to put in all of the chats. Why did it take me to read the chats? In addition to that, going back to Donovan Thomas, talk about Mr. Williams involved, the state did a geofence. A geofence tracks his devices. It doesn't have to be a phone. It could be an iPad. It could be any type of electronic device that targets and is used. You don't have to be on the phone. It's the contact. If he has an app open, it'll capture it. And the state targeted the McDonald's, where they keep saying that Mr. Williams met with people there. It targeted the barbershop where, God forbid, the killing occurred. And they targeted a third location, no, 2 locations. And it comes out, Ms. Williams' devices are not there. It's exculpatory. I don't get that information. I got that because I interviewed Lieutenant Crabtree, and the results can't be found, according to prosecution. I did a motion for that. They just can't find it. That is great evidence for Mr. Williams. It would have also shown clearly that when he does go down from his house after getting this call that I'll talk about from Demise McMullen, he's not with these other people. And the expert for the state, the FBI agent who does the telephone analysis, Mr. Williams' phone does not ping off the same tower as a Demise McMullen or a Mr. Copeland or a Mr. Garlington or whomever. The state of Georgia has misrepresented for 2 years in front of this jury. They have hidden evidence. They have violated Brady. They have falsely accused Mr. Williams. Your Honor, saying that Mr. Williams gets that call 7 minutes after, the state said 6, it was 7 minutes after the killing of Donovan Thomas from Demise McMullen. Mr. Williams was already out of his home. Mr. Demise McMullen's calling Mr. Williams. He's not even there. He's going down to meet with Mr. Kelvin Treadwell, also known as O.G. Bentley. O.G. Bentley was supposed to go to Miami, Florida. They were talking about this deal. And Mr. Williams, that day, he was given another contract. Mr. Williams, by this time, he went from 0 money. He is a multimillionaire at the time. He doesn't need the Cleveland Avenue drug deals for $15. He doesn't need the shootings. He wasn't even living in Atlanta since 2018, 19, 20, 21. He came back the very end of 21, 6 months, and he got arrested in May of 2022. In his house, Your Honor, we have everyone on the witness list. There are 12 people living at that house. Mr. Williams opens up any of a car that he has. He'll rent cars for people. Any home he has, he will allow people to live in hotels because people that he knows, unfortunately, are homeless. And he gives them all places to stay, cars to drive around. He is not involved in criminal activity. Mr. Williams just got back in our country. His passport shows it. Right before he was arrested on May 9th of 2022, there were other people in that house with the drugs and the guns. There are people whose the guns are in their names. They were going to come in court and claim the guns. Everybody else was doing as well, but Mr. Williams has entered a guilty plea. I'm not going back on that, but I just want you to know that this case is just wrong to do to somebody with no bond and to hold him hostage. He wants to, you may not do it. He's aware of that. He's aware of that. But the state offered him 15 years on probation, but they keep piling on these conditions. He just said, he made up his mind. He said, I'm just going to go with it. I got to get home. Judge may not let me home, but I'm not doing these conditions and admit that I'm the leader and I'm involved in the killing, and my music just promoted everybody to do it. He's not going to do that. So he did not do that. And that's how we wound up here. The state, the night of the killing, people came to Mr. Williams' home. The state tells the court, he said, lay low. What they don't tell you is right after that, he gave money to Mr. Sledge, who said, they're going to kill me. They think I did it. And Mr. Williams said, if you had anything to do with it, I don't want to be with you. And Mr. Sledge said, I just need a hotel room with my children and my bride or my significant other to get to. And Mr. Williams said, be safe, lay low. That's the lay low. In addition to that, Mr. Williams told Mr. Copeland, Mr. Copeland's with the police. Hours after the killing of Mr. Donovan Thomas, Mr. Copeland goes to the police department. Mr. Williams is the person who told him to go. Mr. Copeland said, what do I do? They're shooting at my house, at my family's house, at my significant other's mother's house. And Mr. Williams said, if you had anything to do with the murder, get out of here. Mr. Copeland denied it. And Mr. Williams said, then go tell the police. Mr. Copeland said, you want me to go to the police? And Mr. Williams said, if you had nothing to do with it, they think you did it, go to the police. In addition to that, Mr. Copeland said, well, I'm going to retaliate. Mr. Williams told him, don't do that. Let 12 handle. That's on recordings. That is on recordings on January 11th of 2015 with Detective Thorpe. Your Honor, as far as Dwayne Carter, a performer known as Lil Wayne, Mr. Williams had no conflict with him. They are friends. We were presenting evidence that right before this shooting of the tour bus is April 26th of 2015. Mr. Williams is performing in New Orleans area. Then that's the area where it's Holly Grove, where Mr. Carter, or Lil Wayne, a performer known as Lil Wayne, comes from. And in order to drum up popularity and interest, people get on the internet and they start what's called rap battles, arguments, feuds. That's what happened here, and you would have heard testimony from Mr. Williams' management that they said, start a rap battle. It'll be better for your career. Mr. Dwayne Carter is aware of that. Mr. Dwayne Carter's interviewed. The state's aware of this. He has interviews after this. Are you mad? What's the real deal with Jeffrey Williams? He states, no, he's great with me. He brought popularity to me. He loves me. He idolizes me, and I love working with him. They did an album together. In 2014, they're in the studio together, making music together. It is all made up that Mr. Williams is involved. Mr. Williams gives a statement. The state refuses to put it in and then stop me, the previous judge, from cross-examining the detective. His name is Racy. He met with Mr. Williams in the DeKalb County Jail on the 15th day of July 2015. Mr. Williams is arrested that day. And there's a long interview. And Mr. Williams waives his right to counsel. He tells them, I'm his lawyer. They say, you don't want to speak to us? You don't have to. He said, well, I'll speak with you. And they asked Mr. Williams these questions. What about Lil Wayne's shooting? He said, it was outrageous. I love him. That's my idol. I love Lil Wayne. How about this battle? He says it's promotion. They asked him about his rap lyrics. It's the only person that the state ever did anything about rap lyrics with. And they asked Mr. Williams, what about the rap lyrics? And he tells them, it's hyperbole. He didn't use that word. He used the word, it's made up. It's rhyming. It's made up. Not like the state is saying that I rap lyrics for real. That's not even Mr. Williams' utterance. Your Honor, the point I'm trying to make to you is what the state of Georgia has presented to this jury in this courtroom the past year has been full of untruths, and they know it. The state says that Mr. Williams had a conflict because he named an album with Dwayne Carter, and Dwayne Carter didn't like that. Dwayne Carter's interviewed. He said that was one of the nicest things anyone could have done to me. It shows how much he really appreciates me. It shows respect and honor, and I appreciate what he did. The state knows this. With regards to Jimmy Winfrey, what the state did is they put in a recording. It's not Mr. Williams. It's a jail recording, Mr. Winfrey and an unknown person. And then unknown person says, when you get out, you're going to get a Porsche and $250,000. Mr. Williams not privy to that. The state looked at all of Mr. Williams' bank records, everything. They undressed him financially. There's zero evidence Mr. Williams did anything for Mr. Winfrey. The state tells you that Mr. Winfrey asked for money for a lawyer. The conversation was, and it's recorded, it was with Mr. Williams' manager. And Jimmy Winfrey said, I need to show that I was gainfully employed for the court. Can you get me something from YSL? And the manager said, yeah, if we have it, and if it's true, yes, you can have it. That is it. There's no evidence that Mr. Williams paid for anybody's lawyer, Mr. Winfrey or otherwise. In addition to that, Your Honor, the social media postings with Mr. Rashawn Bennett, also known as YFN Lucci. So Mr. Williams, the state tells Mr. Bennett on social media, I would have killed you if I didn't like the way you take care of your mother and children. That is the post. What they don't tell you is Mr. Bennett, who is also, to his credit, trying to drum up his career. Mr. Bennett is picking on Mr. Williams, who's a much higher profile artist than Mr. Bennett at that time. And Mr. Bennett is saying that he slept with Mr. Williams' fiance while Mr. Williams and she are a significant couple, that Mr. Williams' music is awful. Nobody should listen to his music ever. Mr. Williams responds by saying, we can do an album together if you want. Stop this. The man continues of how he's sleeping with Mr. Williams' significant other, and then Mr. Williams responds by saying, I would have killed you except for what you do. That is the context that they don't tell you about. And Mr. Williams did nothing to Mr. Bennett. In fact, the evidence would have shown, if we had time or we would have gone forward, that Mr. Bennett and Mr. Williams are on the red carpet receiving awards in California, sitting right next to each other and taking photographs. This is not the Jeffrey Williams is a known person who is all over the place. If he did something, somebody wanted him, they can find him. He is not hanging out on Cleveland Avenue. What the state is saying are not true. The situation with Mr. Bennett, so he's in the Fulton County Jail and he's housed, and there are crazy, sick, violent people, and they're on the phone, and Mr. Myrick, M-Y-R-I-C, is calling other people, supposed co-conspirators. How much will Jeffrey Williams give? He doesn't say that, but that's the theme of it, as well as Christian Eppinger. What the state doesn't tell you is that when Mr. Sumlin is asked, hey, find out how much Thug will pay me to kill Mr. YFN Lucci, Mr. Sumlin says, I don't know his number. I can't get in touch with him. He doesn't talk to me. And that's because, Your Honor, since 2015, and he means no insult, but Jeffrey Williams has had zero contact with Shannon Stillwell until this case, Kenneth Copeland, Demikian Garlington, Justin Cobb, Demise McMullen, Mr. Sledge, Mr. Murphy, all these people. This is a lie. This is a 100% lie, and that's why we tendered a no-low plea to being a leader of a criminal street gang. Mr. Williams is not a leader. In fact, if it would go forward, on Mr. Huey's phone, there are conversations with Mr. Copeland. And they both say how Jeffrey Williams is a zero, and F him. And they don't talk to him, and Jeffrey Williams never does anything for them. Mr. Huey, Mr. Williams met later. He met him closer in the time of 2020. Mr. Huey's father went through a horrible episode that Mr. Williams knew, and that's how Mr. Williams knew his son, who's Mr. Huey. And Mr. Huey's on hard times, and Mr. Huey's making mistakes. And Mr. Huey, supposedly, Mr. Williams believes, armed robbed a man named Chandler Durham, D-U-R-H-A-M. Mr. Durham is Mr. Williams' And he's a fabulous record engineer. And Mr. Williams states, give him back, tell him to give back the property or he's going to die. The state puts that as an overt act. No one dies. The property doesn't get returned. Mr. Huey ignores Mr. Williams. The state told you today that Jeffrey Williams sent Mr. Huey a posting that Mr. YFN Lucci is going to be performing on January 19, 2020. That's not true. Mr. Huey sent that to whoever phone that was. And all it says is Slat and Slatty. Well, I went out to the places that Mr. Bennett was supposed to perform. There's no shooting. There was no fight. There was nothing to report. There's nothing here. In addition, the state says same thing on September 12th, September 2nd, 2022 on Mr. Huey's phone. I'm not conceding that was Jeffrey Williams even having a conversation with him, but even if it was, it doesn't show anything. It says Slatty, lay low. Lay low means don't do anything. Get out of the way. That is what it is. That is Mr. Williams' role. Mr. Williams, there is evidence in the record, and there would have been more. He takes people on tour with him. He takes people in the mall with him. But when they do crime or do things to people, for instance, there was a prostitute, and several people gave that prostitute money, $500. And the prostitute at the end of the $500, getting $500 from several people, had sex with a person, and then she was armed robbed. So all the money came back. Mr. Williams wasn't involved in that, but he heard about it. He made those people find the prostitute and repaid her every dime. People stole from stores that Mr. Williams found about. He went to the stores and he repaid all that. He didn't steal anything. He doesn't need to steal anything. Your Honor, Mr. Williams stands with Elton John. Elton John called Mr. Williams the next coming of John Lennon. Mr. Williams is unbelievable talent. He's not just a rap artist. In fact, he's interviewed in 2017. He gives a statement and he says, I had to learn rap. He grew up in a house learning other forms of music. He likes all music, but rap hit in his community, and his community raised him. They supported him. They came out to him. They made him get into establishments. And once the establishment saw all the people come out, he got more establishments. And then he went out of that little area in Atlanta to other parts of Georgia, and then to all the neighboring states and throughout our country. And he has performed on every continent but one. He has performed in front of, being the headliner, 300,000 people at one time. He has a real life and career. He is not the leader, and he is not worried about buying jewelry that is stolen. Mr. Williams is actually innocent. I'm not trying to corrupt our plea. That's his plea, and he's entitled to it, and he wants it, and he embraces it. But to me, this is a wrongful prosecution. This is outrageous.
All right, so you're pleading guilty, or your client is pleading guilty to counts 57 through 62.
It's all true.
Do you
Yes, there's a
concede
factual
there's a
basis.
factual basis
I
for
concede.
those counts?
Yes, I concede that.
Okay. All right, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, it's fine. And Your Honor, I'll answer any of your questions, but the point I'm trying to make is 45 years to serve 25 years in prison, when just this morning, it was a probationary offer. It was a probationary offer. The state knows, but they want to control. They have this theory of music, and they want to stop Mr. Williams from making music, from entertaining, just stop his life. That's just not right. And it's wrong of the district attorney in Fulton County to do that. If they offer probation, then he's not a 45 to serve 25 years in custody type of person, and he's certainly not the person that the state has stated in front of the court. What we're asking, Your Honor, on count one, which is the RICO count, to accept the nolo contendere plea. Please sentence Mr. Williams to 20 years to serve 5 years in prison commuted to time served. Mr. Williams has served, as I said, 22 and a half years. On count 56, Your Honor, that's the leadership of a gang, NOLO plea, 20 years to serve 5 years, commuted to time served, consecutive to all other counts. On count 57, which is a gang count, Your Honor, not a leader, guilty plea, 20 years to serve 5 years, commuted to time served, concurrent with count 1. With regard to count 58, which is possession of, I believe it is marijuana with intent to distribute, 10-year sentence on probation, concurrent with count 1. On count 59, which is violation Georgia Controlled Substance Act, possession of codeine with intent to distribute, 5 years on probation, concurrent with count 1. On count 59, Your Honor, which is violation Georgia Controlled Substance Act, possession of cocaine, 3 years on probation, concurrent with count 1. Count 61, 5 years of probation. It's a firearm count, consecutive to the other counts, consecutive to before count 56. And then count 62, 10 years to serve, commuted to time served. That should be a total sentence, Your Honor, that we are respectfully requesting the court to consider. I believe it's 45 years to serve 5 years in prison, commuted to time served, 40 years on probation, credit for the time already served and community time served. As I said, after 3 years of probation, the probation becomes non-reporting, and after successful completion of 10 years on probation, the balance of the sentence be terminated. Mr. Williams asked the court for house arrest for 3 years as part of the sentence, but house arrest specifically defined that Mr. Williams will be in his home or at any lawful employment, touring, studio, performance, business meetings, and the like. Wear an ankle monitor for the first year and pay the costs of same, and the company must be approved by probation department, and the ankle monitor to be affixed within 10 days of hopeful release from custody. Mr. Williams cannot possess a firearm, but he can be around licensed security who are armed or other persons who are lawfully carrying a firearm with a license. And that would be knowingly for Mr. Williams. Mr. Williams can transfer probation outside the state of Georgia. He has residences in the state of California. He has studios in the state of California. Mr. Williams be allowed to travel throughout our country and the world for lawful work-related industries. Mr. Williams wants to perform. He's going to do this anyway, Your Honor, but we made it part of the sentence. At least one concert each year at a venue, if they'll have him over holding 10,000 people, if that is workable for the venue and Mr. Williams' management, and he is going to donate all of the profits that he makes to a 501c3 charity. Mr. Williams wants to pledge $100,000 for the next 3 years to the Fulton County Sheriff's Office if they will hold an illegal firearm buyback to buy back firearms that are not supposed to be on our streets. Mr. Williams does not wish to go near the Cleveland Avenue area, not to insult that area at all, but it is just not a good idea under this circumstance. And he can drive on the highway, but otherwise not come within 1 mile of the area that we call Cleveland Avenue, and we can give the exact dimensions of that area. Mr. Williams must perform 100 hours of community service per year for the next 3 years as designated by probation department. Mr. Williams can associate, and this was agreed to previously, with people who are convicted felon or alleged gang members solely for lawful purpose of making music.
All right, I see Ms. Love shaking her head, and I think it's fair to establish that until the entirety of the negotiations were agreed to, it was all up in the air.
Sure.
That may have been something y'all had already hammered out, but it wasn't, it's not anything they're bound to.
Absolutely.
Fair, okay.
I agree with that. Mr. Williams can have no contact with any of the supposed victims, and there was an Exhibit A attached to the state's proposed plea agreement, negotiated plea agreement that was sent to you. So we adopt that Exhibit A, but we can give it to the court if you need those names. And Mr. Williams have no contact with any of the co-defendants in this indictment, with the exception of Mr. Quantavious Greer, that is his biological brother, as well as Mr. Sergio Kitchens. He's a phenomenal artist. He goes performer known as Gunna, Gunna. Mr. Williams and Mr. Kitchens are contractually obligated, and they frequently perform music together. Your Honor, any other conditions that this honorable court deems appropriate? I want to thank the court for all your time. Always, I want to thank Ms. Percival for everything she has done. I want to thank Mr. Williams for allowing me to stand with him. And I really never thought we would be here, but this is his decision. I want to thank the Honorable Keith Adams, who may want to speak, Your Honor, but I can never imagine a better lawyer than Keith Adams.
Mr. Adams, do you want to add anything to the record?
Your Honor, I don't know that there's really much to add. Mr. Steele has represented to the court, I think fully and thoroughly, the breadth of our knowledge of the case. Mr. Williams's background, I think the court has not just heard it from Mr. Steele, but has had the opportunity to sit here and hear some of the evidence and kind of get a feel. You've had a chance also to observe Mr. Williams and then get a feel for him, his background, and so forth. You know, the only thing I can say about Mr. Williams that hasn't been said is that he comes from an area. You might have heard throughout the course of the trial that there was an album, a concert tour. We came from nothing. And that is true. Mr. Williams came from, you know, I hate to use the word abject poverty, but that really is the case. Came from an area where there was a significant amount of crime, where, as you've heard, he's had tragedy in his life and has observed tragedy in his life. And he has gone through a good bit. He has been involved in a lot, but he has raised himself up. He has done the best he could and has done phenomenally well, and is, I think, an inspiration to a lot of people from that community who look to him and see the success that he has gained and have been fully supportive of him. But he finds himself here. He's in front of you. He is tendering this plea because he accepts responsibility. You have heard everything Mr. Steele has had to say. I can only ask that you follow what we have put before you. You also have, I believe, the paperwork that was given to you by the state, which kind of gives you some idea of what they were looking for as well in terms of conditions on Mr. Williams, if we were to have reached some sort of agreement. And we ask that if you feel that there is anything within the state's proposal that might be appropriate in terms of the sentence for Mr. Williams, that the court please feel free to do that. There is nothing that he puts himself before the court. And I think 2.5 years sitting, going through this process, challenging the process, but now standing before you and asking that you consider everything and sentence him appropriately in the way that we've requested. I'd simply ask you, I'd join Mr. Steele and Mr. Williams in asking you to do the same. And I thank you as well, as Mr. Steele did, for your patience with us and for bringing some order to the proceedings that candidly was needed. So that's all I have to say. I thank you again, and I ask you to consider everything that's been put before you.
All right, Mr. Williams, is there anything that you want to say?
Yes, ma'am. I take full responsibility for, you know, my crimes or my charges. I want to say sorry to my family, my mom. My mom got 11 kids. I can't say all their names, you know. My managers, my kids that's not here. Really everybody that got something to do with this situation, I want to say sorry for just like, you know, having so much time invested into this, you know, and I am a smart guy, I am a good guy, and I really got a good heart, you know. I find myself in a lot of stuff because I was just nice or cool, you know, and I understand that you can't be that way when you reach a certain height because it could end bad, and it don't really have to have nothing to do with you, but it could end bad and it could, you know, fall on you. And I know the choice is yours, it's up to you, and I hope that you allow me to go home today and just trust in me to just do the right thing and never see you again unless it's at a, you know, bar in the future or something. Just out of this type of situation, I promise you I won't ever be in this type of situation again. I'm going away. I've learned from my mistakes. You know, I come from nothing and I've made something and I didn't take full advantage of it. I'm sorry. Through these last 2.5 years of my life, you are really, truly, honestly, the best thing that has happened to me because you made everything fair for me and everybody involved on both sides, you know. I'm sorry to the sheriff, you know, everybody for just having to put extra time in. I know y'all got paid more money, but I'm sorry for y'all having to put this extra time in to be away from y'all family, you know, and I just hope that you find it in your heart to allow me to go home and be with my family and just do better as a person. I know what I bring to the table. I know what I am. I know the heights I've reached. I know the impact I got on people, period, in the community, you know, all people. I learned that late, like these past 2 or 3 years of my life, I kind of learned that late. And maybe it was because I was, you know, probably on drugs or anything, I don't know. But I have came to my senses and I understand what I mean to this world. But I am a good guy, you know, I don't mind doing stuff like, you know, like free shows, and I always did that. You know, I did free shows and gave it to single parents, millions of dollars. You know, I made $1.8 million on a free show, and I gave it all to single parent charity. And I did like 2 or 3 shows that made like $700,000 a piece, and I gave it to the breast cancer organization. Like, you know, I do things like I put millions of dollars back into my community for real. I really did. I did more than anybody ever did from my side, you know. But I understand, you know, rap lyrics. I understand how it could be twisted. I understand what it could do to the mind of people. I understand all that. And I promise you, I'm 100% changing that. You know, it's just, I'm older, I'm grown now, you know, and it's just like, I'm smarter. It's more things to rap about. Like I've experienced a lot of good things. I experienced more bad things, but I experienced a lot of good things too. And anyway, I can go forever.
Well, I appreciate it. And I appreciate that you do realize how much of an impact you have on people. I mean, it's past your neighborhood. It's worldwide, especially young people. And having come up from where you came up from and living in and around that, you know that gangs are damaging to our community. And it may be that a whole lot of rap music and the rap industry is, I mean, honestly, it sounds like a modern day version of kind of WWE wrestling that used to be on television, where people would just get up and posture and act like they hated each other. And it may be that that's a lot of what is going on in the music industry with rap. But whether it is fake or not, it has tremendous impact on kids and young people who think this is cool. This is what I want to do. Look at him. He's a millionaire. I can do that by being, a gangster in the streets. And that's not true. What you're likely to have happen to you if you're a gangster in the streets is you get shot, you get killed, or you get thrown in prison. And those are, by far the most likely outcomes. And, you've been in here watching the trial, and you've seen the pictures of Mr. Ryan posing with a gun as big as he is at 15 years old and going out and shooting and killing another teenager. And that's what gangs do. And that's unfortunately a lot of what rap music does. And if you are a modern day John Lennon, he might have rapped too in this day and age. I don't know, but I know you're talented, and even if you choose to continue to rap, you need to try to use your influence to let kids know that that is not the way to go, and that there are ways out of poverty besides hooking up with the powerful guy at the end of the street selling drugs. And, I know that happens for protection sometimes, but a much better way would be getting an education and hanging around with people who set a good example. And you be one of those people that sets a good example.
Make them go get an education, Paige. Come on.
All right, so that's my high horse on that. I could also go on. But I want you to try to be more of the solution and less of the problem. All right. All right. So
Let's go.
Not lost on the court that the state, had they been able to come to agreement on certain special conditions, was willing to entirely dismiss the RICO count,
Right.
was willing to entirely dismiss one of the gang counts, and was willing to entirely dismiss this, machine gun count. Was willing to give a sentence that permitted Mr. Williams to walk out of the door today, and therefore does not seem to be particularly worried that Mr. Williams, if on the streets, would be a danger to society. I'm taking that into consideration and crafting my sentence. And in permitting a nolo plea to the RICO count and one of the two gang counts, I would not be permitting the nolo to the one if you were not pleading guilty to at least one of them. But you are, and y'all admit a factual basis for the counts that you are pleading guilty to. I find there to be a factual basis for those counts, and for the remaining counts with which you are charged, I am going to impose a sentence, and I've taken a little bit of the suggested special conditions from the defense and a little bit of the special conditions suggested by the prosecution. On count one, the court sentence is 20 years to serve 5 years, commuted to time served, the balance of 15 years to be probated, and a $25,000 fine. On count two, the sentence is 5 years to serve, commuted to time served. That's the minimum sentence that's permitted on that count. It is required to be run consecutively. I'm going to run it consecutive to count one, but I am going to backload. Oh, I'm sorry, that is not commuted. That is 5 years to serve, and it's going to be run consecutively to count one, backloaded, by which I mean after you serve your 15 years of probation, if you have been successful on that probation, and I sincerely hope that you are, then at the end of that 15 years, I will commute the entire rest of any service portion of your sentence to time served. So I'll get to the end of it and give you the total sentence, but I'm also going to impose a $15,000 fine with regard to that count. Count 57, 20 years to serve 5, commuted to time served. The balance of 15 years probated, concurrent with count 1. Count 58, 10 years to serve 5, commuted to time served. Balance probated, concurrent with count 1. 59, 5 years to serve, commuted to time served, concurrent with count 1. 60, 5 years to serve, commuted to time served, concurrent with count 1. Count 61, 5 years to serve, that is required to be also a consecutive sentence, so that's going to be run consecutively to count 56 and backloaded. Count 62, 10 years to serve, also required to be served consecutively, that's going to be consecutive to count 61, also backloaded. So essentially, the total sentence is 40 years to serve the first 5 years in prison, but commuted to the time that you have already served, followed by 15 years on probation, followed then by the backloaded 20 years, which can be served in custody and will be served in custody if you are not successful on your probation. If you are successful in completing your 15 years probation, that will be commuted to time served. You are to remain on reporting status for the first half of your probation, active reporting for the first 7.5 years of your probation, and that is pursuant to OCGA 17-10-1, subsection 2, A2A. And Mr. Steele and Mr. Adams, in order to keep him on reporting status, there needs to be good cause shown. We all concede that good cause is shown here?
Stipulate.
All right, I appreciate that. Special conditions of your probation.
What good cause? What do it mean?
Can I have a second, Your Honor?
Sure.
Let the judge.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls.
All right. You had enough time to talk with your attorneys?
Yes.
Okay. All right, special conditions of your probation. After 48 hours from your release, you are to stay away from the metro Atlanta area, and that's defined by the U.S. Census Bureau. It may change, but you can look that up anytime to figure out what that is. For the first 10 years of your probation, subject to the following exceptions, you are permitted to be in the metro Atlanta area to attend any wedding, funeral, or graduation from high school, college, or graduate school of any of your immediate family members. And immediate family members is defined the same way that you all were contemplating it when you were negotiating. You can get here up to 24 hours prior to any such event, and you need to leave within 48 hours after any such event. In addition, during each year of your probation, I'm going to require that you come to the metro Atlanta area and make a live anti-gang and anti-gun violence presentation 4 times a year.
Come
Each
on.
year of your probation at a grade school, a middle school, a boys or girls club, anything like that, that type of group. And if you want to, that presentation can include a benefit concert, and these presentations may count towards your required community service hours, which I'm going to impose, that during each year of your probation, you perform 100 hours of community service. You are,
I might go to a
and this is
concert.
required by the fact that there's a gang conviction. You shall not knowingly have contact of any kind or character with any other member or associate of any criminal street gang. Exception to that, if your brother is a member of any street gang, I hope you talk him into getting out of it. Quantavious Greer, and then also Sergio Kitchens, as long as you are contractually obligated to him. That is going to include anybody who is named in this indictment. except as absolutely necessary to conduct the lawful business of your musical career, and to any extent that the state is not agreeing to the exception for Mr. Kitchens, in the event that that part is not enforceable because it is only a portion of a special condition, going to provide that that be severable from the rest of this, and I'll put some case cites in the Senate sheet for that. You are in no way to promote any criminal street gang or any criminal street gang activity, including on any social media platform. You are not to utilize any hand signs, terminology, or language that promotes any criminal street gang. You are not to participate in any criminal street gang activity. You are not to knowingly engage in any contact with any of the victims that are listed in this indictment or with any of their family members. And you may not have in your possession or with arm's reach any kind of a firearm because you're going to be a convicted felon. And that is, except I know that you have security and you need security. You can be within arm's reach of a firearm that is in the possession of either licensed law enforcement or licensed security personnel that are in your security detail or anybody that you're performing with. You are to submit to random drug screens and not use any drugs unless they are prescribed for you by a licensed physician. You are to execute a Fourth Amendment waiver that will permit the search of your person, residence, vehicles, and electronics for any firearms, any criminal street gang paraphernalia, or any illicit drugs. And as I mentioned, with regard to one of the first of your co-defendants from this trial, at least since I've been involved, to plead guilty, our Uniform Superior Court rules instruct and provide that it is absolutely proper for a judge to grant leniency in sentencing when, quote, the interests of the public and the effective administration of criminal justice are served, unquote. And I think that this plea is in the interest of the public and in the interest of effective administration of justice. Have been trying to ensure that to the extent I can, this trial also abides by that. It's been challenging at certain times. I find your plea to be freely, knowingly, intelligently, and voluntarily entered with an understanding of the consequences, and I accept it as such. I also need to inform you that your attorneys were going to represent you through either the last day of this term of court or 30 days from now, whichever is later, and any of the filings that were mentioned that need to be filed within that time, they would file on your behalf unless they are permitted to withdraw from representing you before that time. I am not going to impose the conditions suggested by your counsel about the benefit concerts and the donations to the sheriff's office, but I certainly strongly encourage you to do those things and to do and continue to do things that benefit your community and especially help young people to stay out of criminal trouble. And unless there is anything from counsel other than that.
I have one matter, Your Honor.
Okay, and does the state as well?
Nobody wants to hear from me, Adrian.
Your Honor, with regards to Mr. Williams being permitted to come to the Metro Atlanta area
Yes.
or Cleveland Avenue area for funeral or the other items,
Right.
can you also consider, God forbid, there's a serious medical condition of a person that
In
is,
his immediate family,
yeah.
certainly, we can add that. And I also meant to mention, because I know you do travel all over in order to pursue your career, that it's permissible for your probation to be transferred to out of state, and that has to be done through probation, but that is fine with the court. And you may also keep your, nobody's mentioned it, but keep your passport and travel out of state and internationally to the extent that you need to do that for business purposes as well. All right, Mr. Vadi.
Yes, that's very briefly. Thank you. The district attorney just wanted me to urge the court, due to the fact that the Thomases have been negatively affected incredibly traumatically by what has been discussed by both parties here today, to make a brief statement as she believes that they fall within the exception or within the bounds of.
Don't nobody care.
If the court would allow, I understand the court
No,
made
Bonnie
a
wants to come in.
ruling earlier as it relates to that, but she wants
Nobody cares.
All right, thank you. And I appreciate, well, I cannot even begin to understand what they must, anybody must be going through when they lose a family member to violence or criminal violence. Mr. Williams himself has expressed his own sorrow to the family. I, again, am going to stand by my belief that the appropriate time to hear a victim impact statement from them is at the close of the trial that contains the murder count with regard to their family member.
Right.
All
Good
right,
point.
thank you. Okay, court is adjourned. Good luck to you. And I'm going to have there better be
Don't you
no
cut that camera off.
violations. But if there are any, you're coming back to see me.
Don't you cut that camera off. Leave it on. Do not cut that camera off.
Oh my
Do not.
gosh.
No, we don't want to see the
This
Georgia
was so
seal.
great.
No seal. Oh my gosh.
This worked out fantastically.
But
Oh my gosh. Hallelujah. God is good. All the time.
Oh my gosh. We don't want to see the
Let's
Georgia
take
seal.
a,
We do
let's
not
take a
want to
break.
see.
I'll be back.
Oh, they cut the volume off. Oh,
This
that's
so
cruel and
fun.
unusual.
My nerves were so bad.
Oh, oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. I'm holding out. I'm
So bad.
holding out hope.
Look at how red my face is.
I'm holding out hope that she gonna come back and be like let's just leave the cameras on today. Like for the good of the cause, for the good of the house. Leave the
Y'all,
cameras
I was
on,
bawling.
Paige.
Listen, okay, so I don't know if you heard it or not, Jason. The state offered him to serve an additional.
Hey there, Young Thug Tribe.
Offered an additional 23 years.
I heard them, and that was insane.
And probation after that, and for him to practice no music. No music.
Well, I missed that part. Wait. Practice no music?
No
or none
music because that's part of the RICO.
Oh, that was exorbitant. I didn't catch that part. I had to run. Oh
Because
man.
I wrote down all of it.
Oh,
and then the defense pretty much exactly what she come back with, except for the 100 hours of community service, donate money to a nonprofit 501c3 charity. But she said he didn't have to do that.
Okay, we got it. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Wow.
Oh my God.
Okay. I don't even know where we are. I don't even know what we're doing. Wow.
I feel lost.
You know what? Wait. You know what, everybody? We do need it. Oh, hold on, y'all. We need to do something. I got to make the banner. Let me make the banner, and then let me make the banner. And then we'll talk about it. So I need everybody to get on their keyboards.
Rico ain't with Jeffrey.
Right. But there's somebody there's somebody that we need to have a moment for. Everybody. Matter of fact, let me.
Somebody's upset right now.
I need to get some sad music. Oh my gosh.
I know what you're doing.
Oh my goodness. I need to get some sad music on, y'all.
I know what you're doing.
Fact, you know what? I'm gonna douse the camera.
There is one person.
This is sad. This is sad, y'all. And I'm gonna put it across the bottom right here. Y'all,
I know what you're
Let's
doing.
have a
too.
moment of silence for Vera. Let's have a moment of silence for Vera. Let's have a moment of silence because somewhere out there, Vera is
Do y'all know
on
who it is? 'Cause I know
Epstein
who it is.
watch. Vera on Epstein watch somewhere, y'all. So we
I
might need to pray
blocked
for
her
Vera.
like a couple of days ago because she's getting on my nerves.
Right. Go ahead. Y'all, just for old time's sake, in the words of Freddie Jackson, go and put Vera in the chat for the last time. Let's do it.
Don't give her attention. That's what she wants. What's wrong, Vera?
And you can misspell it like I just did because I was laughing too hard. We got to have a moment of silence for Vera, y'all.
What's wrong, Vera?
Where you at, boo? I'm unblocking all the Veras in the chat, in the block. I done blocked about 15 different forms of Vera. I'm unblock them all. Vera, you're welcome tonight, baby. We are here if you need a shoulder to cry on.
If you
Come
just
to my
coming
shoulder.
in, Thug is going home today.
Because you know why, Vera? Thug is going home. I don't even know where else to go with that one, Vera. Thug is going home. I think we do need to put a watch out for Vera. Epstein watch for Vera because she might want to self-delete herself.
Watch for Vera.
We might have to. Okay.
You're just wrong for that, Jason, but that's okay.
Oh, she punched in the air.
She her and Love.
Oh,
Just
my
her and Love
goodness.
together.
Wow.
You need
Okay.
to play the violin for Love because she's mad right now.
Oh, that's what I'm saying. I really am mad that we didn't get to see. I told y'all I would have paid money to watch their faces. I wanted to see Adrian Love's face when that man got sent home.
You know what
And I
Love's
think-
gonna be doing tonight? She's gonna be sitting in a dark
Oh,
room,
she gonna-
rocking
yeah,
back
they're
and
gonna be
forth from Rocky Road and crying.
Yeah, they're gonna be the Grey Goose stock is going up. It's going up. Great. If you bought
Buy
stock in Grey
tonight.
Goose, your stock is going up because they're gonna be making a couple extra hits to the store tonight, the package store.
Buy now because the stock's going up tonight.
Oh, for sure, for sure. Oh, you know it. Oh, you know Love uses spicy language. Love cannot come in the chat tonight because she's gonna be using that spicy language. Wow. I don't even know. Okay, I had to admit, I had to run to a meeting. And then when I came back in, I saw Brian Steele was speaking. And I said, okay, I'll listen to it in the car. And got in the car, my brother called me.
Thug
And I
would
was like,
not plead guilty to RICO, but he did plead guilty to possession of a firearm, not just a firearm, but a machine gun.
Machine gun.
He pled-
Rat-a-tat-tata.
Yeah, he pled guilty to possession of morphine, possession of marijuana with intent to distribute, and possession of
Percocet, I thought, or
no,
was it?
it's morphine.
Gotcha.
And pretty much for renting the car.
Huh.
It was
Okay.
an alive of nut.
Woo.
That's it.
Yeah, we got codeine. That's what it was.
Codeine.
Thank
Yeah,
you,
you're
Tom.
right. It was
Yeah.
codeine. I put morphine for
codeine,
some
sorry.
reason, but it was codeine. You're right.
Yeah, that was wild.
So that's what he admitted to. And I don't know why he would admit to that stuff and not some of the lower level stuff. So,
okay, so yeah, nothing on nut at all.
nothing on
So
nut.
the issue that brought all this together, everybody was talking about
Because he's shady, Miss Tina.
Wait, what happened? Because she's a low down, dirty, rotten.
She said a lot of stuff that wasn't true
Right.
today. Y'all got to go back and listen to that. She said a lot of stuff that wasn't true. Did you hear Steele's whole argument? He called her a liar about 6 times.
Oh no, Brian Steele was upset. He was not. He did not want to be there. And I
He
agree
called her a liar
100% that he probably was taking some a little bit of extra from the vine today, juice from the vine.
Yeah, he called her a liar several times.
Wow. I had to say I didn't see that coming.
I didn't either. I was hoping.
I was thinking like everybody else. Like, what is the purpose
All right,
of
y'all.
doing this?
Easy in the chat. Oh no, I just accidentally banned her.
Oh, don't ban Glad. Hold on.
I didn't mean to. I fixed it.
Okay, fix it. Okay.
My bad. I did.
The chat is moving too fast. The chat is
Sorry.
moving too fast.
Sorry, Gladiator girl. Let me do that. I just fixed it though.
Yeah, that is wild. But she kicked him out of Atlanta. But this is hold on, wait up, hold on. Those were some very creative, dare I say, innovative solutions and remedies to the problem of these guys running amok, causing havoc and chaos. You got to do concerts, you got to get out of town, this and other. Where was that kind of stuff for the other people? That's all I'm asking. Because I think they needed it even more than Thug did. But I'm glad she did.
King.
I'm glad she did. Did you pour out a little bit on the curb for our homie that didn't make it for Vera? Oh, he's muted. Hello. Rome, did you pour a little bit out on the curb for Vera?
We got to do a little. We got to find out where she at, man.
And pour some out on the other side of Love
right now.
Yeah, because Love needs some.
Oh, Love, yeah.
Ain't gonna be none left in the cup in a minute.
Ms. Love went through it right then. Like I wish the cameraman would have focused on her more.
Bro, I would pay him. I'd have paid him $20 for that.
She was doing this.
Nothing. Playing
like
with her phone, playing with her hair, because he still was calling out every assertion she had. He was like, he didn't even write that verse, and he didn't sing that verse. That's not even his song over there.
And he said I had a doctor coming in.
Birdman. And the state didn't talk to anybody on their witness list. So that showed the first inference of they weren't looking. They have an obligation to look for any kind of counterintuitive evidence that can, pretty much absolve him. And they refused to do it. Refused. They forced lyrics on lyrics that he didn't even write.
Yep.
And Miss Love thought she was gonna get it through.
What dance?
Oh, the dance?
I don't know. He'll send a message. I'm sure he'll. Let me look real quick. Make sure I'm not missing something. But oh my goodness, that did not go the way I expected it to go. When you were talking about a non-negotiated plea, like what in the world? Go ahead. What you say, friend?
Wavy told me I can't waste the bottle. So.
Oh, you can't waste it. Oh, you can't waste the Grey Goose.
Miss Love doesn't get any poured out.
None poured out for Love. None.
Nah.
Oh my goodness, that was the craziest thing. What an ending!
Love.
What an ending! Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you so much, Amethyst Angel, for the $2 super. Vera is a troll. She's on Lead Attorney's channel.
Tell us
she's on anybody's channel that live streams
11 Alive.
This case.
She goes into all the chats,
and she's forever.
She has
Go ahead, brother.
She has a villain arc. I'm pretty sure she's somebody from the DA's office. I'm positive because she be making accounts all day
long.
She was in here earlier.
Was she?
Yeah.
Oh, it must be another one. Because I've banned. Well, I had. Now I'll unban her so she can come back in so we can give her a shout out. Shout out to Vera. So anyway, she's a troll and she's a troll's troll.
She always puts like little praying hands up and says, "Please let them find Thug guilty. Keep Thug in jail." Stuff like that.
Yeah, but it's all good. I liked how Abati came in there talking about some victim impact statements.
That Love tried it too, and I was just sitting there. Monica called it out too, and we were just like, he didn't even do that. It's the trial isn't even over,
right?
So
and they know better. They know that's the thing. They know better.
To do closing arguments.
She did
in this moment, and she was trying her best to force it. And
I was watching. I was like, "What in the world?"
Hey, court's back on.
What?
Uh-oh.
Wait, court's back on. What do you mean? I'm sorry.
Unlike what happened with Mr. Williams, If you plead non-negotiated to less than all of the charges, there is nothing that the court can do if the state chooses to go forward with some of those charges. So you could not do what Mr. Williams pled guilty or nolo to each of the charges that he was facing. You cannot say, well, I'd like to plead guilty to count 1 and I'd like to plead to the reduced charge on count 2. And then I'd like to just skip the rest of them, because the state can say, well, we're not skipping the rest of them. We're still going to try you for the rest of them. And the state can also say, we're not okay with letting you plead to voluntary manslaughter unless you abide by the terms of the agreement. We're going to go forward with the murder trial. So I know that Mr. Weinstein, you and Mr. Apt and everybody else who's been helping know that, but because things seem to have worked out sort of beneficially for some of these other people who have already pled, y'all might think, oh, well, gosh, can't we do something better than that? Given what you're facing, they hold a lot of the cards, and a lot of it is outside of the ability of this court to change. Okay. All right.
We understand that, Your Honor. Thank you for advising us of that.
All right. Mr. Stillwell is facing.
Your Honor, Mr. Stillwell is also looking at count 1, which is the conspiracy to violate the Racketeer Influence and Corrupt Organizations Act, which is 5 to 20 years. He is facing 2 counts of murder for count 2 and count 49, which each carries a sentence of life imprisonment. He's also charged with count 50 of this indictment, Your Honor, which is participation in criminal street gang activity, which carries a sentence of 5 to 20 years. He's also charged with count 51, participation in criminal street gang activity, also a sentence of 5 to 20 years. Count 52, possession of a firearm by a convicted felon previously convicted under 1611-133, which is 15 years consecutive to any count in the indictment. 54, possession of a firearm during the commission of a felony, which is 5 years to serve consecutive. Count 64, which is another possession of a firearm by a convicted felon under 1611-133, which is also 15 years to serve consecutive. So Mr. Stillwell's looking at maximum of 2 life sentences plus
85 years.
Plus 85 years, Your Honor. The state's recommendation, and I'll just say globally, Your Honor, was 60 years to serve 40 years in prison. That we would have reduced both of the murders to voluntary manslaughter, Your Honor. And we had given his attorney the option to kind of craft how that 40 years would look. But that was the extent to our negotiations, Your Honor.
And Mr. Stillwell, kind of the same information to you. If the state does not want to reduce charges, you're not entitled to plead to reduce charges. They can say, you got to face these murder charges and we're going to make it a jury trial if you don't agree to what we're offering. Same thing, you can't say, well, I'd like those other charges dismissed if they're not willing to dismiss them in exchange for the negotiated sentence. So obviously each of you has the right to continue with the trial. You know, what you're doing, you are all have very capable attorneys representing you who clearly care very passionately about you all personally, as well as presenting your best case. But it's ultimately going to be up to the jury, and you cannot know what any jury is going to do. And they may say, I don't believe a single bit of this beyond a reasonable doubt. Y'all are both welcome. They may say, you know what, I buy this, I don't buy that. I'm convicting you of 4 of the 5 or 4 of the 8 charges. You're still then going to face sentencing. They may convict you of everything. And if you are convicted of everything, Mr. Stillwell, you're facing 2 life sentences plus 85 years on top of that, as opposed to 40 years to serve with parole as a possibility. And Mr. Kendrick, you are facing life plus, I think I added up 115 years instead of 20 to serve 15. So it's just something to think about. And I mean, it's already past 5 o'clock. So are y'all going to leave the offer open until you have withdrawn the offer before you even put it on the record to?
We communicated this to them last night, but they did not accept it.
Wait a minute.
All right. Well,
Withdrawing?
given that the state
Wait,
spent
what?
the entire day negotiating Mr. Williams' plea, ultimately unsuccessfully, I don't know if either Mr. Weinstein or Mr. Sharp would have been able to negotiate with you during today.
They would have, no, we didn't have any communication from Mr. Weinstein or Mr. And they rejected the offer.
Okay.
I did have communication with Mr. Abate today. I attempted to have communications with the DA last Tuesday morning, but she failed to show up for our meeting.
Any chance y'all might leave it open until 9 o'clock tomorrow?
Your Honor, I'll consult with the DA and if she wishes to read.
Okay. I have no idea whether they want to keep it, but I haven't, we haven't put it on the record, and I haven't ensured myself as the court that they understood what the potential sentences were up until just now. So I would appreciate it if she would, so that they have the opportunity, having heard from the court, to talk to their attorneys. And they may still say that we're good, we're going forward, but.
We'll consult with the district attorney, as a.
Okay.
This has got to be the
So in
craziest.
the event that it is no longer open to you, or that you decide to reject it anyway, I plan to start the trial again Monday morning. I'm going to have the jury be here at 9. I'm going to have us be here at 8:30. We're back to getting no sleep. So I'll see y'all at 8:30 regardless. Okay, now court is adjourned.
So they're not there tomorrow? Okay. All right. Note to self. All right.
No, they're not there tomorrow. Everyone knew they was off on Friday.
Wow.
Yeah, they out of luck. No, they upset. They
big.
They didn't even give them a chance to debate the deal. They said, "No, we done now. No, we don't need it on the record."
That was kind of a twist.
Okay. Not trying to be funny, but what's this trial called now?
I mean,
what do you mean?
You can't call it the Young Thug trial
It's
anymore.
called Let the Bodies Hit the Floor.
I mean, we still can call
It's the ex-thug. It's the ex-thug trial.
The ex-thug trial. Wow.
Thug trial. There we go.
I don't think. I'm sorry. I don't really think that's funny
No, I don't
because
either.
this is sad. I'm. I gotta catch myself.
You gotta let them stop from crying sometimes, because I was getting close to that.
It's the Shannon. It's the Shannon Stillwell trial because
No kidding, right? It is. It is the Shannon Stillwell
He in
trial.
some deep water.
Yeah. But that non-negotiated stuff just might have woke them up to a move. They better get Harvey on the phone,
right,
and figure out what they're gonna, how they're gonna level that at, what they're gonna level next. But I just wanna, before we jump into Thug, because that's gonna be the highlight of the moment. What's the optics on 4 people are now gone and y'all 2 are the only 2 left?
I mean, you never want to be the last person with the plea, because the more that go before you, the less maneuverability you have for any options. And now he's seeing that side effect. So you never want to be the last person up to say, "Hey, man, you know what? I want to be like them," and it doesn't work like that.
Yeah.
I don't know. And Doug was posting, or people were reporting that they were either having conversations with Doug, or Doug was posting that his client wasn't taking any deals. So
He
to
posted
stand
it on
before the
Twitter.
judge, yeah, but to stand before the judge right now and say they refuse to meet with us and all this other stuff, when they can go back to your post, like, I don't mean to be disrespectful to the people that love Doug, right? But his behavior with the social media aspect is just as bad as the indictment indicates, the social media stuff that goes on there.
I mean,
That's my
I don't understand what
but
you
there's
mean
some
by that.
problems there. I can get it. I mean, he did say that. He did say that they pull up his social media. Lord knows they like to use social media
Oh,
against you.
absolutely. They got
So I
people.
mean,
They're
that can
paying
be used
people
against
to
you.
be on Instagram, pretty much. Like, one of the detectives makes 6 figures off of watching social media. So
Yeah.
ugh.
Yeah, he posted it on his Twitter,
I'm
and I
gonna
went
put
and
it this
checked it
way.
like an hour ago, and it was gone. He must have
I'm gonna
deleted
put
it,
it
but it
this
was on
way.
there for like 6 hours, 7
Yeah.
hours,
I'm
maybe
gonna be the
more.
devil. I'm gonna be the devil's advocate for Doug. When you have cases where the
Bitter living
deck is
is good.
stacked. I'm sorry.
Hold on one
You
second.
did.
Go ahead, Rome.
When you have cases that are the deck is stacked against you, you start to try to use all the tools at your disposal. So when you can't really have too much standing in court because of the evidence may be too loud, you try your best to get the message out in the public court of judgment, which is, I'm guessing, which was his gamble. Unfortunately, not even I could have seen this happening this week, to be honest with you. Like, it.
Right.
So for all this to happen and then that to be the result, the gamble didn't pay off. So now we're seeing the side effects of that, take effect now. He was just trying his hardest to kind of, that 2 bodies ain't easy to fight with. so so
Right.
he was like, let me try to get my message out here, get my client message out there. Let me try to see, I pray and hope one of the jurors may accidentally see it. Anything. So for the most part, he was just trying his best effort he could, in my opinion.
Is Yak on both bodies? I thought Yak was only on Nut.
I don't know. I just know they got bodies on
At this
the left
point,
people.
yeah, I don't know is it a body of water? I don't know what we're talking about. A body of
It's
congregation?
the
I don't
state
I'm gonna
know.
going to
go because I'm
negotiate.
hungry and I've been online for a while.
You
Thank
know
you so
what?
much, man.
You
Appreciate
made
you.
me hungry, but I'm gonna stick it out.
We appreciate you for
Chat,
sure.
thank you for having me for this moment. I appreciate you guys.
Hey, no problem. Thank you for holding it down.
Thank
Grace
you
and
for
peace.
holding it
Everybody tell
down,
Mandy
Mandy.
Have a
thank
good
you.
night, Mandy.
Mandy's been
Bye.
holding it together
Mandy
for
in the chat.
Drop Mandy in the chat. Tell her thank you.
Kept
Let's
the ship
flood it with
rolling.
Mandy.
Yeah.
Rhyming with Candy and Sandy.
Don't
Come
rap.
on. And
That's a
then you could go
felony.
and then throw a slat in there in between.
That's a felony. Can't rap.
That's
You
yeah.
gotta,
I
don't know what
We
you're
gotta get the
doing.
whole thing. We gotta get all Mandy's up there, and then we're gonna do it, throw some slat up in
You
there.
can't even quote lyrics, so if they gonna
Right.
say you did it, so you can't even if you didn't write it.
My goodness. I mean, really.
It was like he didn't even perform that one. It was like, so that is insane.
It is wild.
But the thing that still triggers me about it is they wasted all that time and money and resources because they knew how to, make the optics look like, we
Right.
have a case. And ultimately they didn't. So they just picked a lot of people that he had some type of dealings with at one time or another, even though he doesn't now. But clearly they said, as long as you shook his hand that one day,
Yeah.
that's an overt act. He
That's
part of the
overt act.
gang.
That's
He
it.
paid
That's
the
the act.
$25 fee.
Right. You paid it. Because
Yup.
you bought his drinks at the bar. That was a $25 fee.
But he
We
legit
got you.
admitted to that. That was one of the admissions to the plea
Yeah.
agreement. He was like, yeah, $25, yes. Like, this is a mess.
This is wild. Wild. All right, I'm just checking real quick to see if there's any press conference.
Yeah, Mika
I want to see
Scott,
if Fonnie.
I want to see
I
that.
want to see Fonnie jump herself in front of a camera.
Oh yeah, that's
Oh,
gonna be
I told y'all she's gonna. You're gonna see her show up for this.
She might be
So I got a
happy
couple
though.
of-
She might look. They still get some assets, so
Yeah, I got a couple of news outlets opened up.
But that was the whole goal. That was their whole,
That was the whole
primary
thing.
point. Yo.
Yeah, Mika Scott. I mean, the bad thing is that if the evidence is like what we've been seeing, it's going to be very circumstantial. Because if just think about it, if they knew they had good slam dunk evidence on these guys, why would they not have come out the gate, try to sullen the water by saying, hey, we got this guy and this guy. We know they did these bad things. Here's the proof and evidence. And they're also tied to these guys. Why would they have done that? It seemed like easy, but they didn't. Why? Because they
Oh
probably
yes, Miss Hall. I was just saying that was their whole point, which we found out when Love tried to sit up and
Oh
say,
yeah,
no, we need those. We need
those. Who gonna pay for the Grey Goose that we done drank up last weekend at the
I'm
tailgate?
trying to get Wade to Barbados. Come on.
Like who gonna look? I done already booked the captain's cabin on the Royal
Unless they
Caribbean.
lost his property, because you know how it got lost in the hat.
Yeah,
Oh,
it could happen.
this girl said cyber attack.
No, she's
They
dead
lost
serious. That does
They
happen.
lost your property in the cyber attack. I love
That
it.
does
I love
happen.
it.
I've seen clients that have actually lost things whenever they, processed it into their evidence control. I use that term loosely.
Wow.
And see, Thug is gonna, if he doesn't get if the forfeiture hearing goes through, right, and he loses, he's gonna be liable for whatever that jury costs, or at least his insurance company will. They'll just have to pay it, and I'm not even sure insurance will pay it because it was confiscated by the
police
state,
by the police. Yeah, so by the state, right? It was confiscated because of illegal activities, but it wasn't illegal stuff. Yeah, I don't know how they getting to keep. I don't really understand how they getting to keep this stuff when none of the stuff was a product of this RICO. So I don't even understand how
They
they
tried
make
their
an
best to
argument for
force it that way, and that's what's making me upset about it, because they're using, like you were saying in the chat earlier, they're using victims as pawns to pretty much get to assets, and it's been that way the entire time. And it, like, the longer it went, we started to see it come out more. And today it really came out because she got upset when the judge was like, "No, we're not gonna do that." And Miss
That's
Love
because
was,
the election is on Tuesday, and she wanted that lady to stand up there and make her impact statement so it could be in her advertisement.
That's what she
All of this,
wanted.
and you
That's
know
what they
what?
want.
It's a shame. It's a shame that a person can't. I would love to have her to have stood up and been like, I don't appreciate the fact that I'm being used as a pawn in this when my son is deceased. You understand? I'm tired of the games of the state. I'm tired of I'm tired of the whoever killed him not being man enough to come forward. But lady, they either free or dead. Whoever killed your son is free or dead.
they're
That's
not
the
looking
end of
for
it.
him. That's the whole sad part
Right.
about it. They weren't looking for him from the start. They just needed the smoke from it just to get to the point where we are today. And that was the whole issue I had. Like, I can see at first I was like, I'm gonna give them the benefit of the doubt. Maybe they're just trying to get these people and they just happen to be in the same vicinity. Okay, at least they'll get some people off the street. Then we start seeing them give out plea deals after plea deals to witnesses. And now this week, and I'm just like, y'all really want, like she said, the public statement for election and some money in y'all pocket. Like I don't get how they could even sleep after that. That makes no sense to me.
Yeah, I'm trying to read right here.
Oh yeah,
Gordon says they're going to
Gordon
have
is
to
correct.
do the forfeiture through civil court.
Yo.
So give him his stuff back in the meantime.
If they
that would be
It don't work like that.
crazy. This would be crazy.
Thug can endorse criminal now. Look, Thug need to just look.
He needs to follow instructions and get out of Atlanta
ASAP. Look, I would have been. I would have never been so happy to be banned from a place in my life.
in the whole
He's
life.
going back to Cali.
Well, no, he's got to get permission though. He's got to get permission. But yeah, I agree. He should move to Cali. I don't know.
Look.
California's kind of
No, he said
grimy.
he said he has property in California.
Bet you his property somewhere else too. That's what I'm saying. California's kind of that's a different kind of I don't know.
I would.
That might not be it. Matter of fact, he needs to take Simone Hilton's advice.
Go to Alabama. Go to
Lay
Alabama.
low.
Go to a spot where you know don't know.
Right. If you're not chopping wood to keep warm, you're not in the right place.
You better be looking like Wolverine on the movie.
I mean, really. I want some Captain America, Tony Stark arguing over a log. I want that. If I'm not getting that, then sir, you're not doing it right.
Look, just look.
Lay
I'm
low,
teach
brother.
my
Lay
kids
low.
how to make campfires this whole year.
Right.
No, let me take me out here.
Bruh, you better hang on the mistletoe. I mean, you better get up out of Dodge. I'm trying to tell you, man. If there's not trees to your left, right.
I'm gonna say this on the record.
Go ahead, put it on the record.
Even though I hinted at it in Discord because I kind of saw like the little signs of it, but look, I'm sorry if you're watching this, Judge Page. I'm sorry. I'm sorry because I was going at her neck for a good amount of time, to be honest.
She did not. She did give us something, I don't
When
know,
she
man.
said no low on count one, I said, "Oh, he going home. Let me."
That's what I was saying
down.
in the Discord. That's the first thing I said. I was like, nah, she accepted that no low. That's a big that's a big step. No, she on a different side. Like
She doing something different now.
a little different today.
Yeah.
Okay. She probably got tired of them doing all that mess in her courtroom, and then her face.
And how about the statement about in something of justice, right? That she quoted and she put inside there. She says, "I've been trying to get the whole case to run this way." I was like, "Ooh, the shade is just amazing."
She probably literally got tired because they did make a circus of that courtroom.
She let him keep his passport so she could.
Items.
Yeah.
And they have to file forfeiture for the lawsuit. The items have to be released before the hearing. Hey, Ms. Hall, it's supposed to work that way. I'm gonna
We
tell
in
you this
Atlanta.
from corporate law alone. So I deal with this. I deal with this pretty often. It's supposed to work that way for sure.
Yeah, we take people property every day.
Oh man.
And I'm gonna tell you right now, the property be MIA when we
Thank
get to
you.
I be like, how did the property just
Thank you. I've seen some wild stuff disappear, Jason.
I don't even want to know. I don't even want to
Look,
know.
last year a Bugatti went missing. Like it's been some odd stuff that can go missing once they take it.
It better not have been a yellow, a lime yellow Bugatti, brother, because I've seen a picture. I think I've seen one of your pictures, brother.
It was red and no, that's not a Bugatti. That's my C8. That's my Corvette. That's my baby. But stuff can go like they can prolong it or it can go missing. They can come up with like 50 excuses, which I know they're gonna do because they're mad.
Oh, let me go cancel this live. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, Momac. We were already on, and it went to 7
We
o'clock.
left her in the room by herself. I'm sorry, Mo.
Let me go over and cancel that live. I'm sorry. I didn't even think about it.
She was probably in there. What's going on?
What's going on?
What's going on? Let me stop. Nah,
me.
No, just Diane. I don't have a Bugatti. I'm poor in comparison to that. I'm poor.
This dude right here. We might do I guess he gonna messed up my YSL Jeopardy now. I can go in there and I gotta go change it. We should play that tonight just to blow it off, man. Like,
a little quick appeal right there.
Yeah, you're right. Let's go do a quick appeal.
Yeah.
Oh, I was gonna play YSL Jeopardy tomorrow, man.
I'm sorry, Key
all
said
my
she was in
questions
the other
don't
one
make sense
too.
now. Say again.
Key said she was in the other live too. I was like, y'all just in there chilling. I'm sorry.
Oh man, I'm sorry, y'all.
You should have put the seal up.
Or you could have redirected it back to this one.
I could have.
You can do that?
No, you can redirect this one to that one.
Okay.
You can't do it backwards. One that's starting to one that's already existing.
Okay.
But
I never done a live.
you're right. I came in the house. Look, I jumped in a Hellcat Uber to get over here. Okay, I was speeding to get over here.
They probably got one at this point.
Say again.
They probably got one. I've been noticing a lot of Hellcats have been sold, but they haven't been paid off. So they probably got one.
Well, my Uber driver was driving like this was stolen. So I was
Yeah,
rushing like,
Woody.
brother, get
Yeah,
it.
Woody
Come on,
drive.
brother. That stoplight is optional. Let's go, brother. Let's go. Trying to get to the house. Let's go.
Jason got in the car. He said, "Buckle up."
And I want you to drive like this. Come on, I want you to drive like this.
Well, if they didn't start at 4 o'clock in the afternoon and Love didn't take an hour to tell us something that she no load on.
That's what I was saying
That
in the
was
chat. I was like, why are
crazy.
you reading this and it's no load and it's accepted? This means like she's trying to do a closing statement right now.
Right.
And it was just irking me the whole time. Like I had to pause it a few times. I'm like, why is she doing this?
I still
Get
think
it.
it should have been mistrial. I agree.
Yeah, it definitely should have been, but
No,
you
yeah, I don't
know,
think
you
there's
take what you can get. Stuff happened for a reason. God got mysterious ways.
for sure.
Now some
Well,
kids out there guilty.
once the two Quays walked off, right? You couldn't really say a mistrial anymore because they were the reason for it.
The chat
So you
keeps
could have
saying it's
came back
about.
with the 4.
They
They
keep
keep
thinking it's
saying
about
what?
the comment that she made, the fixing your sloppiness. And I was telling them, I was
No.
like, no, she can make an argument and be like, no, she did a ruling before that happened, which was organizing it, and they still messed it up anyway. So you can't use that for the mistrial.
Hey, let me real quick, y'all. Give me a split second. Someone asked earlier today in the comment just on a random comment, why do I say that the state deliberately and intentionally set Wooney Lee up to say free Quay? And maybe he didn't see some of the other videos that we've done pertaining to this, but I said I was going to talk about it tonight. So I want to make sure I get it. I want to try to check all my little boxes. You know, I got my little list over here in front of me. And
It was
so
so they want to know why would she
why
want
do I
him to
say that
read
they
it?
intentionally did it? That when I say Adrian Love, I'm sorry, Simone Hilton did it on purpose. And what is my evidence? I think let me find exact comment. What was where do I get that from? And I said I'll explain it tonight. And I just want to talk about it very quickly, and then we can get back to
Wigs and wine. Look, you got to take your wins where you can get them. I know he probably didn't do 98% of the things, but when you in
Well, wait a second. Wait a second. The things in that last part, remember the count only went up to 50 something, right? Initially, right? When he got arrested, these are the stuff that was in his home. Those drugs and the stuff that was in his home. So that's what he pled guilty to, the things that were in his home.
he
Even
didn't
if
want
they
to.
didn't belong to him, right? It was still in his home. So he took ownership of stuff that didn't belong to him.
Right.
He wants to go home. That's what he said. He wants to spend time with his children.
Oh no, I agree with you 100%. I'm just saying, like to the comment, I was just saying, look, you're close sometimes, and you know, certain things happen for a reason. You got to leave it in God's hands sometimes. If you expect
absolutely.
justice in Fulton, this is as close as you're gonna get.
I mean, I can't think of anything. Yeah, no argument for me. So very quickly, on this video where the legal good came in earlier this week, there's a comment right here where the gentleman says, hey, this is kind of off topic, but hey, DWC, can you expound on why you believe Wooney Lee's slip was intentional? And I said, let me give him a little thumbs up and that kind of stuff. Yeah, and I want to just explain that. First things first, I don't think Wooney Lee did it intentionally. I believe he was goaded by Simone Hilton to say that hashtag free Quay. Because again, if you go back and watch the video, you can see he reads what he says who's in the video. I'm sorry, who's in the picture. He reads the caption, and then she said, can you read the comment? And he reads it. She says, is there anything else? And he reads the next line. So, okay, are there any other hashtags there? And then he says, free Quay. And that's when everything goes cattywampus and all higgly piggly. Well, the problem is on the screen, if he were reading on the screen, there wasn't another hashtag. The only reason there was another hashtag for him to read was because he was reading from the paper, the unredacted paper that she gave him. So she knew that she gave him a piece of paper to read, and he wasn't reading from the screen. And therein is the problem. Why I say she did it intentionally to, now again, I don't know if she meant this, well, we've seen this latter part of the week, but I do think she meant for him to say that, for it to get out there in the ether that Quay 1 or Quay 2, whatever, was in jail at that time. So that's what I think.
I can just easily, remedy that. Everybody had a redacted version, but him.
Facts.
The defense had it. Even the screen little projector had it.
Right, but him.
But him. So it leads you to believe one thing. If you have any type of common sense as an attorney, where is the unredacted paper? My paper in front of me is redacted. This ain't my answer sheet.
Right.
Where's and then she
Can I
made him
chime in?
read each time. Absolutely, Mo.
Yeah, go ahead, Mo.
Remember when she sent it off to get printed? The person hands her back, because remember when I was on the live, I looked back at it. I pulled it up to look at it, and all she did was sort papers. So I think she gave him her stack of papers, and then standing before her, she's reading a redacted thing too, because she had a redacted copy in front of her. So
But
that again is whoever went to go make the copies.
I can't blame them for that. We do this
Well-
every day. You got to read to be an attorney, and she's a teacher.
Rome is very offended that that woman's a teacher. This is my only
She's a
problem with
whole
that.
professor.
Mo Justice. Then
I always blame your paralegal. That's what I am. I cross-check everything before it goes in my attorney's hand. You understand?
Yes,
I wear that throne. You understand? He's never gonna look ineffective. He's never gonna look like a fool in front of the court.
You a different paralegal. You're a different paralegal. The state.
You built
Imagine if the state has a paralegal, right, Mo? Do you trust that one over you? Probably not.
Probably
So
not.
I would have quit if I worked for love, though. I would have quit and I would have been a whistleblower.
Look, they signing NDAs up there. Fannie had them signing NDAs. They can't
NDAs up
even.
in there.
They can't even whistle. That's what Ashley was trying to get, the NDA.
You could still whistleblow on that because there's a whistleblower thing. So the NDA means nothing. The whistleblower law usurps that NDA.
Look, all I know is I wouldn't trust a paralegal if I was working for the state. That's like trusting a public defender respectfully. So in my mind, okay, we paying this person about $25 an hour. They probably not gonna do the best work that I think. So let me double check just to be sure. We've been having mistakes a lot all year, 150 something days. Let me just. She put the stack of papers in front of them, flipped through them, and was like, okay, and then walked away. And I was like, I don't know, I don't know about this.
If she had the redacted copy in her hands, she would not have been asking him what is the next hashtag.
She wear glasses. That's all I know. So she can't. She ain't got no excuses.
The next hashtag in her hand because she's looking at the redacted copy, just like. But see, I think the reason why he was also a little confused because
it's no
the
point to
next
read them.
thing, it's the redacted thing, and then it was the little the squiggly little whatever. I guess it was a snake.
Squiggly lines.
No, no, that was the thing. That's section.
About
There's
the
no such
emoji.
squiggly lines. That's section. He be like squiggly lines.
I feel very much
Mo,
like you.
None of the hashtags had nothing to do with nothing. We had one for big business.
Hey, hold on one second. Hey, hold on one second. We got Brian Steele and them on a conference right now.
Oh snap!
In any case, if a person is sentenced, that we're out of the courtroom.
Can y'all hear?
And now what happens to that person?
Yeah, we can hear it.
Jeffrey Williams is a fantastically talented man. He is a great person, become a great friend over the course of the last couple of years. And he has the ability, the incentive to go forth and do everything he needs to do to put this behind him. And we're confident that he will. One of the questions you asked a little earlier was, what was that feeling like stepping into a courtroom to do what's called a blind plea, not knowing what's going to happen? You know, it's a scary feeling for all involved. There's probably no feeling quite like that other than sitting in a courtroom waiting for a jury to come out and tell you what your fate is. But we walked in there knowing that we were in front of a fair tribunal and being comfortable that the right thing was going to happen, and the right thing did.
What do you think about your client just serving as a role model? Obviously, as part of the agreement, he's going to be participating in the community, doing events, things like that. Obviously, he has a huge reach for what he does for a living. Just your comments on that.
I've known Jeffrey Williams. I've defended him for over a decade. I have been with him where we go to young children, children in need, children who are going down the wrong way. And he tells exactly what he's going to continue to say. He tells everybody, this is not a good life. We have to stop the generational disaster that is plaguing the community. And although right now I'm successful, I'm a product, but every one of you can get out. And he always stresses education. Jeffrey Williams is a great person, a great role model, and he will do even better now, hopefully, if you allow him and his words to get out. As far as how Jeffrey's feeling now, he knows my feelings, which I'm not going to reveal for attorney-client privilege, but this is not the same as a not guilty verdict. That should have been ran. But nobody here wakes up every day on a concrete floor that they're calling his bed, gets up at 4:15, gets shackled at his feet, his waist, and his hands, comes to the Fulton County Courthouse to be on concrete, eating out of a bag. Doritos is his meal of choice. And then coming to a courtroom and sit there at his feet, his waist, and his hands, comes to the Fulton County Courthouse to be on concrete, eating out of a bag. Doritos is his meal of choice. And then coming to a courtroom and sit there with a leg chain on him every single day and hear lie after lie. So for Jeffrey, go home today and not have another 90 days or 120 days of it, he is very happy, thankful to the honorable court. So to answer your question, this was not what I wanted. I don't believe that it is just, but I believe that under these circumstances, it is justice for Jeffrey Williams, and he is delighted, as are we. I'm thankful.
Can I ask you, you were standing right next to him as he was addressing the judge. What seemed like a very sincere apology to her, or apology to the court and what happened, what has gone on. How did you feel sitting next to him, knowing him for the last decade as a attorney for him, about what he was saying and what he was telling the judge?
Jeffrey Williams is being truthful. That is his heartfelt feelings. He feels so bad for the loss of life, and he feels bad that people are taking his music or his social postings and making it into violence. That is all promotion. That is not a symbol of go hurt somebody. So I hope I've answered your question directly, but how I felt, I've heard that from Jeffrey over and over again.
You called out a lot of challenges in this trial based on the prosecution's points. Do you have any message to, the co-counsel that for now is still on trial, or what's left of this?
Oh my God, they are phenomenal lawyers, and I'm confident if you keep going, which I assume you will see some great lawyering. They don't need my help.
And the truth is, they've been there with us for the past 2.5 years. They're aware of what they're up against. They are totally capable of handling it. And I presume we'll step in from time to time because, in this fight in the past 2.5 years, we've been together. So we needed something, they've been there to assist. And if they need something, we're happy to step right back in and assist. But they're great lawyers. Max Shard, Doug Weinstein, those gentlemen are in great hands. They'll be fine.
I will say this, I think it is wrong and it needs to be fixed that an innocent man is arrested on May 9th of 2022, is denied bond, and has to plead guilty and nolo to get freedom after 2.5 years in custody. That should not happen. Nobody should be on trial. Jurors, think about what they're going through. Nobody should be on trial like this. And if Mr. Williams didn't have the resources, this never happens well for anybody. So I think it's an abuse, to answer the AJC's question. I think it's an abuse of the statute of RICO to do this to people.
Is it fair to say you don't believe justice was served today?
I believe that Mr. Williams is home, and I'm delighted. Justice would have been served on May 8th of 2022 if the grand jury no-billed his indictment. That would have been just. And it's wrong to be under investigation. He's been under investigation for 15 years. 15 years by task force of federal government and local government. Think about that. Think about your children doing that. And that's okay. If it's okay with you all, then we should really start moving to another country. I want to thank everybody so much for everything you do. I cannot thank you all, because without you guys, no, this just keeps rolling in injustice. It's got to end. The criminal justice system, the presumption of innocence, the Brady rules, the ethical rules, they have to survive. Otherwise, we all are victims of this. Anyone can sit in that seat next to Keith Adams. Thank you all so much.
And no one sees it unless you guys do what you do. But I tell you what, there is a whole world of people out there who have watched this trial over the course of the past 2.5 years. The past year that we've actually been in the courtroom trying the case, who are much more educated to how things work, and unfortunately, sometimes how things don't work. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Right.
There goes Miss Westmoreland back there. That's Kokomo. Okay. All right. Okay, I got to keep clearly, I got to leave the screen up. Let me back this up, because somebody said that they were up there talking a little bit earlier. So let's start that over again. Are y'all good?
I'm good, but
Okay.
I'm not sure about the chat.
No, the chat wanted to hear it, I think. Let me bring it back in. But that's not gonna work. There we go. All right, let's bring it back in.
EL.
And I'm Keith Adams, Keithadams.
And talk us through the decision to do a plea and
Oh, they got helicopters, man. Georgia gonna always Georgia.
all right, if y'all don't mind talking us through the decision to make a plea and just how today ended up going and transpiring.
Well, this was excruciating, because hopefully, in our collective opinion, Jeffrey would have been found not guilty of everything. So this is very painful. But that's another 3 months or so in custody. And he wants to go home to his family. And negotiations totally broke down with the district attorney's office. Horribly broke down. And at that point, we believe that justice would be found with the honorable court. And Jeffrey just wanted to go home. How agonizing it is to know that we've spent a year trying a case where the prosecutors have put on lies, knowing lies, hiding evidence, is insane in 2024 in the United States of America. And the only reason that this got revealed is because of you people. You people brought the truth to the community, because nobody knows this. This is not the only courtroom it's happening in. And I just want to thank all of you. I especially want to thank Jeffrey for letting me represent him. I think he's a wonderful person who does wonderful things and will continue to do things even greater. I cannot express to you how Shaquille Kokomo, how Trisha Renard, how Haley, how my wife Colette, how Bram, how countless people, but especially Miss Courtney Edwards, has worked without sleep for 3 years representing Jeffrey and helping him. I will never be able to stand with anyone more ethical, honest, hardworking, insightful, intelligent, and kind than the Honorable Keith Adams. The gentleman to my left is the best lawyer in the country.
Mr. Steele, do you think prosecutors negotiated in good faith at all during any of these negotiations?
Once let me take this one. Let me answer that. The short answer is no. This is a case that possibly could have been resolved if folks were reasonable. But we did not believe that we could enter into good faith negotiations with people who wanted a case resolved in a manner simply to save face. And Jeffrey Williams was not going to say things that they wrote for him, that they wanted him to say, that was their theory when it wasn't true. And so, good faith, no. I don't believe we were ever really negotiating in good faith. And you've been here the past year that this case has been on trial. You've seen the numerous motions for mistrial. You've seen the behavior of the state. You've seen the dishonesty. You've seen everything being hidden. You've seen things come out in court in front of you. And so you know what kind of prosecution we were dealing with, and that's okay. You know, Mr. Steele and I have fought through this the past 2.5 years. And as he said, we ultimately decided we were going to put our faith in the court as opposed to the folks on the other side of the aisle. And, you know, the best thing out of all of this is that Jeffrey Williams, in a very short period of time, will be home. And that's all we've wanted from May 9th, when they went and picked him up and have held him in jail without a bond for the past 2.5 years. He'll be home shortly.
Keith and Brian, this either one of you can answer. So I have 2 questions for you. First off, you go into a blind, really, you don't know, right? There's nothing for sure. What was your emotions like when you guys went into that? I would imagine the conversation, can you kind of take us into the room before you went out into court, what the conversations were back and forth? Obviously, I know there's attorney-client privilege, but it's a big decision.
Well, I didn't want to give up the jury trial, but that was the decision made. And once that decision was made, we were just thankful that there are people like the Honorable Judge Whitaker who understands what a trial is like and what it should be like. And I cannot thank the Honorable Court for being here and coming in. She is not our first judge, but she's the first time we received justice.
Mr. Adams, this is your second high-profile RICO case here in Fulton County. Do you think that maybe the prosecutor's office is abusing that statute? And what are your opinions of RICO generally?
I have, for the 30-some-odd years that I've practiced law, always believed that if you, as a prosecutor, think that someone has committed a crime, you charge them with the crime, you put it in front of a jury, and then you do it fairly and let the chips fall where they may. The courtroom is not the place to get adventurous, to get inventive, to think, well, we don't have evidence on him for any of these incidents, but maybe, if just maybe, we tie him up in a RICO and put him with people who may have committed crimes, we can get him that way. That's an abuse. And so, yes, for some strange reason, the Fulton County DA's office seems to be in love with RICO. And my honest opinion is that they're in love with it because it makes it easier for them to try and convict people that they otherwise could not convict. And that's what was happening here. We're fighting a mountain, reams of evidence, most of which didn't have anything to do with us. And so is it an abuse? I think it is. There are better ways to, and I used to be a prosecutor, right? And I can tell you that there are better ways to prosecute cases than the way this case was prosecuted.
You guys obviously rejected initially what the state was going to offer. Is there some details you can give us? Because it sounds like from what you guys decided in court, I mean, it's still pretty stringent. There's a lot of different details, but what was the state asking for that you guys rejected?
I'm not going to get into plea negotiations because they are privileged under statute, but it was outrageous. They would let him out of custody, but they would have a tether around him so tight that is unconscionable.
And how are y'all feeling about what the sentencing is, especially with not being able to be in Metro Atlanta except for specific parameters? And how is Mr. Williams feeling about that decision?
You know, we're okay with the sentence. There comes a time in any case, if a person is sentenced, that we're out of the courtroom, and now what happens to that person is entirely up to them. Jeffrey Williams is a fantastically talented man. He is a great person. He's become a great friend over the course of the last couple of years. And he has the ability, the incentive to go forth and do everything he needs to do to put this behind him. And we're confident that he will. One of the questions you asked a little earlier was, what was that feeling like stepping into a courtroom to do what's called a blind plea, not knowing what's going to happen? You know, it's a scary feeling for all involved. There's probably no feeling quite like that other than sitting in a courtroom waiting for a jury to come out and tell you what your fate is. But we walked in there knowing that we were in front of a fair tribunal and being comfortable that the right thing was going to happen, and the right thing did.
What do you think about your client just serving as a role model? Obviously, as part of the agreement, he's going to be participating in the community, doing events, things like that. Obviously, he has a huge reach for what he does for a living.
I've known Jeffrey Williams. I've defended him for over a decade. I have been with him where we go to young children, children in need, children who are going down the wrong way. And he tells exactly what he's going to continue to say. He tells everybody, this is not a good life. We have to stop the generational disaster that is plaguing the community. And although right now I'm successful, I'm a product, but every one of you can get out. And he always stresses education. Jeffrey Williams is a great person, a great role model, and he will do even better now, hopefully, if you allow him and his words to get out. As far as how Jeffrey's feeling now, he knows my feelings, which I'm not going to reveal for attorney-client privilege, but this is not the same as the not guilty verdict. That should have been rang. But nobody here wakes up every day on a concrete floor that they're calling his bed, gets up at 4:15, gets shackled at his feet, his waist, and his hands, comes to the Fulton County Courthouse to be on concrete, eating out of a bag. Doritos is his meal of choice. And then coming to a courtroom and sit there with a leg chain on him every single day and hear lie after lie. So for Jeffrey, go home today and not have another 90 days or 120 days of it, he is very happy, thankful to the honorable court. So to answer your question, this was not what I wanted. I don't believe that it is just, but I believe that under these circumstances, it is justice for Jeffrey Williams, and he is delighted, as are we, and thankful.
Can I ask you, you were standing right next to him as he was addressing the judge. What seemed like a very sincere apology to her, or apology to the court and what happened, what has gone on. How did you feel standing next to him, knowing him for the last decade as a attorney for him, about what he was saying and what he was telling the judge?
Jeffrey Williams is being truthful. That is his heartfelt feelings. He feels so bad for the loss of life, and he feels bad that people are taking his music or his social postings and making it into violence. That is all promotion. That is not a symbol of go hurt somebody. So I hope I've answered your question directly, but how I felt, I've heard that from Jeffrey over and over again.
You called out a lot of challenges in this trial based on the prosecution's points. Do you have any message to, the co-counsel that for now is still on trial, or what's left of this?
Oh my God, they are phenomenal lawyers, and I'm confident if you keep going, which I assume you will see some great lawyering. They don't need my help.
And the truth is, they've been there with us for the past 2.5 years. They're aware of what they're up against. They are totally capable of handling it. And I presume we'll step in from time to time because You know, in this fight in the past 2.5 years, we've been together. So we needed something, they've been there to assist. And if they need something, we're happy to step right back in and assist. But they're great lawyers. Max Shard, Doug Weinstein, those gentlemen are in great hands. They'll be fine.
I will say this, I think it is wrong and it needs to be fixed that an innocent man is arrested on May 9th of 2022, is denied bond, and has to plead guilty and nolo to get freedom after 2.5 years in custody. That should not happen. Nobody should be on trial. Jurors, think about what they're going through. Nobody should be on trial like this. And if Mr. Williams didn't have the resources, this never happens well for anybody. So I think it's an abuse to answer the AJC's question. I think it's an abuse of the statute of RICO to do this to people.
Is it fair to say you don't believe justice was served today?
I believe that Mr. Williams is home, and I'm delighted. Justice would have been served on May 8th of 2022 if the grand jury no-billed his indictment. That would have been just. And it's wrong to be under investigation. He's been under investigation for 15 years. 15 years by task force of federal government and local government. Think about that. Think about your children doing that. And that's okay. If it's okay with you all, then we should really start moving to another country. I want to thank everybody so much for everything you do. I cannot thank you all, because without you guys, no, this just keeps rolling in injustice. It's got to end. The criminal justice system, the presumption of innocence, the Brady rules, the ethical rules, they have to survive. Otherwise, we all are victims of this. Anyone can sit in that seat next to Keith Adams. Thank you all so much.
And no one sees it unless you guys do what you do. But I tell you what, there is a whole world of people out there who have watched this trial over the course of the past 2.5 years. The past year that we've actually been in the courtroom trying the case, who are much more educated to how things work, and unfortunately, sometimes how things don't work. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Right.
All right, so that was the okay. So that was the presser. What'd y'all think? What'd you think?
I think pretty much a lot of things that people got to see today matched up perfectly with what they felt. I like how he broke it down and he explained how it feels when you stand in front of and compare it to the jury, because both are identically the same. I felt, representing some people, I felt that type of pressure. It is something you can't describe, but it is heavy, super heavy, because you don't know which way it'll go.
Two things. Mo, I want you to answer as well. Thank y'all so much for watching that. The actual plea is extremely long. It's easily 2 hours. It might even be longer than that.
I think it's longer.
So I'm gonna clip that out and I'll drop it. If you want to check it out, if you haven't already checked it out, whatever, I'll drop it a little later. But it's really long, so I can't just play it because your boy ain't even had lunch today. We already talking about dinner. So but I will, because somebody asked about it, and I do want to say thank you to the supers as well. But I'll get those in a second. Mo, what are you gonna say, love? What you got?
The injustice that we witnessed in this case should make everyone who doesn't believe in voting go out and vote.
Facts.
But more importantly, you need to really embrace who your leadership is, who's the people you put in office that makes the laws in your state. And you need to revise the laws. I told you in reading just the RICO itself, it's redundant in one of the A, B's, and C's. It's just redundant.
Right.
So if you're outraged at what happened, you have to go to the legislative branch part and make the changes there. Because first it starts with the law itself, and then you can start to address the situations inside of the actual courthouse and the court system. But it's all in your vote.
I agree 100%. All right, real quick. Thank you so much, N Doug. N Doug is going to be the MVP of this
I
whole
told you.
live stream.
She
I was
always the
telling
MVP. She be going crazy.
she be going crazy. I was telling somebody today, I said, man, I got somebody on my channel, man, that's probably jumped in about 50 people a month, man. Like for real. N
Beating
Doug.
everybody up.
N Doug, whatever you I don't know if you're in witness protection or whatever, because you keep jumping in new slime members, whatever. Your secret is safe with us. Because everybody here is just, jurors and stuff. But N Doug, thank you so much for blessing 5 people with memberships. Now look at this over here. Hey, Paula, dropping 5 pounds from overseas. She says this stream is so authentic, great community. And that's a testament to you all. You all make this live chat the best live chat on the internet. I just look, I'm just a squirrel found a nut. I got 2 eyes. I can say this is the best live chat on the internet because of y'all.
Amen.
Thank you so much.
Amen.
And they even see it across the pond.
Yep.
And of course, our good friend Amethyst Angel with the $2. She said, "Who is Vera? I'm lost. Don't worry about it. Vera's lost." And I looked through to make sure Vera is unblocked. Vera's unblocked. Now she want to come up in here and get these hands. We're gonna lay hands on her though.
Yeah, she in some deep water over there doing something. Look.
Yeah, she on self-deletion watch. For sure. Thank you so much for the $2. And again, look at this. Another 5 members been jumped in by N-Dog. N-Dog is definitely the membership chair for the
N-Dog
Dearborn
like
Christian
cartel
Gang.
level at this point.
Right. Yeah, this is definitely cartel level stuff. This is kingpin level stuff. But what did he say here? For the one time, Rico, turn your location on. I know that's right. Anybody seen Rico? Anybody seen Rico?
I'm gonna say this real quick.
What you got?
I know Miss Love has to be furious at the no-low acceptance. I just know it. I imagine you spent all this time making up all these assertions, trying to force a web of stories, and at the end of the road, you tried to give them like this slave deal. They rejected it, and in your mind, you're like, "Oh, that's your funeral." And then they say, "Nope, we're going no-low on those big charges, Your Honor."
Wow.
Okay, I'll take them. Miss Love, I know she's probably gonna be up late tonight.
Well, you know what? You know who I would not want to be? I would not want to be Adrian Love's dog. Because they
Look,
kick tonight.
look, Miss Love is looking for an infinity right now.
Look, everybody with Infinity Q was a Q50, G50.
Q50.
Get off
Look,
the
she's
road.
finding it.
Get off the road this week. Just stay off the road.
Drive
Catch an
out
Uber.
tag. She's about to be out there.
She's gonna be out there causing havoc. That is for sure. Look at this right here. Thank you so much, Messer, for the $10 super. This chat is a great way to end the day like this. This whole week has just been, the last 2 weeks have been up and down ever since Sledge got his probation revoked. I think this whole, is that fair? Is that fair? Or is it just me?
Yeah.
This has been up and down, up and down, up and down. And then this week started with the plea deals. It was crazy. And then to come here. I know one thing.
But you know what that showed though, right?
Say it, what's that?
Lawyers make a big difference.
Oh, for
you
sure.
see Sledge attorney, you see how he advocated, and now you compare it to this. Big difference.
When nobody throwing a microphone in Mr. Wrong's face. He was not doing a presser at 7:30 on the courthouse steps. That was not happening. Hold on one second.
Sledge is the only person with a terrible attorney that we so far met. You know, because we didn't get to see other people's attorneys in here, but you know, yeah, Mr. Wrong is just the worst attorney I've seen in a long time.
Absolutely. All right, let me finish these. Let me finish these up again. Thank you so much, Captain Obvious, for the other $2 as well. Just telling me that Miss Sylvia was broadcasting the YSL attorneys. We just saw that. Thank you so much. Yo, look at Brian. Look at the press conference with Steele. And thank you again for the $2. I apologize. I was moving slow, but I caught up. And thank you so much, Momac, for the $2 super sticker.
Sorry you sat in that room. I'm sorry.
Was that?
I was telling her I'm sorry you had to sit in that blank room for a little bit.
Oh man, I feel bad. You know what? I might call you up and let you play YSL Jeopardy with us tomorrow. Man, that's going to change the whole game. Now I got to go change the questions. And you know, I'm all big proud because I had it done. It's been done since Monday. Now I can go back in here and rechange it.
Wasn't
But
on
you
the
know what?
bingo
I
card.
will gladly change it. I will gladly change it. Look at Elizabeth. Thank you so much for the $5. She said, we still need steel. This might need to be a Jeopardy question. We still need steel to find the McDonald's surveillance tape.
Look, Dennis don't burn that.
That
Like,
tape has been burned. Okay. All right. This is fun. Just real quick in the chat. What are some other pieces of evidence that you just know the state didn't have besides the McDonald's surveillance? There's another one I'm really looking for. I would love to see. What do y'all got? Just put them in the chat real quick. What are some other pieces of evidence that you like? Look, I really want to know. Did they have this piece of evidence?
and while they do that, I'm gonna answer this one real quick. Simply Renee Designs. What does this mean for the future defendants? The two that are remaining, they have a huge mountain to fight past. Simply being because they got some of the deepest charges with bodies on them. But if it's reflecting anything evidence wise, like they had with Young Thug, they might just be fine. But if not, it is definitely gonna be challenging.
Well, it can also look like they're still there because they're innocent and everybody else was guilty, so they took pleas.
Right. That is that kind of notion.
You got to think about it though. When you have a plea deal for a body, you're still gonna be doing some. You're supposed to. Let me put it this way.
Well, yeah. I mean, Huey got off with probation, right?
Right. You're supposed to. So theoretically, you're supposed to be doing anywhere between 15 to 30 on a plea. But
It wasn't Huey with a body. It was
one of the
Nichols.
ways.
Yeah,
It was one of the
I
ways.
apologize. Thank you.
But
Huey was out there being reckless. So.
But wait, know that they knew from the evidence, right, that he couldn't possibly be a person that engaged in it. They told us that when they gave him his plea deal. But they were willing, the fact that they even charged him and continued to pursue it, and then at the end told us, well, we knew all along that car went over to the right and this one went over to the left, and it couldn't possibly. How do you knowingly know that, but you still was trying to prosecute him on it?
Right. So wait, and you know what, Rome, I think simply Renee is saying it differently. What about not just the ones that are in the courtroom?
The ones on standby?
The ones on standby. I think that's what, and Renee, if I'm right, let me know. But I think that's what she's saying. Like, what about those ones that are on standby?
I'm gonna put it this way: it depends on their individual charges, but overall, like just being general, they can actually fight the RICO charge since he didn't admit to guilt on it. So they still don't have a leader, which is a big little shot for that entire indictment. So, but it depends on their charge. If they got some serious big boy charges, that won't help anyway, because.
But remember, the RICO charge is a conspiracy. The RICO charge is not the gang. The gang charge in and of itself is its own charge.
Okay.
Right, but they can fight that. That's what I'm saying.
Oh yeah, they could definitely fight it, but it's the conspiracy. So when you look at somebody like Montauk, who came forward and said, me and Little D did this, right? That's a conspiracy right there when the three of them did that, and he admits to it.
He committed perjury.
So what?
He committed
perjury. Yeah, but at the end of the day, he acknowledges that they were, that they did something in concert with each other by agreement. The elements of a conspiracy. He gave you an example of it. That's all they have to prove in the conspiracy part. So when you're looking at Eppinger don't have a conspiracy. He went and he did what he did on his own on that day, right? But Eppinger also has charges with whatever's going on inside the prison now.
Yeah,
fighting and looking up people and all of that stuff. So
Mo ain't gonna let him get away with that foolishness. She said she did not let him get away with that dumb stuff. You're not gonna get away with it on Mo's watch. No, ma'am.
Well, it's a different kind. It's a different kind of gang, right? Like they're surviving. Everything is survival at this point, and that's what you hear each of them talking about.
Right.
You know, they had to survive. They did what they needed to do to survive.
That's
And
why I
if
kind
you
of got
got to
mad at the judge
catch,
speech. I was like, they had to grow up this way. That's why I was looking at the judge. I was just like, kids don't choose to be born in the streets, Your Honor, but
Right.
they're gonna become some type of, some type of level of aggressive. The
Right.
best way to put it.
Let me so no, I agree with you. I'm wondering what's the likelihood of them just dropping the RICO now and just deal with these men for the crimes that they've done. Because everybody waiting, if I remember correctly, they actually have some kind of crime that they can be charged with. I wonder will they just say, let's get rid of this big umbrella, let's get rid of this huge tent, just deal with each individual just like they need to be dealt with. Let's go. Is that possible? I mean,
it wouldn't change too much because, like Mo pointed out, it's RICO and gang charges.
Right.
the
So get
gang
rid of the RICO and
enhan-
just deal with the gang.
the gang
That's what I'm saying.
enhancers on the crimes that they get, because we in Georgia we have what you call gang enhancement charges. So if you're involved in any type of criminal gang, that can bump up simple battery charges to look crazy. That's why I was saying it depends on each of the people that's left over, their individual charges.
I
But
got you.
somebody tagged me in here. Be honest, I feel like the parents failed the kids and the parents' fault.
Well, yes. Oh, there's a lot of fault to go around. I don't think
Wigs and
that's
wine. I'm not gonna argue with you with that. I'm not.
well, I think so. I agree with that.
Look, all I'm gonna say is I had cousins who lived in that area, and they came out just fine because their parents didn't play around. But
yeah,
it is what it is. The best way I can put it. It is what it is. Some parents just don't take that same type of approach to their parenting, so they let their kids go out there and get weed at 2 a.m. and
oh my
set
gosh.
up guys and stuff.
Right. Go ahead. Say the name. Say the name, Mo. Go ahead and say it. Mo is the champion of names. Go ahead and give her the
just
name. Go on and
remember
say it.
this. No,
Say
I'm
her
not
name.
going to say a name, but I'm going to say a period of time. You just got to remember from the 80s, right? These are 90 babies, right? Born from crackhead parents. You understand what I'm saying? So you got generations that did raise themselves under the period of time that these gentlemen were in. That's what befell them.
Right.
They inherited that. You want me to say whose name?
Your friend, the young lady that you love calling her name out.
The one who's
Mariah the
setting up
liar.
people. Yeah.
Mariah the liar.
I don't know
Set
where
yourself on
them parents was
fire.
at.
I don't know what. Hey, I know one thing. There's a whole bunch of down at the clerk's office. There's a whole bunch of requests for name changes. Anybody named Quay, they changing their name. Anybody named Mariah, and those are at least two of them I know.
I got my
probably
tag coming in.
Oh, Breezy. That's right, Breezy.
Breezy. You know what I found out today? Breezy was arrested. She testified at the first trial for
We can't even be serious about that. Like for real?
Yes, she did. So they had Mariah the liar and they had Breezy up there. And guess what Breezy did?
He told on him.
Something to get arrested, clearly.
She pled the fifth on the stand several times.
No.
Yes.
Okay. Well,
So they asked her a question, she pled the fifth. Then they asked her another question, she might have answered that one. Then they asked her another question, she pled the fifth on that. And then the jury, that's what the appeal is about.
Oh.
Bless her heart.
It's crazy. So they let her take the stand and plead the fifth in most of her testimony.
Weeks and wine makes a good point. If you're a good parent, you're not gonna have your little boy online showing himself with flashing weapons. That is correct.
That's a very true statement. There's a lot of, like I said, there's a lot of parental as well as
He did
but
have a gun bigger than his body in the picture.
that
I ain't
was
gonna lie.
hilarious. That was funny. But
Yo, did the judge say that?
yeah, she
Yes,
said
yes.
when she was talking to Thug, she said, "You saw this young man with a gun on social media that's bigger than his body." I was
Well,
like,
I went
"That's
back to
kind of
that was
Google and
crazy.
looked. I said she on to something. I was like, where he get this?
that's kind of funny." All right, I missed it, but somebody, I put it up there earlier. Somebody said Thug needs to start singing from hymnals. He can come to church, man. Look, we sing out of hymnals in my church. He can come to church and he can sing out of hymnals. There you go. You don't have to worry about gang lyrics or anything of that nature. Dang, problem
I
solved.
think he really about to find himself as a as a man, no longer like the older version, I should say. That's why I was saying in the chat, we all get tribulations in different ways.
For sure.
This might have just been to clear out his friend list from people that wasn't friends.
There you go. I mean, yeah.
It might have
Sound
been to
like he
dry
had
him out.
already cleared them out.
Right.
It sound like he had.
It needs to be
You
a thorough
saying that, but
purging.
they did that. They broke in the house and they did the raid on his house. So he still had some friends around that had no business around him.
Right.
Well, was that a raid or was they arrested him?
They did the warrant for the house. They searched, and that's when they found the weapons and the drugs and whatnot.
But that came after they arrested him.
But I'm
They
saying,
went back and re-indicted.
but Mo, I'm saying he still apparently had some type of friends with that type of influence around him in some degree.
That's what he's saying, right?
I'm not saying that that's just what was going on. I'm just saying he was still helping people from around the way because he wasn't
That's
even
all.
at home.
Right. And somebody asked earlier where. Go ahead.
I'm good.
Somebody
wish
asked
you could
earlier
fire him,
where the Sky House lounges. I mean Sky House apartments is. It's right there in front of Perimeter. I'm not Perimeter. Phipps Plaza. If you live here in Atlanta.
Go at your own risk.
Right. Go at your own risk though. I would not encourage you to be doing that.
So on YouTube, there's a video of Thug with his daughter, and she was doing a math problem. He's sitting on the dining room table eating. There's people all up and through that house. Cooking, cleaning, washing dishes. So I think because I came from places where there was open door policies. I think that's what he had, and I think that if you've never seen people in poverty like really get down and how they get down, it's easy to say, "Nah, that's not how I would do it. Nah, that's not how I would live." But until you see it, like when you see a Thanksgiving dinner when everybody in your building, each person can make one plate that would feed, like y'all got to do like a smorgasbord in order to eat. You would understand that it's times are really hard for some people.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I don't think. Yeah, I agree. I don't think that was the complaint. I think he was only saying that now needs a real. You do need to move differently.
Yep.
And that's it. Like I'm not saying that I'm sure Mo, Rome, myself were raised differently. You did something. Like when I was little, we always had fried fish and spaghetti for dinner on Friday. I don't know why, but we always did. And now at 50 years old, I can't tell you the last time I had that.
Look,
but you move on. That's all we're saying. And especially, go ahead.
I've never ate chillins again.
Boy, don't start that again. I'm so sick. I'm about to anybody that with that foolishness, I'm muting you. We're not even doing that today.
I'm just adding to the story. You said
no, I don't know. That's not a story I ever need to hear
when
again.
we was younger, I had
nobody needs to hear that story again. I'm gonna mute you. There, problem solved. I muted him. All right, let's go. So no, I got you though.
Oh, that made my day.
Wait. Trail, there's something about me that doesn't want to concede this, but on the same note, I know it's true. I know
She
it's
didn't
true.
talk to none of the witnesses that were from the neighborhood. That's all I
Nah.
know.
And I'm willing to guarantee you she didn't talk to anybody that she perceived as under her.
Yup.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I don't
believe they
yeah.
talk to people.
I know lots of doctors and people that have lots of letters after their
There's a war
names.
between 2 gangs or 3 different gangs. If you listen to them, you can't really embrace the neighborhood because you're gonna get you're not gonna get any. People are not really gonna talk to the police.
I'm not saying embrace them, but you at least got to talk to them and see where they head at before they get up there.
Right.
She didn't talk to
The only
nobody.
time somebody want to talk to you in those situations is when their loved one is the victim of something. When you come through there, nobody wants to have a conversation. I've seen people get murdered. Nobody want to say anything, and they know who the person was that did it. They just all be standing there like, oh, that's really bad. What's the saying? They caught him down bad, and they just looking. You know what I'm saying? They just looking, and then the police said, "Do you know which way it come from?" Oh, the people are standing right there when it happened.
I'm gonna put it this way. Atlanta a little different. I ain't gonna hold you, but it's gonna be somebody in that neighborhood that's gonna say something. You remember that neighbor witness that knew everybody on the street for like 2 decades? We got one of them in every neighborhood. I promise you. You just gotta find them, and you can find them by talking. And that's what I'm saying. They just don't talk to people. I've had clients where I had to prove their innocence, so I had to talk to people. I had to knock on doors. I had to sit down with families. And I'm not even the police. They didn't want to talk to me, but the whole process was I'm still gonna try. At least say I did it. The state doesn't do that no more. We pay them to do it. They don't do it. They're on Instagram or watching colors for gang training.
Complaining that they either got threatened, they came to their job. You can't intimidate people into speaking to you.
Right.
I don't know about that. Miss Love may beg to differ.
No, that's why they can't get the cooperation from the community, and the community is less likely to. If you see this trial, right, are you more likely to even speak to these people after you've seen how they done handle?
Oh no.
I see a Miss Love coming to my door. I'm exiting the
Closing the
back door
blinds.
quickly.
I'm closing the blinds. I'm telling my dog to get in the kennel.
I'm treating it like Halloween. Turn the lights off, kids. No, don't open the door.
If the dog bark, I'm still gonna act like I'm not there. Like, no.
Yeah, I want to see what.
Lord, you know what I found out? And she's great. I recommend y'all sub. I found out
Who's that?
she became bougie now.
Who?
Monica Mo Justice here.
Why is she bougie? Wait, help me out.
What did I do?
Mm-hmm.
What
So
I
she
do?
she don't
What
even
did I
drive.
do?
She don't even drive the subway no more. She says she refuses to take the subway anymore.
Oh yeah, no, that's a negative.
She was like, "Nah, I'm better
That's a
now."
negative. No, I take railroads or Ubers, but I will not take the subway. The MTA,
She put in on it
I'll
on her
walk.
live.
Or I will walk.
A witness, we're in the neighborhood. Don't go to the door. I'm not gonna read that out, Renette, but I understand. I'm gonna say it respectfully. I understand. Trust me. We had that happen in my when I was growing up every week, and they was persistent. That's what I'll give them. I give them that. They were persistent.
Oh man, All right. So how are y'all feeling, man? There's still court on Monday. So we know that there's still 2 or 3 fellas that got to get it figured out. But
I'm
how are
kind of
y'all feeling?
indifferent. I'm indifferent because at the same time, I know it could have been worse, a worse scenario for him. I still hate that he has to go through that many years of probation, which is crazy to me.
Right.
For the other defendants, I'm afraid for them because after that happened, now I want to say the DA, but I'm pretty sure it's just Miss Love. They don't even want to open, talk about any type of plea deals or working this out to save more of the state's money. Like now she's just like, nah, somebody got to pay for this. It's y'all the last one here.
Didn't they make like $15,000? How much he has to pay in fines today?
I think it's about 30 altogether anyway, about 30,000. Shouldn't be too bad for him because he had that one for the RICO and she maxed that out, and then it was another 5 for something else.
I know it was like 20,000 because I remember when I read it, it
Simply
was like, or
Renee, Delicate, they say 35K. Nope, it's between 35 and 40. The chat says.
Okay.
One of the
Yeah,
two.
I heard. Yeah,
That's like half a Hellcat. He should be all right.
I took a Hellcat Uber.
Look, he didn't pay for that one though.
Straight to the comment section.
Look, you would be surprised. Let me make sure okay, I'm safe. Yeah, you'll be surprised how many people don't pay for their Hellcats. So don't believe the hype. The repo is at an all-time high. All-time high.
Wow.
I mean, he can do one show, Miss Love's Disappointed Father, and
Yeah,
that'll be like 2 or 3 million right there, right out the window. Now he got a whole new base of art to deal with after this experience.
because he
That's
better be singing
10
from
right there.
hymnals. He better be
Yep.
singing from some hymnals.
Look, he about to change
A
it up
mighty
out here.
fortress is our God. Better be done.
Look, he can drop an
tomorrow.
album. He can drop a clickbait album right now. It'll go crazy.
Bro, I'm looking at Spotify right now, and yeah, all he would have to do is literally, just literally go on Instagram.
Yep.
That's it.
Money for days. Like he has the ability to make an obscene amount of money. He always has.
I don't know. This is an interesting point here. Why should they have listened to Donovan Thomas's family?
It was not the place, it was not the time, and it was not the person.
It was place, time, person. They also did not hear from the Menendez family.
Because
Why
if
not?
that was the case, he could have let his family speak and his 6 kids, his record label, everybody. Like we would have been here till next week.
Yeah, I don't think that wasn't it. Now,
Nah.
and to the point, nobody else did. There were other victims' families that were in the courtroom for the other pleas. They
That's what I
didn't
was
do
about
that.
to say. They were there for their own individual reasons, and for the most
But nobody was
part,
saying that they needed to get up and.
That's what I was about to say. The state didn't tell them to like, look, they got something to say, Your Honor. No, they didn't care about them.
Right.
They only cared about this one instance because he told them no on their plea agreement. So she was like, nah, I want to get all the bias opportunity I can get right here. I'm finna read out all these crimes that he put Nolo to, which is relevant now, but I'm gonna read them anyway. And then I want them to do a victim statement, even though he not the man who shot that man. I know he not, but because it's an overt act for somebody he might have known 10 years ago, they need to get up here and speak their piece to him. He probably had no idea it happened, but they need to speak to him.
Hold on a second.
It's the echo effect. There we go.
Mo is coming in as 2 people.
Okay, there she goes. She got her default back.
Right, she got a default back. Now she's
little queen piece, a little queen right there. Okay.
Give me a second. I'm trying to.
Oh, it's all
Take
good.
your time. Take your time, sis.
We here. We're gonna be here for a minute. We're gonna be here for a minute.
we
Matter of fact,
gonna-
while I'm here, let me just say thank you. Key said free the jury. Get them up out of there too.
The special conditions forbid him from torching Fanny and Love and Hilton and look.
Oh no, you know why? Because whatever he puts out, somebody's gonna remix it. I'm gonna remix, bro. I'm gonna become a studio engineer. I'm gonna remix something and put some toast and a Fonnie in there. So it's a guarantee. Now look
Weeks
at
and Wine, he did get the RICO charge, but he pled NOLO to it. I answered you earlier with it. NOLO means they accept the charges without admitting guilt. So theoretically, he has the charge, but he's retaining his innocence on the charge. If that makes sense for you.
it does.
That's what
Now,
the whole upset factor was with Miss Love. She
Right.
wanted the guilty. She wanted that very badly.
Oh my
So
gosh.
in
Oh
New
my
York,
gosh.
in New York, I think we have NOLO. We got the NOLO Contendo or something like
Contendo.
that.
Right.
Contendo.
That's what we have. We're
Yep.
Southern. We don't say the whole
they
thing.
just okay.
We're from South
So
we
Latin.
shorten it.
Right.
So it means that but the prosecution has enough evidence that might. So you're not pleading guilty to it, but
Nope, you
believe
accept the
that they got.
charge.
You're accepting that they may be able to
Right. They may be able to prove it, but
prove
you're
it.
retaining your
Correct.
innocence. Right.
Correct.
Yo. That's what she was upset about. And when the judge said, yes, I'll accept that NOLO, it's just like
Oh, we don't
Yeah, they were
call
like,
it
oh
we
wait.
call it a no contest. You're not contesting what they're saying, what they have against you. But normally our no contest is like a 6 months and then it closes and then it doesn't exist on your record no more.
Right.
It's not no 15 years out and then if you do this, it's
Put your
you never
like
heard
the
of that.
hokey pokey up in this joint.
Look, that's the trap. I told you, like Georgia, that's our signature. So they'll do all this little probated stuff after you do like a decade and plus of doing some other stuff. The good news for him is he has some ways he can dwindle that down for sure. I still think he should do work with the kids regardless, though. They definitely would need it because a lot of people do look up to him for sure.
Yeah.
I think the hardest part of his being free is going to be the drugs and just staying out of that scene and not having that stuff in his presence on his premises.
That or he's gonna end up finding himself in jail. So I think it's I mean, come on. At some
Listen,
point,
Sylvia went to his father's studio, right? The studio that's there,
right? You're right. I know.
And that day that they went in there, they was like, "Oh my God, it smells like weed all through here." So,
what's the difference?
Well, Nolo says I'm not guilty of that, and I'm not going to argue for it. Am I right? But Alfred says I'm guilty. wait. How does it? It's weird. How do they say it?
Alfred plea is basically the same, just with different stipulations to it. It's rarely done because it is so similar to our NOLO.
That's what I thought it was. Yeah.
but the Alfred sounds like
that's just for
still doing time. Yeah, you're still doing some kind of time. The NOLO really is.
It's like I'm trying to get up out
It's
of
like
here.
zero time. It's like zero time. Well, in New York, it's a certain.
Alfred.
It puts you on probation.
I'm gonna put it this way: the best way to describe it, because you can't. It's up at the court's discretion to accept it, and then they give you that time for that Alfred plea. The issue with the Alfred plea is you don't admit guilt or innocence.
Oh, there you go.
But the NOLO, you retain your innocence, but you admit that the state has some type of evidence that can probably prove some type of crime to some degree.
That's wild. That's so wild.
And the issue with like what made it perfect for this one was those two charges were proven factually because of the plea deals that they did before he got his plea deal.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah.
So it worked perfectly. Ironically, though, the gamble there was the judge going to go for it? That's why I was saying in the chat for the whole week, I was like, this is a gamble for the state all around, because what happened if the judge isn't on their boat? And then I'm like, okay, if Jeffrey doesn't play ball, then what happens if the judge is on the state's boat? So that's what Adams and Steele was explaining on the steps, and they was just like, we playing a game of chicken in court, pretty much. Russian roulette type stuff. So
No, that's 100%. Yeah.
it's a feeling I don't wish on nobody in the world. It's not a good feeling. If you thinking like, oh, the bubble guts and stuff like that, no, it puts that to shame. All that goes to shame.
Well, you know what? Jeffrey's position probably was, I pay you these big bucks. This is what you this what you get paid to do, right?
Basically.
At this point.
Money talks.
But it was crazy to see them not be in agreement.
Look, the fact that he was able to present that out his own mouth and tell the judge that is what won her favorability. He was like, I can donate to this, I can do this for that. Ooh.
You know what those
if
were.
Steele would have said that, if Steele would have said it, you know she wouldn't have went for it. I can guarantee
Yeah.
I can guarantee you that. That's why I was saying, like, a lot of the stuff that she saw, it looked genuine. Whether people, whether it is or not, we'll never know. But from his testimony, it looked sincere. And then you compare it to the state's assertion moment when they did their little 2-hour tangent about charges that he pled nolo to anyway. It looked crazy. It looked unreasonable.
Yes, he can do music with Gunna because he's contractually.
they petty. They are petty. He gonna do songs with the man who probably got him in court to begin with.
Right, a Lil Woody, feature Lil Woody. Oh my gosh, can you imagine that?
First track out, Infinity Q50.
I think he's more likely to speak to Sledge again than ever a Woody. Woody is done. Like even though towards the end of Woody's testimony, you got the moment when Thug was laughing when he said, "Thug, you mad at Rich Homie? You got a problem with this dude over here?" It's crazy.
They're gonna make a compilation of Miss Love Wild Questions. I can feel it.
Oh my goodness.
I can feel it. They're gonna be like,
bro,
do you have love for Young Thug?
Love for the streets.
What?
I was breaking my one eyeball to try to see into that screen that was on. So like Steele was standing here and Thug was standing here, and there was a monitor right there, and I was looking hard to see her reaction as the
I tried. Look, I was in the chat. I was like, please, cameraman, if you hear, just pan the camera over it, because I know she was acting up.
Oh,
I know she was acting up. When the judge said she was shaking her head, I was like, what that mean?
No, but you see, she was so hurt that Abati had to be like, the district attorney will like.
Right. Nobody cares what the district attorney thinks. Sorry.
I was like, no, why don't you just let her get up? I need to see her screaming right now at the
She
top.
wanted to so bad. She wanted to do an objection. She wanted, like, her body was twitching. It was twitching. When they did show us what she was looking like for a few minutes, she could not sit still. Every time he was like, nope, this song was written by that person. Nicki Minaj song that. So
and
how
I
did she?
And I wasn't that person.
My client doesn't sound like Nicki Minaj. And that was
and then you see when the judge was like, so you guys had already agreed to this, so I can't see you was gonna put him back in society and let him go home today. I was like,
her face, I know her face was priceless at that moment.
I was like, why you keep sending people different versions of your negotiation? When I do negotiations with people, I clearly write the last version is null and void. Like whatever we considered in the last version is not for consideration in this version. This supersedes that.
That was Sledge's karma. That was Sledge's karma coming back. Because she was used to doing it. And you're right. It's not it would make more sense to do it more, neat and more where you don't have to keep going back and forth and have situations like this where the judge is like, y'all wasn't feeling too unsafe.
Right. I love that. I love that she said, oh, y'all, yeah. Y'all clearly are okay with this, so I'm just gonna keep this thing going.
Yo, and her
Y'all
face, like
okay
I
with
could
this?
see from her shoulders tense, and I was just like, yeah, she's not happy about that.
When the judge went to the printer, I said, "Oh, she's calculating her own digits over there. She's doing her own math."
Yeah, this math is gonna be mathing on its own. You are not
I
mathing
was
this
like,
me.
she was doing her own math all the way.
I love it. It's different. All right, what
Yeah.
we got? Let me see. Missing any good comments here? I'm trying to see if there's any. I'm trying to see if Fonnie gonna do a press
No,
conference.
she didn't get her sound. She didn't get the use. She didn't. And I think this is so I don't know. All right. Woo. Who's the victim advocate person? Because now I'm mad at them because
Yeah,
you're
I'm gonna
supposed to
say
go
this.
to court.
I'm gonna say this, Mo. I'm gonna say this, and I know this from personal experience because I had a lot of dealings with them. It is rare. It's probably like one woman up there that is a good advocate. The rest of them are absolutely useless. Absolutely useless because they really don't care. It's like they're numb. So you can come to them. I had one client where he just wanted, I wasn't even litigating anything for him, but he just wanted me to check up with the office and see what's going on. And his mother had got shot.
Oh.
Passed away. And I tried to talk to one of the advocates up there, and they had the nastiest attitude. Like, look, his mom ain't the only one getting shot out here.
Whoa! Oh my gosh!
And I was like, excuse me? And I had on like my little casual clothes. I didn't have my suit on or nothing that day because it was like they called me out the blue, and it was just like, please, just see if you can help me out. Took my personal time, went to go check. So I'm like, you want to say that again? And she was ready to go back and forth. I was like, no. I was like, let me see who's over you. Like, I can talk to the district attorney's office. They're not gonna talk to you. I was like, they're gonna talk to an attorney for sure. Oh, I'm sorry.
Not Rome Karen. Did you
I'm
go Karen?
sorry. I had to. I don't like pulling the card, but I'm just like, I just wanted to ask what was going on. The advocates in that area are not worth anything. That's why when you see the families come to court, they're blindsided like that. They're being used in ways that they shouldn't be used. We saw one witness get up on the stand, the one who got shot in the head, and they didn't even let him know what was going on with the guy who shot him. So stuff like that happens a lot in Fulton. I hate to say it, and that's stuff that makes me upset because when you see it firsthand, it's different. It's completely different.
He's got a medical condition. I don't remember, it was kidneys. There's something, he has some kind of medical condition. But so because I know that when they did one of their applications for what is it, for bond, they said that he has some medical conditions that
They
they
did
wanted.
do that. Yeah.
They wanted to address. So if he does have narcotics in the system, I'm sure it's going to
long
be
gone by
related
now.
I would hope so. I'm hoping that he went through a detox.
But that's what I was
in
saying.
jail.
I was saying, like, you got to look at the silver lining of everything that happened. So he got a real clarity and got to see things around him clearly, probably for a long time than he has in a long time anyway. And now he gets to make sober decisions like he did today, and it pans out for him when he can actually, function at 100%.
Facts.
Well, mentally anyway. I'm put it that way.
Right.
Probably not physically because they was doing some other stuff to
But he
concrete bed.
even confessed that on his, in his, he said maybe because I was under the influence.
Right, he did.
I think he.
Yup. People thought I was playing about. I was like, no, the hell you sleep on concrete. No problem. Good luck.
It's probably better than the
Steel bed.
a steel bed.
Yeah. I've heard. I've definitely heard. That's the wild part. And people be thinking like, oh, Ron he be joking too. I'm like, that's not a joke. I do play. I play a lot, but that one ain't it. No.
Wow.
No, because they can make anything into a shank.
Yup. Yo, they're resourceful. I've seen some wild things. Say what you will, you give them time,
They
and
could
they
take
become
some
real
tape.
resourceful.
What is it? Tape? I think I've seen a shank made out of the
Oh yeah,
masking
when they pad the tapes
stuff.
together real hard. Yo,
Really?
Yeah,
yo,
man.
Oh my gosh, those
It's
are
not a good look.
shenanigans.
yo.
No, it's
Anyway,
very unsafe being
did you see how
incarcerated.
did you see what they busted, like the last little raid they did for Rice Street? They had like
Yeah,
these little katanas which
I
they
saw that.
got
That
from
was that.
the door panels that where they open and close the guard door, and they were taking the panels off and then just shaving them down like a big little sword. It's like what they walking out here like Samurai Jack. Yeah, like nobody noticed it.
What do you think about this?
Do y'all think do y'all think he will campaign against Fannie? Who?
Young Thug.
I think at this
I don't
moment,
think he can. He got a felony.
He can.
well, I don't know because Trump is running with a felony, so
Trump
anything's
different.
possible. But
Trump,
I
Trump,
mean, he's changing.
he
He's
built
changing.
differently.
But
Trump
he's
got
changing
money.
he's changing the dialogue because normally people would tell people, "Oh, you can't run if you've got a felony or you've been convicted of something."
Leslie, they gonna lock him up so fast. Don't play around with Fannie like that. Don't.
I don't think it would be in his best interest to say anything negative.
He
at
banned
this
from there. He
point.
can't be anything there. They banned him.
Yeah. Okay. I think it would be smart. This is what it is. Watch this. I don't think he should campaign. However, if he's in the ability, now granted, there's not a lot of time left, but if he's able to sign off on licensing of his music, I would give Courtney Kramer 96 hours to use a track in her campaigning that maybe is a then that way without copyright or anything of that nature. That would probably be the best thing, smartest thing to do.
I wouldn't vote for that lady either, only because there's the devil you know and then the devil you don't know. And you don't know what you're going to get out of that woman that's going to be any better or worse than the one you already got. Your best bet is to keep the one that you got in the position, and when she gets reelected, throw her out and put somebody in there as appoint somebody to the position until.
How you gonna throw her out though? She's elected.
She's elected, but the way that she's doing, there's always a way to get people out of their elected seat.
I got two questions in one.
It's easier to get people out of their elected seats, especially this thing.
No, it's not. No, it's not. Look, have you seen Dalton? She's managing 2 spots, Mo.
I mean, and acting a fool in both of them, and is running again in both of them. That's crazy.
About to lock up somebody for running up against her.
And probably will win because she wants to give the people back 100% of their taxes.
Look, I don't think she's gonna win in Dalton. Look, whatever happens
Jason,
in the township is different. Go ahead,
Jason. That might work if you can give back 100% of tax. I ain't gonna lie. I'll vote.
But y'all
for
bankrupt though. Nobody even knows how much money y'all have.
I don't care about. Look, if she can promise me back 100% of my taxes I pay, Jay, I will vote for her twice.
See, here's the problem, right?
That's a lot of money, Jason.
Well, see, you somebody like unlike myself.
Look, Jason, look, you paying taxes on a lot of stuff, Jason. What you mean? That's some good money.
I understand.
I sat on a Civic. I sat on a Civic where like only 12 people come out, or maybe 20 people came out, right? When this decision making, right? But to vote, the whole community votes, right? So they vote on the things that the 12 people that come out all the time don't even want in the neighborhood, know why, and then met with the politicians or met with the city planning board, and they done told us why they can't do XYZ. But the people that never come, that aren't there, which is the majority of people, vote for the things that are not in their interest because they just vote based on popularity or what somebody else told them to do.
I'm gonna be honest, Mo. People in Fulton barely know they can vote.
Probably that's what it
That's
is.
being super honest. Like the people who really should be voting don't even know they're supposed to vote. Like they know they can, but they just don't know when, I would say.
When Fulton hired that community activist that came from Chicago,
Lord.
yeah,
Lord.
they muddied the waters so poorly that it ain't,
Who did this?
The same. We're talking about the same lady.
I know exactly what she's talking about.
I'm so
I
yeah.
knew I
That's
knew it
the
was a
one that
mistake.
interrupted. That's the one that interrupted Trump's run that time. He was
Yeah.
on NBC, MSNBC,
Yeah.
and stuff. I can't remember his name, but
Okay.
he
All
was
right.
he was an activist in Chicago that they retained to come down there and help them organize against this lady Jedediah.
No disrespect to anyone from Chicago, but we have a
No,
bad
no,
history of
Jedediah
Chicago
Brown.
people. I'm not gonna lie to you.
Yeah.
I don't know what it is when a Chicago person comes to Atlanta for helping, it never ends too well. Unc T is a great example of that.
Yep. Gates is from Chicago.
Yep. She said it's the same. And I was just like, how in the heck is Atlanta gangs the same as Chicago?
Right.
Like she said it with confidence. Let me get these two questions out of the way real quick because they go together. Rome or DWC, I thought I heard the judge say something about after 4 years, something would become a misdemeanor. Well, I won't say I heard that, but if she did say anything like that, that would be something very new. If she could do it, he still had 3 other felonies to worry about. And then the other one came from under her. What's Metro Atlanta? Metro Atlanta is about 50% of Georgia.
Facts.
Metro Atlanta involves a lot of different counties. We got Fulton, we got Clayton, we got Cobb. We got it's a lot. It's a lot. It's at least
did he
about.
live in one of them?
Look, if you get banned from Metro Atlanta, you have to go to
you
like
got banned from Georgia.
Basically, because it's like our whole entire that's where the most populated portions are of Georgia. If you go out of that, you start going into towns with like 500 people population.
Right.
Metro Atlanta is huge for that reason. So that's the wild part. I didn't know she could do that, but here we are.
Well, I've been saying it.
I thought she could only do something for Fulton, but I guess not. It'll be best for him anyway. Look, Metro Atlanta is overrated. We're overcapacitated. So anybody in the chat, please stop.
Right.
Please.
We are well over capacity. We are close.
So I'm confused. Did he live in Atlanta or did he live on the outside of Atlanta?
Atlanta is just the city. Metro Atlanta involves like a lot of different counties around it.
Yeah, I'm trying to find you a picture of it.
It's like a 200-mile radius type of deal of Metro Atlanta, maybe more than that. And he could live outside Atlanta, but he still would end up in one of those counties, if that makes sense. So they don't even want him in that. But
I'm trying to find a picture. Go ahead.
The good news is that'll keep him out of trouble, guaranteed. Because all the trouble is in Metro Atlanta. that's literally where all our concentrated crime is across the state.
All right, real quick, let me show you a map. That's a good question. That's a great question. All right, so here is the good old Atlanta. And when somebody says they're from Atlanta, so you see this, it's kind of shaped like a heart, like a human heart. See this little circle going around? That's I-285. Most of the time, most people, Atlanteans, agree that everything inside 285 is Atlanta. Is that fair?
Yeah, that's fair.
Okay. All right. So thumbs up in the chat if you can see that. Okay. Let's just real quick. So That's most people
You
historically.
see how big that is, right, Mo?
And it's humongous. It's
That's
gigantic.
just Atlanta. That's just the Atlanta, right?
It's just Atlanta. However,
zoom out.
I'm laughing because everything outside of Atlanta is not Atlanta. If you follow this logic, well, they've come up with a term called the Metro Atlanta area, and it's literally everything. Everything is Atlanta. Okay, let me show you how. Let me tell you, I'm not trying to be funny. I'm not trying to be funny.
It's 10 Atlantas together right there.
Right, it's literally 10 of them. Okay, I'm gonna drive up here. Here is the University of Georgia.
You're right, innocent bystander. The speed limit on I-25 is approximately 200 miles per hour. Yes.
Yeah. So let me University of Georgia. Whoa, hold on.
Really? Because I like to go fast.
Oh no, we drive fast. Now, that's something we got under wraps.
Look, we drive fast for sure.
We drive fast here.
I didn't buy this car for fun.
Yeah, I mean,
I got tired. of them trying to bully me around. So I said, bet.
Okay, let me okay, here we go. All right, so
But yeah,
just
I
so
don't
we
know
can
who created Metro Atlanta, but they failed geography.
Geography 101 for
Yup.
sure.
They just threw it out the window. They said, that's it, that's that. And yep, this is all Atlanta now, Metro Atlanta.
Okay, now I don't know. Oh, I just had it. All right. The University of Georgia is way up here. Okay.
I love going there. There's some nice people out there.
There's nice people up there. Okay. Here's Metro Atlanta, right? Or here's Atlanta, please forgive me. There are places up here in Athens, Georgia that call themselves Atlanta.
Metro Atlanta. Yep.
Right. They're 90 minutes away from downtown.
Yep.
They be doing the most.
So is that Cleveland where they was at up there, or is down here?
Cleveland Avenue is down here.
Oh.
Yep, South Side. Yeah.
South Side. Okay, so we're doing some more geography here. All right. All right. So here, okay. This left to right highway right here is called I-20.
I love
it kind of
I-20.
splits it. Go ahead.
I love I-20 because guess what? If you come out of Atlanta at 2 or 3 p.m., you're going to be sitting there for a minimum of 3 to 4 hours. I don't know why either. It's no wrecks. I don't.
It is wild though. Okay, so all right, just a little bit of fun here. Most of the time, when somebody says they live in Atlanta, if you ask them, do they live north or south of I-20? You kind of get a gauge of where they live. So historically, south of 20 has been a very densely, highly melanated population. The black folk, the hood. Okay. Matter of fact, let's zoom in because my dear alma mater. Oh, by the way, somebody just asked where Mechanicsville is. There's Mechanicsville. We'll talk about that in a second. But if we zoom in even more, y'all know where we going.
Yep.
Y'all know where we're going. Get your right over left.
Let's get to the green store.
Let's go. Let's dear old Morehouse. All right. So Morehouse is in a precarious position because it's buttressed right against I-20. So it's on one side, it's supposed to be the side that's not in the hood, but literally across the street is the hood.
Bingo.
Yeah. So across the highway. So Morehouse looks out. We stop faking the funk. If you watch School Days, this is that Popeye's chicken from School Days.
You remember I told my story about the gas station where I thought I was gonna get shot.
Yeah.
And they thought I was I was like, no, just because I'm in a good school. No, we was.
Oh no,
the hood was right around the corner.
The hood, Morehouse was in the hood. I mean, it's only changed since we've been here. When I came to Morehouse, the hood was
Grady.
Okay, good question. Okay, so here, let me real quick show you Mechanicsville. All right, so we're gonna go over here. All right.
Keith said, see if y'all can find a McDonald's video footage while y'all at it. No, that's gone, Keith.
We're gonna find the McDonald's too. We're gonna do the whole thing tonight. We're doing the whole thing tonight. Celebrating Thug going home. All right, Thug gonna be home with his family tonight. All right, so this is the infamous Oh my gosh, it looks horrible, man. This is I-75 and 20 interchange.
That's horrible, though.
Look at this. Wow.
I love that
I've
highway
never seen it like
connector.
this.
That highway connector.
Always connect.
Look, I love it. I love it. I love it.
I don't even know what to say. I've never
the
never
bus
paid
is
attention
going
how it
over
looks.
You want to know why I love it? Because now I know I'm smart because I can navigate that somehow.
Well, and if you don't know how to, well, if you get on 20
You get on
and
the
the
wrong
exchange,
thing,
you get
you
lost.
just out of luck.
You right there in Mechanicsville, baby.
You
Big
out of,
baby.
I'm about to say, you pull off at an exit, you might get robbed. You might pull up to an Infinity. You just out. I hope you know where you're
Right.
going.
If you
when
pull
on
up
that
to an
connection.
Infinity, just give up. Just
It's
give up.
done. It's done. Just throw the keys out the window.
And pray for the best. Okay, so this is Mechanicsville. Man, we are wild over here tonight, y'all.
I'm
Y'all do me a
mad we
favor.
doing this.
Don't hit that like button, man. I'm already over here wilding out. Hit that like button. Help your boy out. Okay, so you know what? Let's go find the studio, the infamous studio. Was it TGI?
I'm not
TIG
sure.
studio?
I'm not sure.
Okay, well, first of all, here's Pryor Street. So when y'all hear me talking about Pryor Street,
Rico,
right? Fulton County Courthouse is on Pryor Street. So,
Right there.
right?
Oh, wow.
Yeah, right. Here's Trinity. Okay, right here.
You gotta cross the hood. Yes.
Yeah, right here. You know what's right here? This is Atlanta Public Schools central offices right here. So then just look, literally a block over is the Fulton County Courthouse.
Does every place have a Martin Luther King Jr.?
Do not get me started. Do not
Oh,
get me started.
wait. I'm gonna give him the quick synopsis.
Oh, hold on. I'm gonna
If
let you
you
big
see-
screen. Go ahead.
Look, hear me out, chat. You too, Mo. If you see a MLK sign for a street, you get your butt out of there. You bust a U-turn, you get out of there. ASAP.
Quick fast.
It's nothing but problems on that road. Nothing but problems. Don't ask me why. It just is.
Quick fast. Bust a U-turn. I agree. Because they're never in good places. They're never in good places.
You know, I'm thinking, I don't know if we have one in New York.
Yes, you do.
Know,
Go to the hood. Find the hood. I guarantee you it's there.
I've never seen one. But I know in Jersey they got nothing but Martin Luther King.
Did that man named Dirty.
It is in the most shadiest looking section.
They're always, yeah.
Nothing.
They're always in the hood. They're always in the hood. Sorry, there's no other way around it. It's and to me, I don't know, whatever you feel about MLK, I feel like, because I live in an area that's very diverse, got lots of mixed people. They ain't no part of an MLK up here.
I was about to say that Cobb ain't dealing with that.
Cobb ain't messing with MLK. But they ain't one in Sandy Springs either. They ain't an MLK in Sandy Springs. It's
I had
always
somebody
with
message
girls.
me about that, Cobb County, and they was like, "Why you always say people live in Cobb?" I was like, "That's the safest place." So you usually go there.
Bruh, I'm safe here. Okay, so real quick. All right, so oh my goodness, oh, it's bringing back memories. Okay, so here it is, y'all. Here's Cleveland Avenue.
Yo, it's not that big either.
It's not. Okay. All right,
But they
y'all
want
know
you
who
to
used
believe this area is responsible for 100% of the crimes in Fulton. They want you to believe this.
Yeah. All right, so y'all know who used to work there.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
well, we also know
literally across the street is the McDonald's that they're talking about. It's right here. This is the McDonald's. Now it's closed now. It's been closed for a while. But this is the McDonald's they're talking about.
Okay, Chapo said Jason was in the trenches.
No, bro. I don't think I was in the trenches. I would have thought I was before we started this trial. Now I realize, no, I didn't know what the trenches were.
Oh man.
Yeah, find me an MLK in New York, because this girl talking about she ain't got an MLK in New York.
I lived in Harlem, and
let me ask Chat GPT. Is there an MLK Boulevard?
Before they had a MLK, I don't ever remember seeing.
I'm about to ask right now. I'm about to ask Chat GPT.
Chat GPT is crazy.
Yeah, listen, I got a video.
These on Mars says it's on 125th Street.
I have a video
It
where
is.
I walked Harlem and I was on 125th Street because I went to the
Is that Harlem?
what is that thing? I was there because I went to the Apollo. I did a live stream. I was walking down the street asking people a question, randomly stopping people. And no.
Why you
It
asking
was right.
questions?
The chat was
Well,
right.
The chat is
officially
undefeated.
Mo, don't ever go there again, Mo.
No, I'm gonna go to my video because I was on. It doesn't say nothing about no Martin Luther King Boulevard.
Okay. Chat. Okay.
I wonder if it
Now,
was formerly that.
I
I
know
Oh,
didn't realize how
good.
big
I know
Archibald
Miss
Jackson is.
W. Miss W, we know. I'm well aware. I didn't want to find out if it was true or false. I just knew. Some things you just know.
but that
Oh
would
yeah,
be
I
a
know it.
very
I know it. I said it.
I don't know.
Look, don't make me Google Earth around Morehouse again.
Look, I thought I was safe over there when I first got there as a freshman, Jason. I thought I was good. Went to the little gas station, had my little Challenger. I got it clean and nice. Boy, they almost ran me for it. It was that would have been my last day. First day on the job.
First day, last day. Okay, let me see. What did you think? How did you feel about what Judge said after the recess? Are we talking about what she said to Thug after Adrian Love and then
No.
wait, what did she say?
The other people after recess. Well, she adjourned, so that wasn't a recess because the cameras went down and everything. They came back.
Okay.
So it is. I'm from New York. All right, which corner is Martin Luther King on 125th? Is it Adam Clayton Powell in 125th? Is it 125th? Which one is it? Because I've never seen Martin Luther King up there.
Mo, you too nice for them areas. You can't fool me. Mo done came up.
Mo is upstate New York. She faking the funk.
Mo bougie now.
No, I'm in New Jersey.
You up there with the girls and boys in the hood.
She went
Let
to a
it
more
go,
expensive
Mo.
location. Look at this. Look at this.
I know she is. Real quick, I did want to say something. Thank you so much, Dee, for the very kind $10 super. I really appreciate
Shout out to
your support to the channel. Thank you so much. I don't think I heard what Judge Whitaker said, so I'm going to surrender my time to the fine gentleman and fine lady of the DWC court so that they can respond to that. But I do want to answer this one. Blah said, are they able to take away Thug's assets? And the general consensus is no, but he ain't gonna get his stuff back tonight.
Right.
I think that's the general
Probably
consensus.
not for a few months, to be honest with
Right.
you.
They're gonna still fight for it, whatever doesn't get lost in the cyber attack. But
I'm gonna tell you a story that I really don't tell nobody that I really don't personally know. But you know what? It was a long
we're all
time
family
ago.
here.
It was a long time ago. So I originally had another Corvette. It was red.
Red is a bad
Insert
color.
a Prince joke in 3, 2, 1.
And I may have or may not have been caught doing some speeds with other cars in the vicinity also doing same speeds or similar. So they impounded it. And it took me a year and a half to get that car back. But by then I didn't even want it back. Didn't even want it back. Didn't even want it back. That's all I'm gonna say.
Wow.
That's why none of my cars are red anymore. I just started getting the opposite.
You want a color wheel? He said, what's the least red vehicle? Oh, yellow. Okay, gotcha.
Look, I looked on the primary color chart and I said, okay,
There
this
you
is
go.
around the way. Here we go. This will
That
work.
is
This looks
wild.
friendly. Looks welcoming.
Yeah, you gotta remember the cyber attacks, man. Come on now.
Look,
Cyber attacks gonna last long. I think they're gonna last longer than C19.
They've been here before that.
Right. They've been here before, man. They've been here before.
If you look at Fulton computers, you probably we laughing about it, but it's definitely possible to get hacked. They got some stuff from 2004. I'm not even lying to you. They don't even have like color screens on a lot of their officer computers, so it's still like those little black and green ones.
Oh wow, man.
So it's
These are
definitely
dial
possible.
up, man.
I wouldn't be surprised. The only
We
people with the good computers are the detectives, some of the detectives, and the DA's office and special units. Everybody else, like patrol officers and stuff, they get that, that little 19 for the 99 and the 2000s
Dude,
computer.
that's
Pretty
it.
much. That's about it.
Your computer's still worried about
Floppy
Y2K,
disk,
man.
yes,
Don't
they
swear.
do have floppy disk slots. Yes,
Wow.
yes.
Dude.
Yeah, I lived on Adam Clayton Powell. That's why I was on Adam Clayton Powell.
Mo is not having y'all besmirch in New York. Y'all better
Look,
stop.
Mo is allergic to the hood. She said she don't see it
I
out of
mean,
sight, out of mind.
I see no
do
hood.
the hood with no
I
problem.
heard your story. Look, I be watching
I
your
don't
live.
do rats. I don't do subways and
She's not wrong. She's not lying about that. I visited New York.
Oh no.
Some things built different, boy. They built it. We
Yeah.
got possums down here. They make our possums look like mice.
They run
Right.
on the train with you.
They ain't
like
scared of nothing. They
getting on
ain't
the
scared of
train.
nothing. They like they like little dogs. Like they legit not scared of nothing.
Yikes.
And people be sitting there like they not there. And
Yeah, that's gonna be a problem.
it was
I'm not gonna be
surreal.
able to do it.
It
I'm
was
not gonna be
surreal.
able to do it.
It was definitely surreal. That was the day I found out I was bougie like Mo.
Oh yeah,
That was the day.
yeah. Thank you
Yeah.
so much, Shauna. Let me tell you. I am not made for that at all.
I think the judge is going to push for DA to put the offers back on the table.
Oh, she told them she asked.
Oh, is that what she meant?
Remember when we heard her ask the prosecution if they had given them enough time to consider it?
Oh, yes.
Hilton was dumb by saying that because she could have easily just heard them out and said no, and then went about their business. But because she did that, the judge made it. Now it's the judge business pretty much. Now she really want to see what's going on. When they could have just had a closed door convo. Now she's gonna want to update to say what exactly did you not agree with, et cetera, et cetera. They let their emotions run as soon as Thug got his little thing approved.
So
Well, the other part about it is something's not right with the negotiation part. Because they said that they was negotiating and negotiations cut down.
Well, one thing, watch it. You realize that the Fulton County DA's office, they can't do 3 things at one time. So they can't have like Adrian and Simone over here negotiating with Thug.
They should be able to. They
and then
got enough.
Abati and Atkins negotiating with Doug, or any kind of mixture or combination of that. That would require entirely too much
certified people
and coordination. And we got cyber
with law
attacks for crying out
degrees.
loud.
People
We
with
got to
law
deal with
degrees.
cyber attacks all the time. So they have to work together. Like,
They come
one
in there
person
like
is
three
defending against the
stooges.
cyber attack, the other one's on LinkedIn trying to see, if their stock is going up, and they can't do that. They can't do.
I picture
divide
them
and conquer.
walking in the room. I picture them walking in the room holding hands, all three. They sit down at the table at the same time. They're like, okay, we're ready to present. Here's our plea deal. They can't do it separately. They can't.
They can't. I can't imagine that why would all of y'all need to work with Thug in order if Doug Weinstein, again, if he was really trying to negotiate, why were you not willing to do that? That makes no sense.
You know why?
Because I think what happened is they put out, like they did with Monk Tunk, right? They put out whatever their factual, whatever it was. And they just expect people to accept they want people to buy into their narrative and accept their narrative because they're in County Blue. You understand? I can see Shar right now talking about everybody was here, right? They're all gone because they didn't want to be in Fulton County Blue. They got up out of here, right?
Look, he right.
It's just it's crazy. You got beat in the head, like I just can't get over the sentences themselves, in and of itself, just being like 5 to 20.
This
Like,
was
what kind of
crazy.
number is that?
This is crazy. This
Like
is crazy.
I mean, you are supposed to set things so that they be a deterrent, right?
Mm-hmm.
But
That is a deterrent. That is a deterrent if you did it. If you were actually that type of person, it would make perfect sense.
Yeah, look,
But
let
when
me
you're
out of here,
not,
right?
but when
okay,
you're not, it's like, what is this? It's like, why are y'all doing this?
Like,
you know
you know what?
Go
You know who
ahead.
does 5 to 20?
Who?
Children, when they stick their hand in the jelly beans and say, "How many did you get?" Like 5 to 20. I mean, that's like kids. That's like kid answers. How many Oreos did you eat? You know, it could have been 5. It could have been 20. I mean, this is the children's answers, not jail sentences, not jail
Look,
time.
these jail times is different. One dude, what did she say? 400 years? She's like, you looking at, if you get found guilty, you know you're looking at 400 years. I'm like, what?
Dude,
This
that's some
man gonna have to
John
find.
Rambo numbers.
Look, this man gonna have to find the Dragon Ball several times.
This is
Several.
why Eppinger would rather shoot the officer. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, that makes
You understand
It
that's what
sound
you're
messed up, but
creating.
yeah.
That's what you're creating. That's the
Eppinger
resistance.
said, "You're not finna railroad me without a fight."
He's like,
Right,
nah,
right.
nah, you can't have me, homie. But where's my mama? Can I call my mama?
Can I call my mom?
Look, that's the first time I ever seen that where I'm sorry, I can say this because I seen it. A hardened thug. Like he's a veteran thug.
OG.
Just took out a cop. No
OG.
problem. No problem. Single-handedly. Outran the other one in the car somehow. Got home, stayed in the home for whatever reason, we don't know. And then came downstairs to say, "Hey, just let me call my mama. Mama, please." I was like, I know this
Can
man
I
is not
call
calling.
my mama?
You know this is going on YouTube, right? I know he had to know that was gonna happen. Ain't no way.
Yeah.
Ain't no
Man,
way.
they up there thugging and bugging up inside the penitentiary.
Thugging and bugging.
Like, buddy, you was calling for your mama. I seen the body
Calling for
cam.
your mama.
You ain't that hard.
Mama, can I call my? He asked, "Can I call my mom?" Like you in the middle of 800 people with guns on you, and you want to pull out something to call your mother?
M16s, a pump
Right.
shotgun.
There was a lot of danger.
SWAT vest on.
There was a
Like,
lot
you
of
worrying
danger
about the
there. There was a
wrong
lot
thing?
of danger there.
Worrying about the wrong things, my brother. Look, to get on the ground.
I like how Didi said it. It was crazy work when the judge said, "I guess we're going back to no sleep."
If I caught my mama like that, oh my Lord. Look, she probably told him to shoot.
Well,
She like, you did what? Nah, go ahead. I didn't raise this boy. Go ahead.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
The judge tried to clean up their mess, right? There was a spill on aisle 9, and
50 times.
she definitely helped them get rid of some of the people they had there. Now the question is, how do they modify their case now? You got
That's
two
a very
people.
good question. Wait.
So what are we gonna do now? We're gonna hear about 26 other people.
Right. They're gonna have to modify. Yeah, they're gonna have to trim that down because Lord
The
knows
evidence
whoever they were
should be
talking
down
about.
to like 5 exhibits now, right?
Yeah, that should be like 10 minutes long now.
No, they
Hey.
should just get to drinks and let us hear or drink whatever
Drinks.
however his name, Mr. D.
Mo trying to get a sip.
I'm just saying they should just let us get to him and see what actually happened there. And let us come to the same conclusion that we done came through everything else. This don't make no kind of sense. This is circumstantial. The math ain't mathing.
I just want to know how they're going to modify their closing arguments, how they're going to change. I personally think they're going to probably come back and be
Witness
like,
list got to change. Evidence exhibit
yeah, all that
change.
stuff.
You don't think they're going to modify anything? The woman sat right up here. The judge said, you no load number 1, count 1. This woman still read a whole 30 minutes
Everything on count one.
about count one.
Even though he said I'm innocent of that, but she still wanted to read. It was.
And the judge already said, I'm going to give it to him because you already gave it to him.
I
So
think that
that's
was one
like,
of the other factors why she was just like, you know what, I'm finna help this dude out. You just wasting my time all the time, love. You in here just wasting my time.
Facts.
it is so, again, rigid. She is just so.
I don't
This
know.
loves.
Did they date before? Like, what is? I don't get the energy that she has to do this to random people. I can get if she had like some real hard proof video camera from McDonald's evidence.
McDonald's.
All right,
But
let's
D's.
be clear. Okay. Before Fonnie came into office, this is $60,000 a year jobs, right?
Right.
This is $60,000.
Hey Mo, that's a lot in Atlanta.
That's a lot.
in
Right.
Atlanta.
That's a lot.
That's a lot in Atlanta.
Yeah.
Yes.
Our cost of living is way less than y'all's.
Yeah, a lot less.
I need
Hey,
to
hurry
come
up because I want to talk about Young Thug's.
No, we're overcapacitated. I told you this.
No,
Yeah,
I don't want to
look.
come down there because I might get arrested for looking wrong.
That's his Fulton.
Right.
You just go to Cobb or something.
She's tunnel vision. I don't think
Still in
it's
the
the
metro.
fact that she was that she was dating him or whatever. I think it's the envy of here are these no educated
Right.
people. Oh, did they say something? Well, here are
You get done. This is motivation for you to finish your story.
okay, here's non-educated people making more than me and causing havoc, and here I am, a law-abiding criminal with the badge of being a DA, only making $6,000.
Facts.
That is
Facts and
adds up
evidence.
perfectly because it even made her mad when he was saying what he was gonna do when he get out with the money.
Hey, look,
Like, how you mad
about me?
kids? You trying to give money to kids, man? What is your problem? She over
All
there
right,
like,
let's
he
see this.
still can't leave. No, I'm like, he trying to do charities.
Apparently, Dad has been wilding out. So let's see what Mr. Dag had to say. Apparently, he was bringing that smoke. Let's hear.
His father would like to
Real
say
quick,
a
one
few
in the
words.
chat you can hear.
His father, Jeffrey Williams Sr., would like to say a few words.
Do you want to just
All right, real quick, everybody can hear. Okay,
His
perfect.
father would like to say a few words. His father, Jeffrey Williams Sr., would like to say a few words.
do you want to just you can look at me or whoever asks you a question?
It don't make no difference.
No, you just want to talk.
Yeah, y'all can ask me a question.
I think everybody's set up. Yeah, so if you just, what were your thoughts when you heard that your son was going to take a plea?
Well, I was kind of started behind it because I was in agreement with Brian and Keith. You know, let's keep fighting. You know what I'm saying? You know, let's make them continue to embarrass themselves. You know, but at the same token, my son is I've never tried to interfere with his decisions. I just try to give him the knowledge of making the best decision that he sees fit for him. And I support it.
And so what was it like that he's going home?
I feel great that he's going home. But at the same token, I still wanted to fight. But that's his decision. You know, on the other hand, I raised him to be the man that he is. You know, I've always been in his life from a pup to now. And I'm going to continue to be in his life. You know, and as an adult, he has to make his own decision.
And
you know,
do you live here in Metro Atlanta?
Yes, I do.
So how does it feel to hear that he's not allowed to be in Metro Atlanta?
I'm totally against that because this is where he's from. You know, and to have a district attorney take that away from him that isn't a resident from here. She's from another state. You know, and to see her take a man away from where he's from to have to go live somewhere else, that's offensive to me. I'm really offended by it.
Can you talk about, sorry, I thought you were done. I was just saying, can you talk about your bond through music? And part of his conditions is that he can still make music, still do some performances. I know you said you were hoping to get back to that with him.
Yeah, we're going to get back to work. You know what I'm saying? You know, we're YSL loaded. I'm YSL loaded. You know, and in order for us to get back to our normal life,
Here,
we're
did
gonna have
you
to
eat
put
it
in
up?
some more work. We're
Okay,
gonna
yeah,
have to put in a
I'm
lot
good.
of work, but the work
Where's your
that
mom?
we need to do
You
foremost
doing something,
for
phone?
the city of Atlanta, Fulton County, we need to get rid of the poison that's in our system, and that's the district attorney office. So vote Courtney Kramer.
My blood. He a
Courtney
real
Kramer,
one.
I support Courtney Kramer.
Wow, he done did more to
I feel
promote it
like
than
she's
she
the
has.
best person for the job, and it's not because of what she said about us.
You ain't
It's
never lied.
because she said that, and she was in my company and never knew who I was.
Absolutely true.
You know what I'm saying?
What are your thoughts on his art being used against him?
Not just the art, freedom of speech. Let's talk about his rights. We freedom of speech, man. You know, how can you take a person's freedom of speech and say, now we're gonna tell you how you need to talk or how you supposed to talk? You know, who would feel comfortable with? Would any of us out here right now feel comfortable with someone telling us you confirmed from saying this? You can't say that. You know, what do the Constitution play a role at? You know, these young men, all of these young men, and some of us too, all of our rights are being violated right now because we're being dictated to on how we supposed to live, how we supposed to look, what we supposed to say. You know, we have a constitution. When are we gonna start acknowledging our constitution? You know, we did away with supposedly, we did away with communism. I can't tell. I can't tell. You know, we took down a statue. We tore up a flag. What about the laws? Let's change the laws too. You know what I'm saying? If we're gonna do away with it, let's do away with all of it. Change the law. We're in a new day and time. We should make the laws for the new day and time.
Do you think his lyrics will change now?
I hope not. I wouldn't. But you know, he's behind the 8 ball right now. So we're gonna have to justify something. We're gonna have to make some justification on how we got to narrate it now. You know, and that's sad. That's sad.
The city
That a man
happy.
should have to do that. And
Bro,
that's
this
his
is
way of
crazy.
life. That's how he feeds himself. That's how he feeds his family. That's his job.
And how
Are you gonna be in the right street right now?
Huh?
Yes.
Be in the right street?
Definitely. Definitely.
So we thank you guys. We do gotta head the right street.
One more quick
Go
question. Any words that you want to wish to anybody else remaining on the case? Anything you want to say to them?
Yeah. I definitely want to say something to the people that's left on this case, along with the people who are waiting to be charged. Keep your heads up. Keep fighting. Sooner or later, somebody gonna have to make a decision. We need to start making the people accountable that makes the decisions for us. So we need to put the right people in office. We need to start scanning the people that we vote for.
And now that we have voting right now, it needs to be a presidential topic. It needs to be a topic about prison and reform. Why, the presidents are not discussing this during their debates. It needs to be at the forefront of the presidential debates at this time. So,
But the people got to make that.
Who is that?
we got to make that.
I'm gonna be fair.
You know, and I'm gonna
I'm gonna
leave
be
y'all
fair
with
and
this.
say,
And
Hold
I
on,
don't
hold
know.
on.
I don't
Go
know if the
ahead.
chat is gonna agree with me here, but the president don't handle stuff like that. I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's not a presidential thing.
Presidents are federal.
Right.
Our governor and our mayors, our legislature, like we.
Facts.
I'm gonna wait till she done, and then I'm gonna say something.
Okay, no problem.
Any fight you go through in life and anything that you have to deal with in life, you can't be scared. Can't be scared. And I'm out of here.
That rascal right
Oh
there.
no, he getting a felony. He getting a
Oh,
felony.
he about to catch a whole case.
In the words of John Lewis,
Get to your kids,
Fight.
get to your grandkids, support them, tell them you love them, hug them, just be there. Just be there.
And
You
if
know
you
what I'm
see
saying?
something
Because that's
wrong
what we
and you
need.
see something that's not just, say
That's what we need.
something. Get in good trouble. In the words of John Lewis, say something.
Yeah.
Don't just sit there and let it happen if it's not your family. Don't wait till it's your family. If you see his family, anybody else's family, like the other guys that are still here, don't just stop coming because Thug is out. There's still other guys fighting for their lives. Still come, still support the others that are still here because we will. So we thank you guys.
So I will be informing you all later on the extortment that came to me from the DA office. I
Oh,
was
snap.
extorted. I was extorted by the DA office.
Wait,
What
sir,
he said?
sir, I need to
Cliffhanger.
know. We need to know
What did
about
he
that.
He said he
What
was
did he say?
extorted by the district attorney's office.
He said he was extorted by the DA's office.
Whether it was
Sir, I need
financially, I'm
information.
thinking it's probably physically in some type of way.
Yeah.
But I believe it.
As well, this is what I must say.
Go ahead.
When a person is standing before you and saying we need to elect, people, right? What we need to do, let me put my face to this, is we need to nominate the people that we're gonna elect. We need to grow. You understand? You have to have a vested interest in your candidate. So it's nice to support a Courtney Kramer, right?
Right.
Because she came out with this platform that became invisible, right? Because it started out as something, a letter campaign that she wrote or whatever to rally up people. But then it went nowhere. You've got to own your politician. One thing that they always say to us about Black dollars, right? We don't do like other communities do. The first thing they do when they become rich or when they start to make money is first they buy property in the area they want to live. Right? Because they're going to build equity and so on and so forth. Then they buy their politicians. They either homegrown them to somebody that they want to be in that position, or they go and they back the person that they want with dollars, and they advocate to them personally what their interests are. Until you join your local civics and your local organizations that are already in existence, that are the ones that are setting up these people in play, you're never going to have any say in any of these things.
Since my days working.
Was that you or me?
That wasn't me.
No, it was
That's
Jason.
dear Walls back there. But that's how it goes. If you live somewhere, you're a taxpayer.
That's exactly right. I just don't. I get where her energy was, and I respect it. It's definitely the energy you want to have, but you need direction to said energy. The president will never have a say so over what Georgia does specifically. They couldn't even do that when he was in power. Georgia and any other independent state, their branch of government handles state legislature. Unless it becomes federal law, then maybe, keyword maybe, just maybe he might be able to say something. But for the most part, you do have to vet these officials, the ones that you vote for, like she said, and don't just start picking people at random just because you don't like one person.
Right.
That can be worse situations. We just need to find out better candidates that we feel familiar and comfortable with, and we know that they have a vested interest in changing.
Or they represent your interests.
Right.
That's all that matters, is you get people in position that you the influence is your threat. It's me walking through that door when I walk through different politicians' door and they be like, there come Monica. She's gonna be wanting something from us. I mean, I was down to begging for I had a school that had no science labs for junior high school students, but they had to take a regents at the end, or they had to take an end of year term where they needed to do a lab project.
Y'all had science?
They had no labs.
Y'all had science?
So
We
dumb,
had,
man.
I walked into the junior high school when my daughter got zoned back because I had her up in the white folk neighborhood. When we got zoned back, to the hood,
Zone bad. She got zoned back.
to the hood. I walk into the junior high school and they got a library with the Cat in the Hat is the books that's on the shelves in junior high school.
That ain't got net. Look, that ain't got nothing on us. We had schools named after Martin Luther King. No, you laughing?
Yes,
yeah.
we did. We still do.
I don't know what IS8 was named after, who they named
Look,
it after.
we had some crazy schools. A lot of our schools, like majority in any urban area, they all have metal detectors with armed security now.
Yeah.
Well, I'm talking about back in the 90s, guys, like 2000s.
I think we had them back then too.
More than likely.
What we don't have. But what I'm saying is I went to politician and I said to him, like, yo, why we don't have a science lab and you the guy talking about technology, right?
You asking so questions, no?
I'm not giving y'all no money. No, but the other politician, that one that got thrown out of office, right? He got thrown out of office because he put all the money into computers into one of the elementary schools. So they was like, oh, he just appropriated his funds, but he gave the kids computers.
Right. That's a fact.
It's just
I just want to ask you one thing, Mo. Back then, when you were asking about the science class, did they respond to you and ask you, did you have science class money?
Let me tell you something. We could see, because I sat on the different things in the community, we could see where the funds were going. And when I had my daughter up attending the school in the white neighborhood, they got the same funds. We never see them down in the blacks in the schools in the southern part of the district. Never got those funds. But up there, they got the funds and they used the funds. So when I came back over here, I was like, yo, what happened to the Title I money?
Did anybody have a new Escalade?
Yeah, I was like,
yeah, no, I'm done.
Yeah, you just have to know. But we don't know because, one, we don't have parent involvement.
Oh, that is a big thing. That is a big thing. It's like that down here. Yup.
Yeah.
Correct. So then you're not gonna know. But up there, they know. They know where their dollars is going.
Right.
And they also knew that when you don't use your dollars down here where we at, right? You don't appropriate them or whatever. At a certain point, they can roll over and become their dollars up there. So they just be waiting for us not to use them. So they done stole our money.
Renette, your school had gun handling class? Look.
Schools used to have gun handling.
Yeah, they used to. Yeah, it's part of PE.
What?
Yeah. Schools used to. Please understand this.
I must went to the wrong schools, man. This is crazy.
No, like my high school used to. I didn't have it, but they used to have. Yeah.
They wouldn't even let us have like.
Hold on, y'all. Let's do this because your boy has eaten all day. Let's do this. We're gonna play YSL Jeopardy tomorrow. All right. But before we get out of here, I actually found a video. I think I found Fonnie Willis. I found a video of Fonnie today. So I'm gonna end on that. So I'm gonna pull it up and give y'all a chance to kind of see Fonnie. I believe this is probably based upon information. I believe this is Fonnie Willis's response today.
Where'd you get this information? Where'd you get this information?
This is satire.
Producer Jason gave it to me.
Producer Jason, okay.
And he's legitimate, man. That guy's legit.
Okay.
That guy's legit. Producer
reliable
Jason.
Reliable source, okay.
That's a reliable source. No question, no doubt. No worry. I'm not worried about it. He's got good credit too. Okay. But I just want to say thank y'all so much, Mo and Rome. This has been a lot of fun. Thank you to the best live chat on the internet. I really do appreciate y'all for real because y'all make this hilarious. Y'all make this so much fun. So real quick, so for y'all, here's Fonnie Willis. What's wrong with you, bro? What the heck? You tripping, bro? You tripping?
That's Miss Love right now.
March 3rd, 2023.
What am I doing?
Boy, I know they hot tonight. They breaking them
You
Grey
know
Goose
that's her.
bottles
You know
tonight.
that's her.
They breaking all the Grey Goose bottles tonight.
They are breaking them up tonight, man. They ain't gonna have a problem, man.
Wade somewhere getting slapped.
Yeah, that's some wild stuff right there, man. But y'all, I appreciate you. So there is no court tomorrow. They will be back on Monday. So that's gonna be wild. I don't know what's gonna happen. I think Monday's gonna. I'm sorry. I think they're gonna have to come back with something, because as you mentioned, they already had all this discombobulated, disjointed information. Now they have to cut all that out because it relies the Quay or
you're banking too heavy on Miss Love and that DA office having some type of self-integrity. They're petty, Jason.
But
no, I
it's the
think
same.
Doug is gonna file some kind of motion.
Wait, what?
I think Doug will file some type of
Doug.
motion.
Girl, I heard you say thug. I'm sorry. I'm like, wait.
No,
Okay.
no.
I really heard thug. I'm
All
sorry.
right, let me not be ghetto. Weinstein is going to file a motion. He's going to sit here and try to figure out a motion to file, unless, like we heard announced in the chat, he's going to be on the circuit on Sunday. I think he needs to spend some time really figuring out a way out for his client, or why this is unjust to just go back now to this trial. This, you can't have a bunch of co-defendants on a unprecedented 12-month 12-month trial, right? Because in a couple more days it would have been 12 months that this juror that the trial began, and 4 out of 6 are gone. 4 defendants are gone. So he needs to be looking at some kind of way to file something. I don't know. There's a bunch of writs, I think, at this point he could be filing, because there's something wrong. There's something wrong with continuing with this trial. A motion for what? I don't know. I'm not in criminal law, but this is where you start doing the research, because this is unfair.
I'm gonna put it this way: they have to get a deal done. I know she probably don't want to in that office. It serves no point for the public per se, in a way that she just butchered all those other plea deals before they got to Thug, which was the gamble that I was talking about. I was like, it can end either really good or very
Really
bad. And this is
they chose bad.
Yup. So
Yeah,
she
I agree.
got to
I'm
take
with you
her.
100%.
She got to take her licks, suck up her pride, and say, okay, let me just get these deals out the way and just get them out my county. If they got to do this little time, send them to jail. But whatever we need to do, we need to get this case out of here. We got a new year coming in. This is getting ridiculous.
I'm with you 100%.
I wouldn't want a new trial, but I definitely wouldn't want this trial any further.
Bingo.
It's got too much bias. Like, at this point,
Messy. It's too messy.
It's not bias that they look for in the law. It's prejudice. It's too prejudice. There's too much prejudice. So he's got to look at that. He's not going to find another case that's 12 months old, right? But he needs to find one where there was a motion to dismiss because of something inappropriate by the prosecutors, and they had a break. There has to be something that's similar to this to request, or they're just making up the stuff as they go along. Because
we already know they do that.
Oh, Dirk is done for, buddy. In the chat, I'm sorry. Dirk is done. I read more into the actual chart. Dirk is done. Well, they got recordings, they got pictures, they got victim statements, they even got other stuff tying them to those coincidentally dead witnesses on his first body charges.
Oh.
So they sat on that and waited for this. So it is.
Oh wow.
Not looking good for Dirk. Not looking
No, we'll
good for
see.
Dirk.
We'll see. I'm
Feds
fine
are
with
not
that.
Fulton. They're not Fulton County. Feds are different.
Oh.
What
That's
would
gonna be
be
a problem.
what would be the value of covering a Dirk? Well, you can't really cover it. 'Cause
Cover it. It's a federal.
It's federal.
It's a federal
All
thing.
you can
But
do
what
is
would be
read. That's it. If they unseal it.
But what would be the value added? Like in this situation with Thug, right? We're seeing the inequities of the Fulton County court system,
You
right?
put that nicely. I like that. Yes.
That was very well done.
Well, it's in two parts because they hand in hand. The courthouse is a mess and the jailhouse is a mess.
Facts.
You know, so what would be the value added of going through the Dirk trial? Like
Dirk, what not to do? I don't know.
Yeah. How not to
Don't call
how
on the
not to lose
phone
a
when you're trying
case.
to kill somebody. I don't rent the car the week before you fly out there that kills them. I thought
well,
it
we
was
would
common
see real
sense.
gang activity of an organized
Don't
Right,
kill the
right.
witnesses.
This is wild.
I
This is
guess.
wild.
I guess. Like it's
I
crazy.
just
Like that people
my
would actually want to know what to do, but I thought it was self-common sense on that. But the Melly case, maybe that would be a little better. But Dirt, no, it's nah. That's
I
just
don't know.
bad
You don't
sense.
use a company card. Yeah.
That right.
Well, we'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. I think
Well, I know I'm gonna watch that one.
That's like
I'm
buying
not
crack.
watching Dirt, but I am gonna watch the ones from the Tampa
The
situation.
Melly.
right.
One does
No, you talking about
No,
Julio Fulio?
Julio Fulio.
Yeah.
I would
I wanna look.
definitely want
That
to.
girl snitched on all of them.
Yeah, she snaked him out.
I knew that was gonna happen when I saw her little edges. I was like, yeah, she not built for jail.
You stupid, so
Yeah,
stupid. Why are you
I
like
knew
this,
it.
man?
Am I lying?
Did you
No, you're right.
did you say her little edges?
Her edges.
Little edges. They was right there on the mugshot, and I was like, yeah, she not trying to spin there.
She
And
ain't
then
built for
somehow
this.
she pregnant too. I don't know how, but she pregnant while in it. Like, yeah, she was like, I'm telling.
What you mean
I'm
you don't know
telling.
how?
Wait. I
Look,
don't think. No, wait.
you're
I don't
not
think he meant
understanding the
that.
math. You're not understanding the math.
The math ain't mathing, right?
Look, it may be some Rice Street activities going on, but I don't know.
Rice Street activities.
Well, couldn't she have just been and not, didn't know at the time of the arrest? Can it calculate out?
Nah, it wasn't looking like it to me. I know when
I
she
don't
did
I
her
don't
little
know.
first appearance, she was like, I'm
She's
4
gonna
months or
do.
something like that.
Let me tell you where you don't do a crime at.
Ever.
Florida.
In this order, Florida and then Georgia. Like those are just two places.
Florida is worse because they be quick for the death penalty. They don't have no reserve about it.
Y'all got the death penalty in Georgia.
We be
too?
cautious with it. The Florida just throw it at you like it's a traffic ticket.
Yeah, go and catch this. Hey, catch this real quick. Hop it.
It's crazy.
Hey, wow.
I sat there and looked at they're facing the death penalty.
Yeah.
No, they should be facing the death penalty.
Yeah, after
but
that video with the little Call of Duty tactics, yes.
Yeah, they was out there walling out.
Look,
We'll send it
they
to you,
was
bro.
playing. To be honest, that was very skilled. I played paintball for a good minute. That was some coordination. That was some coordination. They blocked the car in. They planned it before they got there. Let me start there. How do you talk about that in the car? All right, you're gonna get in front of the Hellcat, bro. Pray he don't run you over. I'm gonna box him in with the car from behind. I know he won't hit the car, so good luck. And they initiated it. Yep, that was crazy. If they would have actually joined the service, they probably would have been straight.
They were tired of Julio. They was tired of his stuff.
They was tired. He just got shot like 4 months before. Like
yes, but they were extremely the disrespect.
He couldn't walk straight no more.
It doesn't matter. He sat on people's graves and he just disrespected those people.
Yeah, he did.
They talked about his little brother though. Didn't you see
Hey,
that little
I'm gonna
walk
talk
1,000 miles? You know.
I'm gonna talk about this. Good night.
All right. My man, I forgot.
Y'all are great people, man. I appreciate y'all. Rome, thank you, Mo. Y'all in the chat, please thank Rome and Mo. They be coming through. They be getting these text messages from me all day long. Like, Lord, this guy's still talking crazy. And they still do that. Time at a time.
I will see y'all tomorrow. Hopefully, if we got something to review, if he feels like it, or the Saturday coming up.
Oh, we're gonna play Jeopardy tomorrow.
Not gonna be the same.
I'm gonna make some changes.
Live in the morning.
Oh yeah, what time you going live in the morning?
Around what time I gotta take this girl? Around 7:45 to 8 a.m. I normally
15 minutes. Mo, we need Mo. We need Mo time with Mo.
Mo be saying 15 minutes. She be saying that.
2 hours later. 2 hours later.
I be watching. She be saying 15 minutes in the start. It don't be no 15
Well, y'all know I have to be going to work. I just be leaving out of here late trying to beat the
I don't know
traffic.
how they be talking to her when she just walk in the door. I don't know how she do it. But
I don't know how she doing it.
What?
We'll see. We'll see,
come
Mo.
in
Drop
to
your
work
link in the
late.
chat, Mo. Drop your link in the chat so we can jump over there and make sure we check you out in the morning.
Shout out.
All
Yeah.
right, we'll do that.
All right. Everybody, good people. Thank y'all so
Night.
much. I appreciate the
Good
good
night.
folk for stopping through always. Thank y'all, each and every one of y'all, for hanging out with us. It's almost over. Who would have thunk, right? So let's get ready to talk about it tomorrow. We'll jump back in. We'll probably jump in and check out Mo's channel in the morning. Tomorrow evening, we're going to play YSL Jeopardy, I guess. And I got to go back through and edit my questions. But needless to say, we're going to have a great time. So thank y'all so much for hanging out. Thank you to everybody who's dropped supers. Let me just real quick say thank you again. When does he get out? After he pays the fine, or just have to be unbooked, basically? I'm thinking it's probably just an unbooking, because think also about this. They probably want some kind of fanfare. So if Thug is going to be in jail tonight so he can get out tomorrow with fanfare and all the lights and all the cameras and everything there, he's probably going to get out tomorrow. So we'll see what happens. But maybe he went home already. I don't know. We already talked about so thank you so much, Mo Mac, for the very kind $5 super, and everybody who's hung out with us today. I appreciate y'all. It's been a lot of fun. This has been a wild day, so I really appreciate y'all hanging in there for all. We've been going all day, man. It's crazy. It's a marathon up in here, and we'll do it again. Everybody, thank you so much. I'll see you real soon. Grace and peace. Take care.
Hit that like for deal with Christian. Yo, for deal with Christian. Smash that bell for DLC. Yo, smash it. Just smash it. Hit that like for deal with Christian. For deal with Christian. Smash that bell for DLC. Yo, smash it. Just smash it. Hit that like for deal with Christian.